Sophia's gaze bore down on Sion, her expression thunderous as she declared that certain adjustments were necessary. Sion met her eyes, his face steeling with determination, though a hint of fear betrayed his resolve. Before he could react, Sophia hoisted him over her shoulder effortlessly, ignoring his loud protests as she stated they had to leave. As they descended the stairs, Sophia explained calmly that Hyunho and his mother had already moved out of the apartment Sion had been frantically trying to reach. She continued with a stern calmness, informing Sion that Noel was targeting every good child from Dead Mansion, and Sion was among those in Noel's sights. Maintaining her unreadable expression, Sophia swore by her family name, Alexander, to protect Sion's parent. Sion's expression softened slightly in contemplation as she assured him that, while they were chosen parents, she would defend them, so he needn't worry. As they continued down the steps, Sophia shifted focus, announcing it was time to concentrate on training, casually suggesting they restart the dreaded dead squat. The mention of this grueling exercise made Sion's stomach turn, memories of the painful training still fresh in his mind. Catching the fearful look in his eyes, Sophia glanced at him with a hint of amusement and remarked that it seemed he still remembered the dead squat and the ominous rule that failure meant death. A month after his intensive training, Sion rides along with Dmitri in a rugged modified Jeep outfitted with massive off-road tires, reminiscing with Dmitri about his experiences under Sophia's fierce guidance. As he describes the brutal dead squats performed with TNT strapped to his lower body, his voice wavers. With a haunted expression, Sion explains to Dmitri that relaxing even slightly during the exercise would have been fatal. Dmitri, wearing sunglasses as he drives, smirks, admitting he thought those stories were exaggerated, but realizing Sophia truly took her training to another level. Chuckling, he remarks that the Alexander family operates in an entirely different league, sending Sion into a mild panic. Grabbing his head, Sion groans, pleading for Dmitri not to mention that name again. With an uncharacteristic shift in tone, Dmitri asks Sion, quietly but intently, about his progress over the past month. The sudden seriousness catches Sion off guard, and Dmitri glances sideways with a sly smile, pressing further about Sion's skills since training directly under Sophia. Sion leans back with a grin, teasing Dmitri by asking if he's curious enough to put himself to the test. Dmitri's only response is a smirk, signaling he's more than up for the challenge, though he keeps his eyes on the road, taking Sion's remark lightly. As they approach a parked car, Sion points ahead, asking Dmitri to stop. The Jeep halts abruptly on the roadside, and Sion prepares to exit, but Dmitri calls out, removing his sunglasses to look Sion directly in the eyes. Dmitri asks him, with uncharacteristic concern, if he's sure he wants to return to school, hinting at the danger of Noel's intentions and warning that school could expose him to unnecessary risks. Clutching his bag tightly, Sion feigns disgust, brushing off Dmitri's concern as unnecessary, though the teasing only irritates Dmitri further. Dmitri, now visibly annoyed, raises his voice, insisting that Sion report any strange occurrences and not try to handle things on his own. Sion meets Dmitri's eyes with a serious look, recognizing the sincerity behind his words. But when Dmitri continues with more advice, Sion cuts him off, shutting the Jeep door and declaring that he's had enough wisdom for one day. The exchange catches the attention of nearby students, who begin to murmur. They speculate in hushed tones about whether Sion is the infamous Sion Park who once ran with Joseph's gang, noting his aloofness and whispering about his apparent wealth and striking looks. Sion, hearing them, is briefly amused as he glances back toward Dmitri slumped over the steering wheel, exasperated by Sion's flippant response to his concern. As the Jeep pulls away, Sion stands alone, watching it disappear down the road, feeling a lingering sense of camaraderie and protection despite their banter. In the vast, dimly lit expanse of a warehouse, a handful of studio lights dangle from the ceiling, casting narrow beams across a grimy interior. Dust hangs thick in the air, carpeting every surface. A neglected white van, smudged with dirt and debris, sits to one side, untouched for what seems like ages. Strewn around the warehouse are an odd assortment of objects: a battered punching bag, worn-out boxes, and stray furniture, all coated in a layer of grime. On a filthy mattress tossed carelessly on the ground, Jang Yun lies, clad in a black vest and red shorts. He extends a hand, wrapped in rough, soiled fabric, reaching toward the studio lights as if trying to grasp something beyond his reach. The silence is broken by a voice commenting on the state of the place, noting the suffocating dust. Noel strides in, his figure cutting through the dusty air, and remarks on the unhealthy conditions of Jang Yun's hideout. Jang Yun, jolted from his thoughts, scrambles up, his gaze alight with a mix of anticipation and relief as he rushes toward Noel. His words pour out, a flood of pent-up questions, his tone teetering between eagerness and frustration as he presses Noel about his delayed arrival. Noel's reply is calm, explaining his recent busyness as he takes in the cluttered space, eyes lingering on a well-used punching bag. He casually wonders if Jang Yun has made any additions to his domain since the last visit. Jang Yun, retrieving a pair of scissors from the floor, nods, sharing that he's spruced things up a bit. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and with the scissors in hand, he declares he should serve Noel a drink to be a proper host. Noel watches as Jang Yun unexpectedly lunges, dodging instinctively, only to realize Jang Yun's target is a vending machine. The scissors pierce the metal with a jarring clang as Jang Yun pries a drink free for his guest. Handing Noel the drink, Jang Yun guides him to a pair of flimsy plastic garden chairs. Enthusiastically, he touts them as magical chairs meant to elicit nothing but truth. They settle into the chairs, Jang Yun's gaze fixed on Noel with an intensity that belies his casual hosting. He announces his intention to ask a series of questions, insisting on Noel's honest answers. Noel, noticing Jang Yun's unusually animated demeanor, observes that he seems in high spirits. But Jang Yun's face drops into a stoic, almost vulnerable expression as he clarifies he's far from happy. He looks directly at Noel, his voice dropping to a level of pleading sincerity as he reminds Noel of a promise to find that person who clearly occupies a central place in Jang Yun's mind. The request hangs heavy between them, casting a shadow over the scattered debris and dusty warehouse walls. Jang Yun, leaning in with an edge of impatience, presses Noel about whether he's truly searching for that person and why it's taking so long. Noel, with his usual calm smile, reassures him that he's been diligent in his search. Yet, he adds that there's another task they must tackle first, something that can't be overlooked. They need to retrieve Sion. Noel explains that once Sion is with them, his promise to Jang Yun can be kept. This plan doesn't seem to satisfy Jang Yun, who frowns, slumping further into the creaky plastic chair. He mutters that Sion's involvement seems irrelevant to finding that person. Noel observes Jang Yun's sudden seriousness as he reminds him that these are chairs of truth. If Noel isn't being honest, Jang Yun wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Noel meets his gaze, leaning forward with a look of sincerity, assuring Jang Yun of his honesty. But as he leans back, offering his usual smile and requesting Jang Yun's trust, Noel's mind races. He had underestimated Jang Yun, initially seeing him as nothing more than an eccentric with excellent fighting skills, someone easy to manipulate. But now he realizes Jang Yun's intuition runs deeper than expected, a potential threat, if not handled carefully. With a silent flick, Noel slightly unsheathes his blade, considering his next move carefully to avoid disrupting his plans. But before he can act, Jang Yun, slouched and gripping his scissors tightly, mutters that if Noel intends to draw his sword, he should just go ahead and do it. Noel breaks the tension with a laugh, slapping Jang Yun's shoulder in a playful gesture, teasing him for acting so serious. He promises, with feigned lightheartedness, to put more effort into finding that person. Jang Yun looks back, unimpressed, as Noel stands, stretching slightly. Still laughing, Noel shifts the conversation, revealing that he actually came to the warehouse for a different purpose. He asks Jang Yun if he wants to visit a fun place with him, his tone brimming with mischievous energy. Intrigued and momentarily distracted from his frustration, Jang Yun perks up, curiosity sparking in his eyes as he eagerly asks Noel about this so-called fun place. As Sion slides open the door to his classroom, the usual hum of student chatter fills the air, but his presence draws a hushed wave of whispers. He strides in with his bag slung over one shoulder, eyes on his seat. The students murmur among themselves, astonished to see him back, as rumors swirl about his supposed suspension. Some speculate that the evidence against Sion, which initially got him suspended, had been faked, perhaps even concocted by Sion himself to avoid a loss of face. With a sigh, Sion settles at his desk, dismissing their words, irritated by the lingering suspicion. His thoughts drift back to his recent conversation with Marie, where she had informed him that she'd withdrawn the incriminating photos against him. She'd explained that removing the images would pressure the school to reverse his suspension. Holding up an unexpected image for her to see, Sion had asked if using this against the principal would suffice to clear his name. The photo, which disgusted him even to glance at, showed the principal posing awkwardly in a maid costume, attempting a sultry look. He'd grimaced, wondering aloud why Mari would have doctored it to look so distasteful. Mari, unfazed, had remarked that the picture was entirely unaltered. It was real. Even now, sitting at his desk, Sion cringes at the memory, clutching his head as if to shake off the lingering image that haunts him. His disturbed reverie breaks as a voice greets him, remarking that it's been a while. Sion looks up to find himself face to face with the three muscular bullies he used to hang around with, their smirks barely hiding a bitter sarcasm. They toss a mocking greeting his way, dripping with false camaraderie. Sion sighs, already sensing their intent. He knows they only feigned friendship, eager to ally with him when they believed he was the bully in those photos. One of them, the tallest and most intimidating of the group, puts on a menacing scowl, demanding Sion follow without a word. Outside in the parking lot, their voices echo as they confront him, the taunt obvious. They want to know if he's really not a bully. Their eyes narrow as they accuse him of trying to make a joke of them with those faked photos. Sion says nothing, glancing around and noting the area's solitude as if to confirm no one's watching. His indifference seems to goad the leader, who lunges towards Sion with a clenched fist. In a calm, effortless motion, Sion flicks the bully's chin with a mere finger. The strike lands with a thunderous impact, the sound resonating off the parking lot's walls, and the brute drops to his knees, stunned by the unexpected force. The other two bullies freeze, their faces draining of confidence as they witness their friend felled by a simple flick. Sion, maintaining a calm but cool expression, holds his hand poised in the flicking gesture, reminding them that they were once in the same crew, so he'll go easy on them. For a moment, Sion recalls his brutal training under Sophia. Standing before him in a dark tank top, arms crossed, Sophia had scrutinized him, her words blunt and unforgiving. She told him his problem was his obsessive fixation on his restrictions, the three principles. Sion, bent over, breathing heavily, had been surrounded by weights and barbells, clad in a black training shirt, military fatigues, and combat boots. Sophia, dressed in a black vest and matching fatigues, approached him with a look of tough resolve. Though Sion acknowledged her advice mentally, his body still resisted. Seeing his struggle, Sophia had sighed, clearly prepared for a harsher method to make her point. She'd explained her next step. If he could only use a fraction of his power because of the principles, she would simply push his total power beyond his previous limits. Back in the present, Sion's gaze steadies on the remaining two bullies, his eyes filled with new confidence, his hand still in that poised flicking motion as he readies to test Sophia's hard-won lessons. The second bully crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, knocked out cold. The last bully, eyes wide with shock, takes in the scene, hardly able to believe how quickly his friends were defeated. He stumbles back, fear in his gaze, before gripping the handle of a worn wooden mop with both hands, wielding it like a makeshift spear. Desperation seeps into his voice as he shouts at Sion, daring him to come closer. Sion, unfazed, surges forward in one swift motion. The bully swings the mop, but Sion leaps high, his legs slicing downwards with a force that shatters the mop's handle into splinters, scattering wood fragments like dust. The final bully stares, frozen, as Sion lands smoothly before him, back turned, calm and unaffected. Sion's expression shifts, serious and composed, as he states coolly that the bell has rung and it's time to return to class. Walking ahead, he leaves the last bully to his humiliation, knees buckling in defeat, while the other two lay unconscious behind him, having felt the sting of Sion's wrath. As Sion makes his way down the empty hallway, he returns to his desk in class and subtly pumps his fist, admiring the quiet surge of strength coursing through him. Thoughts flash back to his training with Sophia, the agony, the persistence, and the skill it demanded, and he realizes it was all worth it. He recalls the moment he flicked the first bully, marveling at the unexpected force, realizing that while he's yet to fully master his new power, even partial control now yields astonishing results. A student in a brown cardigan vest over his crisp white shirt strolls toward the classroom, spotting another boy near the door. Pausing only briefly, he confirms he's found the right class, 2-1, before brushing past the other student with a cheerfully intense gaze fixed on his target, Sion. Inside, Sion sits at his desk, fist still clenched from his earlier fight, his thoughts racing. If only he could harness his full strength, he muses, both Noel and Jang Hyun would fall to him. Sion's thoughts halt abruptly as he senses movement. A boot hovers mere centimeters from his head, then connects with astonishing force. Sion flies back, his body skidding several feet across the classroom floor before he catches himself. Although he managed to block the kick, his jacket bears a dark stain from the impact against his arm, the fabric crumpled where it took the brunt. He looks up, eyes narrowed, as the cardigan-wearing boy stands, one leg still raised from the attack, a gleam of amusement flickering in his gaze. The boy, Jang Hyun, grins, assessing Sion with a chillingly casual air. He notes aloud how Sion has changed since their last encounter, acknowledging the improvement in Sion's skills. His grin deepens, his expression freezing the room with a menace that causes the onlookers to inch back in silence, tension thickening the air. Jang Hyun's words carry an eerie taunt, questioning whether Sion has finally moved on from being a good child. His smile holds a sharpness, eyes glinting in a way that drains warmth from the room. Sion's smile, dark and unyielding, mirrors the coldness of his opponents, understanding all too well the threat beneath Jang Hyun's cheery exterior. The story begins with a girl crying. The children are good and angelic, unlike any others in the world. A young nun closed her eyes and placed her hands on the little girl's shoulders to comfort her. A boy with black hair also closed his eyes and smiled at the little girl. However, not everyone can be a parent. The young nun and the children turned their heads to see a man standing a few feet away. The man looked down at the children, resting one hand on the black-haired boy's shoulder. While smoking a cigar with his other hand, he announced that, from today onwards, he would be the boy's father. These children have received special education for their special parents. The children waved goodbye to the black-haired boy. He looked back as his new father took him away. The children watched as the black-haired boy was taken away. The young blonde-haired nun brought her hands together, closed her eyes, and smiled. Suddenly, her expression changed. Clasping her hands together with a serious look, she told the children it was time to train. With cold expression, the children brought out their weapons. The young nun told Ellie, the blonde girl who was crying, that she shouldn't let her nose get runny like that when she cries. Ellie's innocent face turned stone cold as she wrapped a piece of string around her hands, looking at the nun with a fierce gaze. The blonde nun took off her scarf and, with a serious gaze at Ellie, said that children who behave too well will make their parents hate them. Ellie turned slightly, brought her hand to her nose, and blew away the snot hanging from it. The director of the orphanage, who takes great pride in this special education approach, he views it as a true gift for these kids, who have been trained as living, breathing weapons ever since they learned to walk. These children are raised under extremely strict supervision to meet the standards of the super rich. Due to this meticulous attention to detail, it costs a fortune to train each child properly. Another question that might come to mind is what these kids are actually used for. There's no straightforward answer to this, and the director simply says they're like computers. Their use is decided by the buyers, or as you might call them, the new parents. For example, the rich fat man who just adopted a boy shows his new son a photo of a man and says, "This is his target. Memorize his face." The director then explains that since these children are living weapons, they pose a significant threat to the buyer. So the orphanage ensures that each child is drilled with 3 absolute principles from a young age. These rules, wired into their subconscious minds, are called the 3 absolute principles and are crucial for keeping the children under control. While the fat man is drilling the boy about memorizing the photo, the boy points out that there's a car tailing them closely. The old man, startled by this unexpected observation, starts yelling at the boy, demanding to know what he's talking about and telling him to just focus on memorizing the picture. The boy quickly snaps back to attention and swears to follow orders. That's what the first principle is all about: absolute compliance with the parents' commands. Suddenly, the car tailing them smashes into their vehicle, causing it to flip over from the impact. The boy scrambles out and sees his father badly hurt and barely clinging to life. The second principle these children are drilled with is to never use their powers without their parents' permission. As the boy mourns his father, the attackers get out of their cars with guns in hand. Cautiously approaching the flipped car, they spot the boy crying and begging for help, shouting that his dad isn't breathing. The attackers are taken aback, having no idea there was a child in the car. They decide to toss the boy aside to finish their work, but before they can, the boy whips out a knife and stabs one of them in the throat, causing profuse bleeding. He then quickly snatches the gun from the fallen attacker. Before the other hitman even realizes what's happening, the boy aims the gun at him and shoots him in the head, killing him instantly. And that's what the third rule is all about. Forget the first 2 principles and do whatever it takes to keep your parents safe. The director, meanwhile, couldn't be prouder of his children. He is practically bursting with joy and pride for raising such perfect, exceptional children. He quickly shows the register book containing information about each child and asks the buyer which one he would prefer. But the buyer flatly refuses any of them. So, the old man puts the register book back in the drawer and reluctantly pulls out a file for a child already deemed a defective product. He's disappointed that the buyer is only interested in this particular child. Apparently, this misfit was a real gem, even a favorite of the director. He had the best skills out of all the weapons they had trained, and the old man was practically swooning over him. But the child disappeared, leaving the director wondering if he's even still alive. They've been on a wild goose chase to find him, but since he's parentless, he can't use his powers without permission. With 0 leads, they're in the dark, and he's likely living incognito as just another regular high school kid. Ironically, this supposed ultimate weapon is probably getting pushed around by school bullies. After taking a punch from a guy in a white hoodie, he's down for the count, writhing in agony from that one brutal hit. Being a top-tier weapon doesn't always mean you can handle a schoolyard smackdown. Yusuf, with deadpan eyes, hovers over him, asking how many points he'd give that punch. The poor boy stammers, that's a solid 180,000 points right there." The other bullies high-five Yusuf for racking up such a high score. Yusuf then decides he wants to play further, planning to test his kick to see how many points he can score this time. But before he can approach Hyunho again, a blonde guy shoves Yusuf aside and rushes up to Hyunho, eager to know how many points his punch can earn. Yusuf doesn't appreciate being pushed by some lowly weirdo, and even Hyunho can tell he's pissed about the blonde's shove. So, Yusuf silently strolls over to the riled-up blondie, Sion. When he gets there, he slaps Sion across the face and casually says, "Just paying you back, buddy. No hard feelings." Despite hating the humiliation of the slap, Sion swallows his pride and gives a thumbs up to his friend for a solid 180,000-point slap. Yusuf, with the deadpan eyes, just smiles and casually walks away, telling Sion he can buy him a pack of cigarettes instead of offering flattery. Before Yusuf leaves, Sion challenges him, promising to fight him next time. Meanwhile, Hyunho is completely fed up with these ragtag idiots because he knows he could take them all down in one fell swoop. Still, he plays the role of the dumb weakling, and Sion starts choking him, demanding to know if Yusuf's punch is really better than his. Sion continues bullying him, treating Hyunho like his personal punching bag to vent his frustration, and tells him to tag along for a while. With no way out, Hyunho reluctantly follows the rowdy thug and ends up footing the bill for their meal because Sion claims he's broke after running errands for Yusuf. Sion then wonders aloud who would win if he fought Yusuf head-on. In response, Hyunho says he can't say anything for sure. Out of nowhere, Sion notices the snack shop has the same name as Hyunho, and Hyunho sheepishly admits it's run by his mom. Right on cue, his mother shows up and says if Sion is her son's friend, he can eat as much as he wants. Sion is genuinely surprised to learn this is Hyunho's mother's shop, while Hyunho feels disappointed because he had been trying to keep it a secret. He's unsure why his secret had to come out thanks to this jerk, who's shamelessly licking his lips, likely looking forward to freeloading more food. Seeing the shifty look on his so-called friend's face, Hyunho grabs his pen, ready to poke a hole in Sion's eyes if he tries anything sneaky. Just as he's about to make his move, Sion surprises him by apologizing for not introducing himself properly earlier. He introduces himself as Sion Park, Hyunho's buddy, and comments that he finally understands the shop's unusual name. Hyunho's mom chuckles at the joke and mentions that Hyunho asked her to keep it under wraps. Sion then jabs at his friend, saying he's terrible at hiding things, and that he's also disappointed Hyunho kept such a stunning mom a secret. Hyunho, now completely fed up with Sion's antics, knows he's just trouble. To avoid any more nonsense, he tells his mom they need to leave because other friends are waiting for them. The woman packs some food in a plastic bag and hands it to Sion, telling him to share it with others. She warmly says that all of Hyunho's friends are like her own children, so Sion shouldn't hesitate to take anything. While Hyunho tries to convince her that it's not necessary, Sion's eyes light up at the sight of free food. Sion grabs the bag without a second thought, completely ignoring Hyunho's internal groans. Hyunho feels pathetic, silently begging his mom to reconsider, knowing these guys are just bullies, not real friends. He then pleads with Sion not to share the food with Yusuf or anyone else. Sion agrees with a smirk and says his goodbyes. Hyunho's mom, ever the gracious host, tells Sion to bring more friends next time. Sion enthusiastically agrees, saying he'll definitely come back with a crew. This is exactly what Hyunho was trying to avoid, and here we are. Once Sion is out of sight, Hyunho turns to his mom and vents his frustration. Fighting to hold back tears, he furiously demands to know why she didn't just pretend they weren't related. Seeing her son so upset, his mom is confused and hurt. She tells him she was just happy to meet his friend and apologizes if she caused any trouble. Meanwhile, Hyunho is left questioning the rationality of his outburst. He has no idea why he's yelling at his mom, especially when she's apologizing. He feels awful for acting out. His mom tries to explain that she just wanted him to make more friends, which is why she acted the way she did. Hyunho's hand shakes with frustration and confusion, and he's barely holding himself together. The next day at school, Hyunho sees the same tteokbokki his mom makes sitting right before his eyes. Apparently, Yusuf has figured out that Hyunho's mom runs the snack shop down the street and grabbed a bowl for himself. Yusuf takes a dirty rag, dips it into his bowl of tteokbokki, and starts rubbing it in Hyunho's face. He complains that he found the rag in his food and demands a refund because he can't eat filth. To make matters worse, Yusuf sarcastically asks if he should go directly to Hyunho's mom for the refund. Hyunho is absolutely livid with Sion for revealing his secret despite his pleas to keep it quiet. Trying to stay calm, Hyunho responds coldly, questioning if they even consider themselves friends. This gets under Yusuf's skin, and he mocks Hyunho for throwing a tantrum over a little joke. Then, to add insult to injury, Yusuf dumps the entire bowl of tteokbokki onto Hyunho's uniform. That's the last straw. Hyunho, already holding his pen, doesn't hesitate to swing his hand and jab the pen straight into Yusuf's throat before he can react. His hand stops just short of the mark, trembling as he struggles to keep himself in check. Yusuf, not thrilled about being threatened, becomes even more cocky and angry, demanding to know what Hyunho thinks he's doing. A few moments later, Sion strolls into the classroom, only to find everyone in dead silence. The place is a mess. Security guards are on the scene, a window is shattered, blood is splattered across the floor, and Hyunho's glasses are scattered on the ground. It looks like things have taken a serious turn, possibly even an attempted murder by Yusuf. Just a moment ago, Hyunho was mercilessly beaten by this jerk for about 15 minutes straight. He begged for mercy, drenched in his own blood, and lost consciousness several times while writhing in pain. Despite his pleas, Yusuf didn't stop and continued the relentless beating. When Hyunho was completely worn out and shattered from the brutal assault, he looked out the nearby window and finally ended it by jumping out. Yusuf, with no shred of empathy, he casually puffs on his cigarette and tells his friends to confess that they accidentally pushed Hyunho out of the window while messing around. His friends are reluctant to take the blame. In fact, they refuse Yusuf outright because they don't want to get into trouble. That's when Yusuf brings up a useful Korean law known as the Juvenile Offender Law. He explains that he's no longer eligible for it because he's past the age limit, so he's asking his friends to help him out by confessing that they were the ones who pushed Hyunho out of the window. He insists that this is the only way he can avoid jail time. Still, the other boys are hesitant and remind him that even if they take the blame, they'll face a civil lawsuit. Yusuf just shrugs it off, saying he's got that covered too. He then points out that the civil lawsuit hasn't been filed yet, and if they eliminate Hyunho's only surviving family member, his mother, there will be no one left to file the lawsuit. Yusuf also brings a suitcase full of cash, offering 10 million won per person in exchange for their help. Once everything's settled, they decide to visit the grieving mother that night. She's sitting in her son's room, surrounded by his belongings, lost in her grief, still trying to cope with the loss of her son. As midnight strikes, the thugs put on their masks and head straight for the 5th floor. Finding the elevator out of order, they opt for the staircase. As they climb, they discover the elevator is jammed because someone has intentionally wedged it with a fire extinguisher, preventing it from moving. Before Yusuf can figure out who might have done this, they hear a familiar voice. Sion is sitting on the staircase, already waiting for them to arrive. Yusuf quickly asks what he's doing there, while the other lackey is thrilled to see him and invites him to join them. Sion gets up, ready for action, but not before asking 2 important questions. Hyunho Place, which was a hidden gem only he knew about. Yusuf casually pulls down his mask and explains that when Sion didn't bring the cigarettes he was supposed to, he followed him and saw him hanging out with the neighborhood kids. That's when he spotted Hyunho arguing with his mother. Sion realized it was actually because of him that these thugs discovered the place. Sion then moves on to his second question, telling Yusuf to think carefully before answering. He wants to know why they're really there. That's when Yusuf brandishes his iron pipe and says they're just there to deal with Hyunho's mother, prevent her from filing a lawsuit, and ensure she sleeps peacefully. He's actually glad Sion is there too, because he's been getting on his nerves lately. Yusuf brings up the push from earlier and realizes that Sion was just pretending to bully Hyunho while actually trying to protect him. Yusuf admits he was too dense to see it sooner and has been itching to take care of Sion as well. With that, Sion ends the interrogation. He picks up the fire extinguisher and Yusuf swings his giant rod without hesitation. Sion quickly pulls the pin from the extinguisher, aims it at Yusuf, and starts blasting him with the bubbly gas. As their vision blurs, one of the lackeys catches a glimpse of the extinguisher heading straight for his face. Before he knew it, the fire extinguisher smacks him in the face, and the impact sends Yusuf sprawling to the ground as well. He quickly shoves his buddy off and grabs the rod again while handling the other 2 lackeys. When he sees Yusuf making a move, he skillfully blocks the iron rod with the extinguisher. In a flash, he ducks down and slams the extinguisher onto Yusuf's feet, crushing his toes. Sion then kicks him down the stairs, sending him tumbling backward. As he follows down the stairs, Sion casually informs Yusuf that his cuneiform bone above the metatarsal is broken. He confidently adds that Yusuf won't be walking anytime soon with those shattered legs. Yusuf groans in pain, lying defenseless on the ground, and shakily asks why Sion is doing this to him. Sion then drops the bombshell. He explains that 3 principles were drilled into his mind as a kid. First, a parent's word is absolute. Second, don't use violence without permission. As he said this, he lands a devastating punch right on the guy's head. The other lackeys on the ground are completely lost, not understanding a word of his rant. It turns out, Sion is actually the missing boy from the orphanage, not Hyunho. After losing several teeth and with a broken nose, Yusuf begs for forgiveness and pleads for Sion to stop. But Sion continues, explaining that the 3rd principle is that if there's a threat to the parent's safety, the child can ignore the first 2 rules and handle the situation however necessary to protect the parent. Sion recalls Hyunho's mother saying that all of Hyunho's friends are like her own children, so basically, she's his mother now. And if anyone threatens his mother, he's got the green light to beat them to a pulp. With a resounding bang, Sion smashes Yusuf's skull, the sound echoing through the building. The scene shifts back to the creepy orphanage, where the blonde sister is visiting the director. She informs him there's a call from Korea. When the director asks who it is, she replies that it's Beko personnel. The old man's interest is piqued as he recognizes the caller and quickly grabs the phone. The caller reports that they found the kid they've been hunting for, the legendary figure from the Dead Mansion project, codenamed Sion. Apparently, he's in Korea right now. The orphanage, known as Dead Mansion, is a highly funded multinational organization that produces weapons for the wealthy. In the eyes of the orphanage, he was the perfect child, and his codename is Sion Park. Sion was one of the children created by the Dead Mansion project, the pinnacle of their efforts. He excelled in infiltration, weapon skills, and VIP assassination. He was destined for a top client, a notorious Yakuza organization in Japan. However, a mix-up sent him to Korea instead. The director explains that it's been 5 years since the mishap, and they had almost assumed Sion was dead, so they gave up on him. Now, the man who seems more like a filthy, rich mafia boss than a father is thrilled they found him. The director quickly instructs the sister to bring Sion back as soon as possible, by any means necessary, because he can't wait any longer. The woman, who looks like a nun, let down her black veil, revealing her dead eyes. She promptly adheres to the order, stating she will proceed with the retrieval operation immediately. This lady in question goes by the name Rachel. As soon as she dropped her act as sister, she donned a tight, black, shiny suit, flexing her formidable muscles without holding back. She makes it clear that she will drag Sion back, even if it means using force. This woman is the Dead Mansion instructor, and her specialty remains unknown. However, the director quickly instructs her to simmer down, emphasizing that he needs Sion unharmed and that she doesn't need to use her guns. Embarrassed, she hastily picks up her robe to put it back on, muttering about how she was just getting into character. Kwon Byung-woo, Yusuf's father, bows his head in apology to Hyunho's mother. He promises to cover all medical expenses, mental damages, and any other compensation she might need. However, she firmly states that an apology won't suffice, as this isn't something that can be resolved with words alone. Nearby students are startled to see a wealthy man bowing his head in such a manner. Kwon Byung-woo finally lifts his head and turns around with a blank expression, announcing he will be taking his leave. The woman is utterly baffled by his strange behavior. In response, Kwon Byung-woo covers his face with a handkerchief and reveals that he came to make amends. But since they can't resolve anything through discussion, he decides to leave, as efficiency is key in all matters. He then strides towards his luxurious car, telling the woman that he knows other ways to resolve the mess, as he is quite the expert in such matters. With those parting words, his car speeds off. Once inside, he vents to his butler, complaining about how disgustingly stingy and smelly the place was, insisting they demolish it and construct a mixed-use complex instead. The wealthy man then inquires about Sion, asking his butler if they have dealt with the boy. The butler informs him that their people are already en route, and the secretary will call once the job is done. Kwon Byung-woo nods, gazing out of the car window as they head to Sanlim University Hospital. Yusef, his leg wrapped in bandages, looked annoyed as he pondered aloud about Sion, sensing something strange about him. He told his dad that Sion, the one who messed him up, was no ordinary boy. He kept rambling about some 3 engraved principles or something like that. His dad raised an eyebrow, asking if this was the new trend among children. Yusef just shook his head, admitting he hadn't a clue. Before Yusef could say more, his dad cut him off with a cold stare directed at the nurse, humbly requesting some privacy. Once she was out of the room, he slapped his son hard across the face, just like any typical father. What really grinds his gears isn't just that his son picked a fight, bullied a kid, and caused them to jump out of a window. No. What truly bothers him is that Yusef didn't clean up the mess afterward, leaving a trail of evidence. His father sternly reminds him that the basics of any job include never having to do something twice. With a menacing stare and lifting one finger, he tells Yusef to watch closely and learn from this chance to fix things. Meanwhile, Sion gets kicked in the chest by a group of goons sent by Yusef's father. The 3 men, dressed in 3-piece suits, look like they mean business. The leader puts on a pair of black gloves and watches as his lackeys drag the injured boy from the ground. Sion has no idea why he's being targeted. With a scowl, the leader delivers a series of stinging slaps to Sion's face. He didn't stop until Sion collapsed from sheer exhaustion. The man with glasses looked down at Sion while taking off his gloves, remarking that while Sion might have taken down 4 of his peers at once, things don't work the same way with adults. He then tossed his gloves onto Sion's head. One of the men grabbed Sion's arm, and the burly lackey yanked it straight, holding it firm. The leader then placed his foot on Sion's arm and applied all his weight, leaving him writhing in agony. Before they left, they ensured Sion understands this is payback for the humiliation and beating he inflicted on their young master, Yusef. They're sparing his life so he can reflect on his mistakes. As dusk settles, Sion sits there, snapping his shoulder back into place with a sneer. He chuckled at how the goons couldn't distinguish between a dislocated and a broken arm, despite all their big talk about being adults. The beating he received from the men was nothing compared to Aunt Rachel's thrashings. Sion was frustrated that he couldn't tap into his full strength without orders, but he is relieved knowing Yusef won't be bullying anyone else. As he heads out, grumbling to himself, he runs into Hyunho's mother. She recognized him immediately while holding groceries and asked why he looked awful. Sion turned his head and greeted her with a warm smile. She then invited him to dinner. At the table, Sion gazed at the food, lost in thought. Hyunho's mother had prepared a feast, urging him not to be shy and to eat his fill. When Sion heard her command to eat, his facial expression changed. He started to devour the food like a wild beast, driven by an instinct to comply with the care of someone he now sees as his parent. The mother then gently suggested that if he ate all of that in one go, he would get indigestion, and she instructed Sion to drink some water. Sion followed her advice, downing the water with a hearty gulp and letting out a satisfied burp afterward. He thanked her for the meal, and she smiled, happy to see him after such a long time. Sion's mood turned serious as he asked about Hyunho's condition. She assured him that the surgery went smoothly and that Hyunho was doing fine. She was hopeful for his recovery, confident that despite the challenges, Hyunho would overcome them. But then, her strength seemed to crumble. Her hands started to shake, and tears flowed freely. She sobbed, feeling weak compared to her son and helpless as a mother. Her heartfelt wish spilled out. She wanted to destroy everyone who hurt Hyunho, especially Yusef's father, and tear them all apart. Sion stayed quiet, watching Hyunho's mother sob. As she turned around to apologize for her sudden outburst, Sion was already gone. Nightfall settled over the Byung-woo construction company. Inside the building, Yusef's father concluded a presentation, pleased with the third quarter results. Raising his glass, he thanked everyone for their hard work acknowledging that Byung-woo Construction had come this far because of their dedication, even after the bankruptcy of their parent company. Among the crowd of employees stood a burly man who had beaten up Sion earlier. He gazed at his empty glass when a waiter in a black suit approached, offering wine. Just as the man said, "Pour some more," the waiter smashed the bottle right over his face. The bottle shattered upon impact, shards of glass flying everywhere. The man stumbled back as Sion smiled and told him he could now drink to his fill. Trying to gather himself, the man went for a counterattack, but Sion was ready. He shoved the broken glass he was holding into the man's hands like handing over a pair of gloves. Shocked by Sion's swift movements, the man looked at his hands, surprised to see glass covering them. But by then, it was too late. Sion swung his leg and kicked the man in the face. Sion grabbed some forks and knives and hurled them at the guards with deadly precision, each one hitting its mark perfectly. It didn't take long for everyone to realize something was wrong. Before anyone could react, several of the black-suited guards were already down, and people began screaming about a blonde boy who had caused all the chaos. The mention of a blonde-haired kid struck a chord with the company director as he watched his employees getting slaughtered. Meanwhile, Sion was hiding under a table, knife in hand. As he lifted the cover, he recalled the principles he had learned at the church, the good children of Dead Mansion. The first principle, a parent's words are absolute. Sion zipped past everyone, slicing through them as if they were nothing more than cucumbers with his tiny knife, adhering strictly to what he had been taught. He couldn't ignore the tears and pleas of the mother who wanted to destroy everyone who hurt her son, including Yusuf's father. So, he's doing exactly what he's been told. Sion grabbed a tablecloth filled with cutlery, and as the men rushed toward him, he threw it at their faces. The weight of the cloth and its contents crushed them, leaving them screaming in pain. As the men stumbled, Sion swung a small table at them, then stood on top of it, pressing his weight down on the fallen men. Just then, a knife flew past him from behind. Sion ducked quickly, and the knife hits one of the black-suited guys in front instead. The one who threw the dagger is the same man with the black gloves, and he's impressed with Sion's reflexes. With a penetrating gaze, he's surprised to see that the arm he was sure he broke is still working. The man declared that this time he would break Sion's arm properly. Before he could finish putting on his black gloves, Sion grabbed his hand and punched him hard across the face. Expertly locking the man's arm, Sion coolly told him to watch closely. This is how to break someone's arm. Twisting the man's arm, he felt the bones crack as the man groaned in pain. As the man sprawled on the ground, a bullet zipped past him. Sion turned slightly to the shooter with a menacing stare. The shooter, Byung-woo, stood on the first floor, looking disappointed for missing his shot. Sion quickly raised his hand and called out that it's tough to hit from that distance unless one is a real pro. Byung-woo, intrigued, asked how he knew and whether he was a pro himself. Walking towards Sion, Byung-woo asked who the boy was. He mentioned hearing that Korean boys these days are into something called a crew, and asked if Sion was part of one. Sion responded that he didn't know what the heck that meant, but if Byung-woo was asking which crew he belonged to, then he proudly stated he was with the Hyunho snack shop. The mention of Hyunho snacks rang a bell for Byung-woo, and he promptly asked if Sion was referring to that smelly alleyway junk food place. With a sneer, Byung-woo shoved the gun barrel right between Sion's eyes and asked if the woman had tipped him off to kill him. Sion, with a menacing gaze, stated that Byung-woo was absolutely wrong because all she had said was to tear and crush him. Surprised by Sion's words, Byung-woo tried to figure out what he meant. With lightning speed, Sion disarmed the man who held the gun to his forehead. Then, he proceeded to punch him. Before Byung-woo could fall, he grabbed hold of Sion's waistcoat, calling him a bastard and questioning if this was revenge for the snack shop mother and son. Sion punched him again, stating this wasn't revenge or retribution, but the first principle. That one punch was enough to scramble Byung-woo's brain, and with Sion's final blow, he hit the ground, his face a bloody mess, nose and mouth bleeding from the impact. Sion made it clear he wasn't there to assist anyone. He was just following his parents' absolute commands. With that, he turned to walk away, while Byung-woo on the ground kept ranting about how he should have taken Sion out when he had the chance, regretting not sticking to his own motto of leaving no work unfinished. The man vowed that next time he would kill them all. Sion grabbed the man's gun, aimed it at the chandelier, and told him to stop blabbering about pointless stuff. He fired a bullet, causing the chandelier to snap and crash down, crushing the man. As he walked away, Sion muttered the third principle: if there's a threat to a parent's safety, resolve the situation by any means necessary. Shaking his head, he muttered how both the father and son were really just the same. Back at the hospital, the nurse asked Yusuf if he was feeling any discomfort. Covering his face with his hand, he retorted that it should be obvious he was in pain. The nurse mentioned she'd heard school violence could be intense these days, but she'd never seen anyone as badly hurt as him before. Yusuf lifted his hand and peeked at the nurse. However, she wondered aloud if the kid who hit him must have been a real expert at fighting. Even for high schoolers, this was pretty extreme. As she squatted down to pick up her things, Yusuf observed her closely. She grabbed a syringe and, with a piercing gaze, asked Yusuf what he had been discussing with his father earlier about some 3 principles. Noticing the strange color of the injection, Yusuf questioned what the heck she was about to inject him with. Rachel then pulled off her mask, laughing as she reassured him not to worry. She stated that as long as she only used half, he wouldn't die. Sitting next to Yusuf, she leaned forward, pressing her arm against his chest, and questioned him again about the absolute 3 principles. Yusuf winced in pain, closing one eye and gritting his teeth. Rachel leaned forward, locking eyes with Yusuf, and asked if he knew what the 3 principles meant. Yusuf stared back, intimidated by Rachel's dominating gaze. Yusuf yelled that he didn't know what Rachel was talking about and demanded she get out of his room. That's when Rachel ripped off her wig and stopped playing games. She straightforwardly demanded if Yusuf knew a boy named Sion. Rachel is known as a disciplinarian for Dead Mansion, specializing in disguise, infiltration, interrogation, and of course, torture. Sometime later, Rachel stood at the scene where Joseph's father had met his end, speaking on the phone. She informed the director that they had a problem. Codename Sion had used force. As she stared at the pile of corpses, she relayed this information to the priest. The priest stood up, placing one hand on his desk, unable to believe Sion would resort to brute force. Rachel stepped on a guard who had barely survived, stating that she had tracked Sion and arrived at the location, but he had already left. Moreover, many seriously injured adult men were at the scene. Even if it was Sion, this should have been impossible due to the 3 absolute principles. She crouched down and carefully examined one of the bodies. "This doesn't make sense," she muttered. "Nothing like this has ever happened in the history of Dead Mansion." The director gnawed at his finger, grasping the gravity of the situation tied to the 3 absolute principles. He opened the cupboard where records of the good children were stored. As the door swung open, books tumbled off the shelves, and one fell open, revealing a picture of unknown children with a red, "Sold Out" stamp across it. He informed Rachel that if Sion was indeed breaking the 3 absolute principles, something was gravely wrong. The director began to contemplate the possibility that these weapons they sold at the Dead Mansion might disregard their orders and turn against them instead. Picking up a book from the shelf, he ordered Rachel to change their objective. Rather than capturing Sion, she needed to investigate him first. "Keep a close watch on him and find out if he really used force without permission," the priest ordered. Rachel understood her assignment. She pressed down harder on the injured guard beneath her foot. While on the phone with the priest, she glanced away as 2 unfamiliar men approached. The 2 men offered their support, suggesting that if she needed any assistance in Korea, the White Tiger workforce would be at her service. One of the men, who was bald and combing his remaining hair with a small comb, smiled at Rachel. The other, larger man, wearing glasses and smoking, also glanced at her. The larger man asked how an elementary school student could cause such a massacre. Still combing his hair, The smaller man noted that dealing with this situation would make him lose even more hair. As Rachel walked towards them, she informed the priest that she had made contact with the smoker and the bar-coated head. She assured the priest that she would begin observing Sion immediately. Rachel ignored both of them, walking straight past while still fiddling with her phone. The two men watched her as she left. The burly man pondered over Rachel's attire, noting that a black latex suit seemed inappropriate for a nun. The bald man, pointing with his comb, remarked that Rachel was Russian and, like his wife, was more open-minded. The next day, Rachel arrived at Sion's school in disguise. After completing her preliminary investigation, she had determined that Sion was enrolled here and that his supposed parents were actually fictitious identities. As she walked through the school, she casually waved at a passing student. Rachel's curiosity about Sion was piqued. She was eager to discover what he was up to and learn everything about him. Smiling to herself, she gently touched her lips with her fingers, thrilled to see how much Sion had changed over the years. Rachel couldn't help but gush over Sion as she reminisced about their past. He had been the standout among all the children she'd trained, mastering every weapon with exceptional skill. She marveled at how independent and confident he had become. Peering through the classroom window, Rachel saw Sion slouched in a chair, a smug grin on his face. Sion was chatting with his classmates about Joseph when he suddenly clasped his hands in a mock prayer position and began imitating Joseph's pleas for mercy. Rachel's eyes widened in surprise as she questioned whether this arrogant blonde boy was truly the Sion she once knew. The other boys watched with growing disappointment as Sion continued to boast, dismissing Joseph's strength. Suddenly, the boy behind Sion, clearly irritated, stood up and complained that Sion was being too noisy and disturbing his rest. Sion's jaw tightened as he turned to face the annoyed boy. Both boys rose to their feet, and Rachel, observing from the window, couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Both boys locked eyes, and Rachel wondered if this was a battle for hierarchy, reminiscent of the fights at the Dead Mansion. Those were struggles to establish dominance and strength. She found it amusing how Sion even tried to challenge her back then. Whenever Sion fought his peers, he always emerged as the strongest. However, as soon as the fight began, the larger boy delivered a single blow that knocked Sion to the ground, leaving him curled up and defeated. It was clear who the strongest was. Rachel was confused, her eyes twitching at the sight. Sion was getting kicked by the bigger boy, desperately trying to shield his face. Frustrated, Rachel bit her lip and resolved to continue with her disguise later inside the classroom. Rachel then proceeded to read aloud from a book, pretending to teach the class. As she did, she began to understand Sion's motive a bit more. She realized that he couldn't carelessly show off his strength if he was trying to hide his true identity. She turned slightly, locking her eyes on Sion, pondering whether he was still under the influence of the three principles. She knew she had to observe him more closely. Sion seemed to be concentrating as he scribbled something in his textbook. When he looked up and fixed his gaze on Rachel, she knew he was different. She recalled that back at the Dead Mansion, the good children weren't only strong but also intelligent. Sion was always the most outstanding child. She remembered how he was able to solve puzzles while the rest of his peers struggled. Rachel walked toward Sion, closing her eyes and placing a finger on her lips while holding a couple of textbooks in her other hand. She thought to herself that Sion might be able to hide his powers, but he couldn't conceal his brilliance. Opening her eyes, her lips curled into a smile. Sion should at least try to conceal his intelligence if he wants to blend in, especially when she is teaching. When Rachel glanced at his notebook, she noticed a childlike drawing of stick figures, depicting the moment he hit Joseph with the fire extinguisher, accompanied by the words, "This is when it gets rough." Looking at Sion's work, Rachel was left dumbfounded. Sion held two pens between his fingers, intently concentrating on his drawing. "What do you think you're doing? This is class," Rachel exclaimed, striking Sion on the head with the two books she was holding. After class, Rachel retreated to the staff bathroom, sitting on the toilet with her arms resting on her knees and her face buried in her hands. She was in disbelief over what had become of Sion. In frustration, she removed her disguise and looked up with a blank expression. It was hard for her to accept that her beloved Sion she once knew had turned into such an ordinary child. Hugging her knees with her feet drawn close, she chewed on her thumb, reflecting on the oddity of the situation. Despite his familiar appearance, she couldn't detect a trace of the elegance that once defined him. With her eyes closed and her hands pressed against her head in frustration, she recalled the drawing Sion had made in class. She questioned whether it could all be a coincidence. Refusing to believe that the immature child before her could be the Sion she knew, she struggled to reconcile the two. Standing up with a resolute expression, Rachel announced, "Change of plans. This is no longer just about protecting the three absolute principles." She pulled her hair into a tight ponytail and left the bathroom. Transforming her disguise into that of a high school girl with long brown hair and glasses, Rachel was determined to uncover the truth about whether this child was truly the Sion she once cherished. Sion paused at the traffic light, gripping the strap of his bag with one hand and rubbing his head where Rachel had struck him in class. He grumbled about the lingering pain, musing that teachers usually don't hit that hard. Meanwhile, Rachel, concealed in her disguise, stood a few feet away, watching him intently. Unaware of her presence, Sion continued to ponder the unusual severity of the teacher's strike. Rachel, now only inches away from Sion, observed him closely. She resolved that if this boy wasn't the real Sion, he would face severe consequences at her hands. Suddenly, a woman called out to Sion. He turned slightly and made eye contact with her. It was Hyunho's mother, carrying 2 grocery bags. With a bright smile and a joyful expression, she was delighted to see Sion. She asked if he could help her carry the bags. Sion walked over to her at a relaxed pace, extending his hands to help carry the bags. Rachel observed closely, noting the change in his demeanor. As he assisted her, Hyunho's mother invited him to join her for tteokbokki. Rachel kept a watchful eye from the corner, puzzled by the identity of the newcomer and the sudden shift in Sion's demeanor. Sion, laughing, accepted Hyunho's mother's invitation to join her for a meal. At Hyunho's shop, Sion eagerly devoured the food prepared by Hyunho's mother. As she cooked rice, she turned slightly, closed her eyes, and smiled, gently advising Sion to eat more slowly. Meanwhile, Rachel sat beside him, staring blankly at the skewered meat she was holding. Rachel watched the mother closely, recalling Joseph's mention of her. Joseph was the one who had put her son into a coma. As Rachel held the skewered meat, she shifted her gaze to Sion, who was now eating slowly. She couldn't fathom what connection he had with Hyunho's mother. Rachel continued to watch Sion, feeling increasingly disgusted by the sight of him. The longer she observed, the more her irritation grew. Rachel focused intently on Sion, grappling with whether he could truly be the Sion she knew despite the identical face. As she took a bite of the skewered meat, she let out a scream, causing both Sion and the elderly woman to turn and face her in alarm. Rachel's face turned red as she stuck out her tongue and waved her hand, claiming the meat was too spicy and asking for some water. Sion, still eating his meat with a fork, cast a curious glance at Rachel. The old woman closed her eyes and handed Rachel a bottle of water, remarking that she couldn't handle spicy food. Rachel, still sticking out her tongue and sweating, gratefully accepted the bottle. Meanwhile, Sion continued to eat his spicy food, observing the exchange between them. Rachel closed her eyes, sweat still streaming down her face, and took a gulp of water. She found spicy food torturous and wondered how anyone could enjoy it. In her mind, those who ate such fiery dishes must be crazy. Rachel brought her hand to her mouth, thinking that Koreans must have a high tolerance for spice. She mused that such fiery food should be considered poison, or even an assassination attempt. Sion, with a knowing smile, remarked that she should have eaten more slowly, teasing her for being so clumsy. Rachel fixed her gaze on Sion, her thumb pressed against her lips and veins bulging with visible irritation. The remark had clearly struck a nerve, and she seethed with the desire to kill him. She vowed silently to herself that she would make him pay. Rachel remembered the first time Sion tried spicy food. She had held his hand, her face etched with concern, as he tasted it for the first time. His reaction had mirrored her own, unable to handle the intense heat. Recalling Sion's low tolerance for spicy food, Rachel thought to herself that he must be struggling if he's still in Korea. After quenching her own discomfort with water, she glanced at Sion's hand. His fists were clenched and visibly shaking. The old woman beamed at Sion and asked how he liked the food. Sion closed his eyes and smiled, giving a thumbs up as he declared that it was delicious. Rachel, observing their interaction, could see through his lie and knew he wasn't being truthful. Rachel took another sip of water, wondering why Sion was so eager to eat everything the old woman served. He could have easily refused her food if he didn't want it. As she reflected on their interaction over the past 30 minutes, starting from when the old woman asked Sion to help with her bags, and he complied, to when she invited him to eat, and he accepted, Rachel's eyes widened. It became clear to her that Sion must view this old woman as a parental figure. The old woman asked Sion if he could help her carry some boxes. With a smile, he readily agreed to lift the heavy load. Rachel, watching this interaction, realized that Sion followed the old woman's every request without hesitation. Given his adherence to the 3 principles, this level of obedience seemed surprising even for him. Rachel observed that it was implausible for Sion to act so obediently without some form of command. The only plausible explanation was that someone had instructed him to target Byungwoo Construction, and the most likely candidate for this order was the old woman. According to the Dead Mansion's first principle, a parent's words are absolute. Rachel concluded that Sion must regard the old woman as a parental figure, which explained his compliance with her commands. With this realization, everything seemed to fall into place. Rachel handed the old woman some money for the food, and the old woman smiled, saying she would need a moment to find some change. As the old woman turned her back to Rachel, Rachel seized the moment to test her theory. With swift precision, she hurled a sharp stick at the woman, but Sion was quicker. He raised a fork to intercept the stick, preventing it from reaching the old woman. Sion leapt off the stool behind him, using his right hand to steady himself on the counter. With the fork still in his left hand, he lunged toward Rachel. She couldn't help but smile wickedly, her eyes widening and cheeks flushing red as Sion's hand edged closer to her mouth. The stool behind the old woman toppled, startling her. She spun around, only to find that both Rachel and Sion had disappeared. Notably, Rachel had left without taking her change. The Dead Mansion's third principle for good children states that if a parent's safety is threatened, one must disregard the principles and resolve the situation. Rachel smiled as she gripped the wooden skewer stick, preparing to take a jab at Sion. Rachel's eyes were locked on Sion as she aimed to stab him. Sion swiftly dropped his left shoulder, causing her to miss her mark, though her attack managed to leave a scratch on his cheek. Reacting quickly, Sion attempted to counter with a punch, but Rachel raised her arm just in time to block it from reaching her face. Sion and Rachel clashed head-on, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. Sion seized her wrist, halting her attack, and demanded, "How long are you planning to keep following me around?" Rachel's eyes widened, and a dark smile spread across her face as she realized this was indeed the real Sion she knew and cherished. She was thrilled to see him again after such a long time. Sion stared at her with a stern expression, still gripping her wrist. Rachel found it odd that he was following the old woman from the snack shop as if she were his parent. There was no way that a shabby snack shop owner could be a client of Dead Mansion. Sion looked surprised. He didn't know what she was talking about. He hadn't caused a big fuss and didn't expect her to find him so quickly. As he spoke with Rachel, she suddenly ducked, uninterested in further discussion. Planting one foot firmly on the ground, she grabbed Sion, twisted her body, lifted him into the air, and slammed him onto the floor. With a loud slam, Sion closed his eyes and gritted his teeth in pain. Rachel, now sitting on top of him, moved her hands towards his stomach and insisted he should return to the Dead Mansion. Touching his hair affectionately, Rachel leaned forward with a stern gaze and stated that many clients were waiting for him. Reflecting on his memories of the dead mansion, Sion recalled how he had outperformed his peers at every level. Back then, he was known as Sion Park. He also remembered a woman with her eyes hidden by black hair who gave him that name when he got hurt. Sion, now confused, wondered aloud why that particular memory had resurfaced. Rachel, still sitting on top of him, didn't understand what he was saying and asked him to repeat it. Regaining consciousness, Sion realized Rachel was sitting on him and swiftly headbutted her in the nose. Rachel screamed, closing her eyes in pain. She leaped off Sion, her right hand covering her mouth while her left hand was partially outstretched as she slid backward. Rachel stared menacingly, her hand and nose covered in blood. She pressed her thumb on the right side of her nostril and blew out the blood. She noted that Sion wasn't going to come back quietly. However, by the time she looked up, Sion was no longer there. Sion ran through the back alley, incredulous that the dead mansion would send Rachel to capture him. Visions of the black-haired woman resurfaced. He still didn't know who she was. With a steely gaze, he pressed forward. In Russia, dark clouds gathered above the dead mansion. The priest, visibly annoyed, was on the phone with Rachel. She informed him that she had lost sight of Sion, prompting the priest to question how she could have let that happen. Rachel rushed into the women's public restroom, pushing aside an elderly woman who was about to enter. She quickly locked herself in a cubicle, informing the priest that she had let her guard down for just a moment. She locked the door and hung her high school blazer on the hook before starting to unbutton her shirt. Still on the phone with the priest, she informed him that she had discovered who was controlling Sion. It was the old woman, connected to the three principals. As she tilted her head to the right, blood from the headbutt with Sion smeared across her nose. She removed her white school shirt, revealing her pale skin marked with scratches across her arms, chest, and shoulders. From what Rachel had observed, it appeared that Sion viewed the old woman as a parental figure. The priest set his phone on the table and put Rachel on speaker, propping his left elbow on the surface and resting his chin on his hand. He finally grasped that Sion was following the old woman's commands. He asked Rachel if it was even feasible for the old woman to intentionally manipulate the three principals. Rachel adjusted a new mask with her left hand and informed the priest that she needed further confirmation, though it didn't seem likely at the moment. The priest, maintaining a serious expression and still resting his hand on his chin, instructed Rachel to investigate the old woman first. As Rachel opened the toilet door, the elderly woman she had pushed aside shouted at her, insisting that she was in line first and that a young woman like Rachel shouldn't cut in. However, when the old woman turned to look at Rachel again, she realized that Rachel was no longer a young woman. Rachel, now in a gray coat and purple blouse, had traded her brunette hair for a short gray cut. Sporting sunglasses, she walked past the old woman, who could only stare back in stunned silence. The priest leaned back in his chair, resting his elbows on the chair arms and interlocking his fingers. He explained to Rachel that there were two methods to retrieve a good child from their parents. The first approach was to confront Hyunho's mother and request that she stay away from Sion. Rachel, now disguised as an elderly woman, approached Hyunho's mother, adjusting her sunglasses with one hand. She told the old woman that due to her frequent business trips, she hadn't been able to keep a close eye on Sion. With a fork in hand, she stabbed a piece of spicy meat and remarked that Sion couldn't handle spicy food. Hyunho's mother looked down, unable to meet Rachel's gaze, clearly unaware that Sion couldn't handle spicy food. Rachel smiled, watching the old woman with a calculating expression. The first method to reclaim a good child is to instill enough guilt in the guardian that they willingly relinquish their claim. Rachel was determined to make this old woman feel the weight of her control over Sion. The old woman, still staring at the ground with her hands tightly clutching her apron, seemed overwhelmed. Rachel stood up and declared that Sion would heed her commands, emphasizing that the old woman must take responsibility as an adult. Placing a firm hand on the woman's shoulder, Rachel urged her to instruct Sion that if he ever appeared again, she should command him to return to the dead mansion. As Rachel walked away, the old woman paused. her silence indicating that she had understood Rachel's message. However, she soon clenched her hands into fists and resolutely declared that she would not comply. Rachel, taken aback by the old woman's refusal to release Sion, turned to face her. The old woman continued, explaining that Rachel's frequent business trips meant she was unaware of Sion's current situation. Without making eye contact, she asked Rachel if she had truly observed Sion's face or his clothing, and whether she understood the nature of his school life. Rachel turned away, her smile fading. The old woman observed that Sion often wore disheveled clothes and had a dirty face. Whenever she inquired about it, he would smile and say he had simply fallen. Initially, she accepted this explanation, believing it to be typical behavior for a growing boy. The old woman began to cry, recalling how her own son used to offer the same excuses whenever he came home with messy clothes and unkempt hair. She couldn't bear to see Sion end up like that, so she found herself taking care of him whenever she could, despite not realizing how deeply she had become involved. The old woman clenched her fist with determination and declared that Sion needed a guardian because she couldn't bear to see him end up like her own son. She insisted that if Rachel was too busy, she would be more than willing to take on the responsibility of watching over him. Rachel turned to the old woman, locking eyes with her and shaking her head slightly in disagreement. She firmly stated that she could not accept someone like her to care for Sion. The old woman, bowing her head, regretfully informed Rachel that she couldn't comply with her earlier request. Rachel, her frustration rising, gritted her teeth and clenched her fist. After leaving Hyunho's residence, Rachel headed to a nearby back alley. She contacted the priest to report that her initial attempt had failed. It turned out that the old woman was more stubborn than anticipated and refused to relinquish her claim over Sion. As Rachel changed out of her clothes and disposed of them in a nearby bin, she relayed the details of the encounter to the priest. The priest replied, acknowledging that the situation was unfortunate, but emphasizing the need to resolve it discreetly if possible. He instructed Rachel to move on to the second phase of their plan. With a determined and steely expression, Rachel adjusted her t-shirt, preparing for the next step. Rachel tore off her t-shirt and explained that the second phase involves retrieving a good child from their parents by returning them to the dead mansion in the event of the parents' death. She confirmed to the priest that the new target was now the old woman. Rachel walked into the convenience store, wearing a black cap and jacket. She positioned herself a few feet away from the old woman, who was picking up a bag of onions, completely unaware of her presence. Rachel gripped a detonator in her hand, which had two buttons, one red and one black. With her thumb hovering over the red button, she glared at the old woman, silently cursing her for taking Sion away from her. Rachel pressed the red button, causing the device in the back of the store to explode. The blast rocked the rear of the store, and civilians turned in horror as the explosion unfolded. The store's sprinklers activated, and Hyunho's mother turned in shock. Behind her, Rachel stood with her cap shadowing her left eye, her right eye fixed menacingly on the old woman. Holding a gun, Rachel was poised to shoot, determined not to let the old woman take on the role of Sion's guardian. Rachel fired the gun, but Sion leaped into the path of the bullet, intercepting it with a frying pan. The pan deflected the shot away from the old woman, protecting her from harm. Rachel's wicked smile widened as she watched Sion deflect the bullet. The impact caused him to stumble back a few feet. Staring at the frying pan, he realized he had seen a similar scenario in a video game and decided to try it out. To his surprise, it actually worked. Dropping the frying pan, Sion approached Rachel with a fierce gaze, his right hand clenched into a fist. While he had anticipated that she would come after the old woman, he hadn't expected the bombs and the guns. This was excessive. Rachel's eyes locked onto Sion's as she declared that he should not interfere with her plans. She was determined to free him from the old woman's influence. The old woman began to cough, closing her eyes and covering her mouth. Her coughing drew Sion's attention away from Rachel to check on her. Meanwhile, with a deadly glare, Rachel aimed her gun at the old woman's back once more. Sion leaped backward, attempting to knock over the heavy shelves to create a barrier between himself and Rachel. Seeing this, Rachel darted to her left to avoid the falling shelves, gritting her teeth as she raised her pistol closer to her face. Rachel peeked out to check if the old woman was still there, but to her surprise, it was Sion. He kicked her hand, causing her to release the gun. She then pulled out a short knife strapped behind her back. Though she wanted to take Sion back to the dead mansion without harming him, her eyes locked onto Sion, and she knew she would have to hurt him. Rachel moved swiftly, slashing at his belly. Blood splattered to the ground, or so it seemed. In reality, it was just the tomato ketchup tin he was holding that got punctured in the process. With a fierce look, he knew he couldn't let Rachel leave unharmed. Sion tossed the ketchup tin away, causing her to lose her balance and lose her weapon. He quickly tried to smash her with his knee, but she ducked, questioning whether Sion could really take her down, given her extensive training. Rachel kicked his feet out from under him, sending him crashing into the shelves. Fighting should be a means to an end, she thought, considering this a supplementary lesson for him. Rachel crouched down in front of him, pulling out another knife from behind her back. With a piercing gaze, she asked him what the purpose of this fight was. Meanwhile, Hyunho's mother was trying to make sense of the chaos when she noticed a small child on the floor, crying desperately. Amid all the commotion, he was sobbing for his mom. The old woman rushed over, asking if he was hurt. The boy, his face buried in his hands, said he couldn't find his mom. Turning to face the old woman with tears in his eyes, he explained he didn't know where she was. The little boy asked the old woman if she could help him find his mother, all the while clutching a knife in his left hand. Sion, slightly puzzled, questioned what she meant by the purpose of this fight. Ignoring him, she swung her knife at him. He rolled to his right, narrowly avoiding her attack. He jumped away, creating distance between himself and Rachel. They stared at each other with intense concentration, while Rachel readied her knife to strike again. She lunged at him, swiftly aiming her knife for a strike. However, Sion twisted his body, leaning back slightly and raising his hands to deflect the blow. He held Rachel's wrist, asked what her plan was. With unwavering focus, she replied that her goal was to free him from the old woman. As she pressed the blade closer to Sion's face, He tried to fend her off while glancing at the old woman to his left. Rachel, switching the knife to her other hand, warned him not to get distracted in the middle of a fight. She swung her knife at him once more, this time managing to leave a shallow cut on his cheek as he narrowly dodged the strike. He stepped back, realizing that fighting Rachel with just his hands was too much. He picked up a couple of tin cans and threw them in her direction. Rachel deftly dodged with the knife, declaring that as long as she dealt with the old woman, Sion would soon be back under the control of the dead mansion. After all, to them, they were merely labeled as products. She lunges at him, locking eyes with him as she brandishes a knife in her left hand, declaring it's time for them to return to the dead mansion. But Sion steps back, and with a swift motion of his right hand, hurls a bag of flour at her. With a swift slash of her knife, Rachel sliced the flour bag in half, sending a cloud of flour billowing around her, obscuring her vision like a thick fog. Sion was no longer in front of her. His presence vanished. She quickly covered her mouth with one hand to avoid inhaling the flour. As she strained to see through the haze, a sharp object suddenly came into focus before her. It was Sion, his expression serious as he extended his arm, holding a pair of scissors. He aimed to strike her, but Rachel swiftly dodged to the right. The attack narrowly missed, grazing her cheek and slicing a few strands of her blonde hair. Rachel leaped back, holding her short knife defensively in front of her. Sion, now armed with a pair of scissors in each hand, lunged at her again, but missed his target. Their battle continued as Sion swung his scissors with force, only for Rachel to swiftly duck beneath the attack, her knife still poised and ready. She laughed, gripping the knife tightly, her eyes locked on his. "This is the real Sion I've been waiting for," she said with a grin. Just as she was about to strike, her attack was suddenly halted. She glanced down to see Sion's scissors locked tightly around her knife, stopping her in her tracks. She realized that his grip on the scissors was unwavering. With a swift motion, he ducked beneath her, reminding her of how she had once labeled Sion and the others as mere products. Rachel's eyes widened in shock. Seizing the moment, he gripped her arm, lifting her into the air before slamming her into the shopping cart. Gritting her teeth, Rachel glared back at Sion. But Sion, unfazed, continued, saying that his so-called family at the dead mansion was waiting for him. With a cold stare, he questioned her, asking who would dare call their family products. He then kicked the shopping cart, sending it hurtling toward the others. Rachel's eyes widened in shock as the cart collided with the rest, crashing into them with force. He then wedged the shopping cart into the others, trapping Rachel inside. As he walked away, one hand in his pocket and the other partially out, he remarked that Rachel was just another product for the dead mansion. Rachel, trapped in the cart, screamed after him. The little boy, clutching a knife in his left hand, asked the old woman if she could help him find his mother. Concerned, she asked the boy if he was all right. The old woman asked where his parents were and, placing a hand on his shoulder, turned away to search for them. Seizing the opportunity, the boy drew the knife, intending to finish off the old woman. Suddenly, Sion appeared, rushing toward the old woman. Nearly losing his balance, he asked if she was all right. Hyunho's mother, noticing his disheveled clothes, inquired why he wasn't at school and wondered if he had been hurt again. The boy quickly shifted his gaze to Sion, furtively tucking his knife behind his back. Upon seeing Sion's face, the boy instantly recognized him as the legend of the dead mansion, codenamed Sion Park. He realized that if Sion was here, it meant Rachel had failed to keep him away from the old woman. After ensuring the old woman was all right, Sion turned to the boy and asked who he was. The old woman then explained that the boy had lost his mother and suggested they take him away from the area. Sion crouched down beside the boy, resting his elbow on his knee, and asked if the boy knew his parents' phone number. The boy, with tears streaming down his cheeks, looked up at Sion, taken aback by the question. The boy looked down, avoiding his gaze, and replied that he didn't know his parents' phone number. He then considered that confronting him would be too risky at the moment, so he decided to focus on targeting the old woman instead. The boy picked himself up, stretching out his hands, and ran toward the old woman, tears in his eyes as he pleaded for her help in finding his mother. Sion, with a blank expression, noted that the boy had completely ignored him and directed his attention solely to the old woman. The boy thought he could exploit the old woman's motherly instincts to get closer to her. However, Sion placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, stopping him from reaching her. He then lifted the boy, cradling him like a baby, and with a playful smile suggested he shouldn't cry anymore. Sion's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he leaned in and whispered in the boy's ear that he should have learned by now that naive-looking kids are often despised. With a menacing gesture, Sion pointed his hand, shaped like a gun, at the boy's neck. He told the boy that he needed to have a conversation with the director and asked if the boy had the direct line, noting that he had lost it a long time ago. The boy, visibly shaken, gripped his knife tightly. The boy replied that he didn't understand what Sion was talking about. In response, Sion swiftly struck the boy's neck, knocking him unconscious. As the knife dropped from the boy's hand, Sion remarked that young boys shouldn't be handling such weapons. The knife clattered to the ground, startling the old woman. She turned to Sion, asking if he had heard anything. Stepping over the knife, Sion smiled and replied that he hadn't heard a thing. Noticing that the boy had fallen asleep, the old woman commented on it, and Sion responded that he must have been very tired. As they left the store, the firefighters attended to the injured. The old woman wondered where the boy's parents might be. Noticing that the boy had a phone on him, Sion suggested he could make a call to find them. In the dead mansion, the phone rang, waking the director from his bed. Rubbing his forehead, he wondered who could be calling at such an early hour. He draped his robe over his shoulders, and with one hand leaning on his desk, answered the call. The caller was Sion, who greeted the director. Hearing Sion's voice, the director's eyes widened and a smile spread across his face, clearly pleased to hear from him. Despite his happiness, he was puzzled about why Sion was calling this number. Sion, however, brushed off the director's confusion and sarcastically remarked that the director had sent him a huge present. With the boy still unconscious, Sion told the director that he was foolish to think sending Rachel and the boy to capture him would be easy. The director scowled, questioning how Rachel and the boy, Eugene, could have lost to Sion. This blow to his pride stung deeply. Sion, undeterred, remarked that no matter how many people the director sent after him, the outcome would always be the same. He challenged the director to keep trying. The director, lifting his head and looking up, speculated that Sion had merely fled. He questioned Sion, wondering if he planned to confront the dead mansion directly. Sitting inside Hyunho's shop, Sion responded to the director, suggesting that if the parents' safety was at risk, they should disregard the principal and focus on resolving the situation. With a serious expression, Sion continued speaking to the director on the phone. He stated that, according to the third principal, he would treat the dead mansion as a threat and take decisive action to resolve the situation. The director fell to his knees, a menacing smile on his face. Assuming a prayer position, he clutched the phone with both hands and looked up, thanking the Lord for blessing him with the purest and most beautiful child he had ever seen. He marveled at Sion's unwavering commitment to the three principles. Still holding the phone close, the director agreed to Sion's demands with one condition. Eugene must be returned to the dead mansion before they would cease pursuing the old woman. Sion, standing by the shop door and gazing outside, responded that Rachel could come to collect the boy after an hour. The director rested his forehead on the phone, closed his eyes, and smiled in disbelief at Sion's purity. As his robe slipped from his shoulders, he hoped for a reunion with Sion, whom he considered a true treasure. Sion tapped Eugene on the head, waking him up. The boy quickly jumped up and reached behind his back for his knife. However, Sion closed his eyes and placed a hand on his hip, calmly stating that the boy needn't bother searching for the knife. It had been taken away long ago. Placing a plate of food on the table, Sion demanded that the boy sit quietly and eat. He observed that Eugene had probably not eaten anything. Eugene glanced at the plate, questioning who would want to eat such food. Moments later, after the food was quickly devoured, the boy's smile disappeared. As Sion and Eugene walked down the grimy alley, Sion glanced at the boy and asked if he liked the food. Eugene closed his eyes and replied that it wasn't good at all. With a smug smile, Sion placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, not believing his claim, given how Eugene had been devouring the food just moments earlier. With his arm around the boy, Sion looked up and saw Rachel standing at the top of the stairs. She fixed her intense gaze on them, her left hand behind her and her right hand clenched into a fist. With a commanding tone, she called out to Eugene, demanding that he come to her. Fearful, Eugene complied and walked toward Rachel. As he did, Sion called out to him, extending his hand with a bag of food and suggesting he take it with him. Sion smiled as he lifted the bag of food, noting that Eugene seemed to like it. Rachel shifted her gaze toward Sion, commenting that he appeared too relaxed and reminding him that she still hadn't given up on him. As she turned her back on Sion and walked away with the boy, Rachel remarked that she would visit him soon. Watching them leave, Sion called out to Rachel, reminding her that Eugene is at an age where he should be eating plenty of food. As Sion turned to walk away, Rachel commented that things would have been much simpler if Eugene had taken care of the old woman. Eugene, unable to meet Rachel's gaze, looked down and apologized for his mistake. As Sion walked away, he overheard Rachel mentioning that Eugene would be disposed of upon returning to the dead mansion, causing him to pause. She continued, remarking that they should have eliminated useless children long ago. Eugene stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Trembling as he held Rachel's hand, Eugene apologized once more. However, Sion turned around, his eyes obscured by his blonde hair, and called out to the boy. With a smile, he held out the bag of food and asked one last time if the food really tasted good. The boy turned, tears streaming down his cheeks, and confirmed that the food was indeed good. Walking toward Rachel and the boy, Sion remarked that Hyunho's place had really good food. Rachel slightly turned her head, her eyes hidden beneath her cap. With a smile, Sion then asked the boy if he wanted to come back with him to Hyunho's shop. The ownership rights of the dead mansion's well-behaved children belong to the buyers, their parents. However, if the parents die, ownership reverts back to the dead mansion. Eugene sat on a bench, his hands resting on his knees. An unfamiliar woman approached him, holding an expensive purse. She informed him that from today, she would be his mother. He looked back at her and simply replied, "Okay." When a child fails to protect their new parent, they are readopted and sent to another family. This cycle continues until they succeed. Eugene was the only child who had been readopted multiple times. Eugene walked a few steps behind the director, who, with his hands clasped behind his back, asked how many times it had been already. He held up 4 fingers and said it was the 4th time. The director, however, reprimanded him, saying it was a rhetorical question. The director turned to face Eugene, looking down at him and remarking that he could continue to profit by repeatedly sending him to new families. Crouching down, the director placed a hand on Eugene's shoulder and told him that he had failed to protect his parents 4 times already. He emphasized that this was the greatest disgrace in the history of the dead mansion. The director warned that if this continues, he would have no choice but to dispose of him. Eugene's eyes widened in horror at the words. The director, partially rising with one hand on his knee and the other still on Eugene's shoulder, looked at him through the shadow of his glasses. He asked if Eugene knew what happens to children who are disposed of, as gravestones loomed in the background. He stressed that Eugene must become more useful. Out of the corner of his eye, Eugene glanced down at the countless gravestones behind them. The director, now standing and looking down at Eugene with a serious expression, informed him that he was being given an opportunity. He needed to go to Korea and assist Rachel in retrieving Sion. If Eugene didn't want to be disposed of, he would have to prove his worth. In the present moment, Rachel looked down at Eugene and informed him that he would be disposed of immediately. He had failed his mission once again, and this was why the dead mansion got rid of useless children from the start. Still holding Rachel's hand, Eugene looked up and muttered, "Disposed?" Fear filled his eyes as he realized he couldn't let that happen. He had to prove his worth. Desperately, he asked Rachel for one more chance, just one more opportunity to make things right. Rachel glanced down at Eugene with a serious expression and repeated, "A chance?" Unable to meet her gaze, Eugene looked down and apologized. A few feet away, Sion called out to the boy. With a smile, Sion stood with one hand in his pocket and the other holding out a bag of food, asking Eugene one last time if the meal wasn't tasty. Rachel closed her eyes and smiled, then whispered to the boy that she would give him one final chance. Eugene glanced back at Sion. Opening her eyes with a menacing smile, Rachel demanded that Eugene kill Sion's parent, the old woman. As Sion placed the bag of food down, Eugene watched with a tear in his eye, knowing this was his last chance. Tears streamed down his cheeks as Eugene told Sion that the food was actually delicious, but deep down, he knew he had to kill the old woman. Sion smiled and fixed his gaze on Rachel, flexing his wrist in preparation for the fight. She turned slightly, smiling as she met his stare, aware that he still saw her as a threat. But she wondered if the third principle should still apply. Sion approached Rachel and the boy, as Rachel placed her hands on the boy's shoulder. She reminded Sion of the deal he had made with the director, return Eugene to them, and they would leave the old woman alone. Rachel's cap shaded her right eye, but with the other, she locked eyes with Sion. With one hand on his hip and the other partially extended, Sion smirked at them and said that, while he had agreed with the director, Eugene mentioned the food was delicious. This made Eugene tense up. Sion added that Eugene had been a regular customer for a while now, so he couldn't help it. Rachel, understanding his point of view, leaned in slightly toward Eugene's ear. Sion, with his hand still on his waist, watched them, looking puzzled. With her eyes hidden beneath her cap, Rachel kept her hands on Eugene's shoulders and, with a smirk, told him to go with Sion, saying this was his last chance. Standing tall, Rachel locked eyes with Sion and told him the deal was off. She would go after the old woman again. Gripping the boy's wrist, Sion responded that she could do as she pleased. Eugene held Sion's hand and looked up at him as Sion repeatedly assured Rachel that he would do everything in his power to stop her. The scene shifts to Eugene and Sion in the old woman's shop. Seated at a table covered with various plates of food, Sion rested his left hand on the chair and looked at the boy, asking why he was there. The old woman, puzzled, asked what Sion meant by why. Smiling, she brought a plate of food to their table, reminding him that he had promised to look after the boy for a day. However, Sion looked down, gritting his teeth. Sion, holding knives and forks in his hands, looked up at the old woman and explained that they didn't want to take advantage of her hospitality. However, Hyunho's mother reassured him, saying it was fine. She doubted whether Sion and the boy could even cook properly on their own, and added that she was happy to care for them. Otherwise, she'd just get bored, so this arrangement was good for her as well. Holding another bowl of hot food, she smiled and remarked how fascinating it was to think that Eugene was a friend of Sion's mother. Nervously, Sion partially covered his face with his hand and glanced at the boy. The old woman suggested that Sion might as well stay over since no one was at home. Sion, raising his hand slightly, responded that it wasn't necessary. The boy then interrupted, thanking the old woman and asking if they could be excused. Eugene stared intently, thinking to himself that he couldn't miss this opportunity. As she handed a bowl of rice to the boy, she asked for his name. The boy responded, "My name is Eugene." Sion ruffled his hair and turned his gaze away, thinking that this was really too much. As he looked around, he realized this was the first time he had ever entered Hyunho's house. Sion glanced around, taking in every detail, the windows, the wet sneakers, until a closed door caught his attention. He asked her if that was Hyunho's room. She looked at the door and confirmed that it was, then asked why he wanted to know. Without looking at the old woman, he asked if he could go in, speaking as if in a trance. Sion opened the door to Hyunho's room, finding the lights off. As he stepped inside, he saw that it was just an ordinary room, the kind you'd see in dramas or movies. It reflected the usual everyday life, filled with normal dreams, efforts, and a typical happy family. Perhaps it was because Sion had longed for those things so much that he never got to experience them, an ordinary, normal family like the one Hyunho had. Hyunho should have been in this room, enjoying the simple, ordinary moments that brought happiness. As he held the picture of Hyunho and his mother, Sion knew he shouldn't have just stood by. Eugene wiped his mouth with a cloth and thanked the old woman for the meal, thinking to himself that now, with Sion away, this was his chance. The boy remarked that the omelet was the best food he'd ever had. She smiled and gently corrected him, saying it wasn't an omelet but a rolled egg. Eugene mentioned to the old woman that he had a few questions for her. She smiled and asked what he wanted to know. Eugene placed his hands behind his back and asked her if she had any other family besides Hyunho, such as a husband. Gently touching her hand, she pondered how to explain Hyunho's father to a young boy. With a smile, she decided to say that the heavens truly needed him, and unfortunately, she had to let him go. Looking down, Eugene replied that Hyunho's father had become a family member in heaven. Clasping her hands together, she said that was a lovely way to put it. Eugene went on to say that her son couldn't become part of a family anywhere, which surprised the old woman. He added that a weak loser, a useless child, can't become anyone's family. The old woman, shocked, asked the boy what he was talking about. Eugene, still looking down, replied that a family is where you constantly prove your worth and demonstrate to each member that you're valuable. If you don't, you're just a burden consuming resources. Slamming her hand on the table, she exclaimed that this is not how a family should operate. Eugene looked up at the old woman and asked how a family should operate. Before she could respond, Sion grabbed the boy from behind, lifting him off the chair. With his eyes closed and a smile, he asked if Eugene was finished eating. Gently swinging Eugene away from the old woman, Sion asked if they could sleep in the living room. However, she insisted that Hyunho's room was empty and that they should sleep there. Sion politely declined, saying that the sofa would be fine for him and suggested that Eugene sleep on the floor. As night fell over Hyunho's flat, Eugene lay awake, pouting. Sion slept soundly on the sofa beside him, and Eugene was surprised that Sion had actually made him sleep on the floor. He got up and looked ahead, noticing that Hyunho's room was slightly open with the lights on. Gently pushing the door open, he peeked inside and saw the old woman resting her head on the desk, her fingers lightly touching the picture frame. He found the old woman strange, yearning for a child he considered useless and smiling kindly at strangers like him, even though he hadn't proven anything. He remembered the director's words, that he needed to become someone useful, that a useless child could never be part of a family. But the old woman seemed to believe otherwise. Eugene pulled the gun from where it was tucked under his shirt. A trembling hand grips the cold metal of a gun, the barrel aimed at Hyunho's mother, who is peacefully asleep in a desk chair, her fingers gently resting on a framed photo. The dim light casts long shadows across the room, highlighting the internal battle raging within Eugene. His eyes are hard, filled with a desperate determination. He tightens his hold on the weapon, driven by a deep, aching need to prove himself, to become the family member he has longed to be, someone indispensable, someone needed. Yet the weight of his resolve is heavy, teetering on the edge of doubt. The door is quietly shut, as Sion suddenly materializes beside Eugene. His presence is as cold and unyielding as the steel walls around them, and his piercing gaze bores into Eugene, cutting through the tension like a blade. With a voice devoid of warmth, Sion asks, "Is this the decision you've come to, Eugene?" The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken consequences. Eugene's grip on the gun tightens, his knuckles whitening as doubt creeps into his mind. His heart races, pounding in his chest as his hands begin to tremble. Desperation clouds his judgment, and in a burst of panic, he swings the gun towards Sion, his voice cracking as he yells, "Don't resist, Sion!" He squeezes the trigger, expecting the explosive recoil that would signal the end of their standoff, but instead, there's nothing. Silence. The gun remains inert, a cold, lifeless piece of metal in his shaking hands. Confusion flashes across Eugene's face. A slow, knowing smile creeps onto Sion's lips as he watches Eugene's growing horror. With deliberate calm, Sion raises his hand, revealing a handful of bullets gleaming in his palm. "Did you really think I wouldn't notice?" he asks, his tone tinged with a mix of disappointment and amusement. "While you were sleeping, I took the liberty of emptying your magazine." Eugene's eyes widen in shock as the realization dawns on him. His mind races, trying to piece together how Sion could have known, how he could have been so careless. Sion walks slowly, his expression hardening as he steps closer, his presence looming over Eugene like a shadow. "You're far too relaxed, Eugene," he chides, his voice now edged with steel. "You should have noticed the weight difference when you picked up the gun. If you had, you might have realized it was empty." Eugene, his frustration mounting as the gun fails him, reaches into his coat and swiftly pulls out a knife. The blade catches the dim light, gleaming menacingly as he tightens his grip. With a snarl of rage, he lunges at Sion, his movements wild and desperate. But Sion, ever calm and composed, sidesteps the attack with practiced ease. His hand snaps out, seizing Eugene's knife-wielding wrist in a firm grip, and in one fluid motion, he uses Eugene's own momentum against him, shoving him hard into the closed door behind them. Eugene stumbles, the impact rattling the door. He tries to steady himself, his free hand fumbling for the door handle, but in his frantic state, he loses his balance and crashes through the door, tumbling into the adjacent room. Sion follows closely, his eyes flicking quickly to assess the situation. The room they've entered is dimly lit, with Hyunho's mother asleep in a chair, her breathing deep and even, completely unaware of the violent struggle unfolding just a few feet away. As Eugene scrambles to his feet, his eyes blazing with fury dart towards Sion, ready to continue the fight. The tension is thick in the air, each man poised for the next move. But Sion, recognizing the danger of their surroundings, urgently hisses, "Eugene, calm down. Be quiet. Don't wake her." His voice is low but firm, pleading with Eugene to consider the innocent woman sleeping peacefully amidst their chaos. For a brief moment, Eugene hesitates, his gaze flickering towards Hyunho's mother. But instead of calming him, the sight of her only reignites his rage. His mind twists with dark thoughts, and in a sudden, terrifying shift, he redirects his fury towards her. He turns sharply, knife in hand, and charges at the defenseless woman, his intentions clear. Sion reacts instantly, his instincts kicking in as he snatches a tie hanging from a nearby clothes hook. With quick precision, he loops it around Eugene's leg just as he begins to move. With a sharp tug, Sion pulls the tie taut, yanking Eugene off balance and sending him crashing to the floor. The fall is hard, but Eugene is undeterred. In one swift motion, he slices through the tie with his knife, the fabric giving way easily under the sharp blade. Eugene rises, his eyes burning with a mix of anger and frustration. He glares at Sion, the knife still clenched in his hand, and reaches into his back pocket, pulling out another blade. The gleaming metal reflects the intensity in his eyes as he prepares for another attack, his entire body coiled like a spring, ready to strike. Sion, seeing the escalation, knows that words alone won't reach Eugene now. He steadies himself, gripping the remaining piece of the tie tightly, his muscles tensed and ready. The room is thick with tension as they face off, both knowing that the next few moments could determine everything. Hyunho's mother continues to sleep soundly, oblivious to the deadly battle that's brewing around her, unaware of how close danger has come. Eugene propels himself off the bed with explosive energy, soaring high above Sion, and launching an aggressive assault with both knives aimed directly at him. Sion, however, skillfully deflects both blades, using his tie as an improvised shield, and counters by forcefully hurling Eugene back. Undeterred, Eugene quickly regains his stance and faces Sion again, his eyes blazing with intensity. He lunges at Sion in a frantic, uncontrolled manner, shouting for Sion not to hold back and to engage him with full seriousness. Sion, maintaining a calm and detached demeanor, deftly evades Eugene's wild attack by moving to his left. With a smooth, practiced motion, he disarms Eugene by snatching one of the knives from his grasp, his expression remaining impassive as he acknowledges the need to fight Eugene with full commitment. In a moment of desperation, Eugene throws his remaining knife at Hyunho's mother, who is still asleep, hoping to create a distraction. Sion, reacting with lightning speed, intercepts the airborne blade with a decisive strike, halting its trajectory in midair. In a seamless maneuver, he appears next to Eugene, swiftly tripping his foot and causing him to crash towards the ground. At the very last moment, Sion catches the front of Eugene's shirt, ensuring that he does not hit the floor, thus avoiding any disturbance to Hyunho's mother's rest. Sion gazes coldly at Eugene and instructs him to get back up, asserting that their confrontation has barely begun and that Eugene must be prepared for the true challenge ahead. Eugene, fearful, grapples with the overwhelming difference in strength between himself and Sion, the legendary figure of the dead mansion. Sion taunts him again, menacingly urging Eugene to get up and continue the fight. Suddenly, Sion is struck on the head by a tightly rolled magazine, visibly hurt. Hyunho's mother stands over them, furious, demanding an explanation for the commotion. Sion quickly tries to downplay the situation, insisting they're not fighting, but Hyunho's mother is unconvinced. Eugene, knife in hand, sees an opportunity while Sion is distracted, but a chilling look from Sion freezes him in place, making him realize he's no match for him at the moment. Then, Sion's expression softens into a laugh as he wraps an arm around Eugene, insisting they aren't fighting. Eugene twirls his knife, playing along, saying it's all just a trick to calm Hyunho's mother. Skeptical, she warns Eugene not to fight with his family, still doubting their claim that they were merely training. Eugene, stunned, lowers his head, questioning aloud whether he truly belongs in this family. Sion, hands on his hips, reassures him, stating that since they share meals and sleep under the same roof, they are indeed family. Hyunho's mother gently pats Eugene on the head, offering comfort as he grapples with the shame of his actions. The doorbell rings, capturing the attention of everyone in the house. Hyunho's mother opens the door to find an unfamiliar blonde-haired girl standing there. The girl, dressed in a school uniform with a red shoulder bag and glasses, bows politely and introduces herself with a smile as Mary, claiming to be Eugene's sister. Beaming, she thanks Hyunho's mother for taking care of Eugene the previous night. As Sion approaches the door, Hyunho's mother introduces the girl to him, repeating that she's Eugene's sister. Sion, however, looks sarcastically amused at this supposed sister. Stepping outside, Sion confronts the teenager, demanding to know her true intentions. The girl, Mary, drops her innocent act, her expression twisting into a sinister smile as she reveals her purpose. She's here to take Eugene home, offering the safety of Hyunho's mother in exchange. Sion moves in close, his eyes cold and unyielding, and asks Mary who ordered Eugene to kill. Mary whispers that it was an arbitrary decision by Rachel, assuring Sion that he shouldn't worry since he stopped Eugene before any harm was done. However, Sion notices a knife strapped to the bottom of Mary's red bag and another to her right leg. He sternly tells her to get rid of them. Mary laughs, praising Sion for his sharp observation and reassures him that there's nothing to worry about, so long as he fully complies. Sion feigns a look of fear while maintaining steely eyes, and then calmly inquires what will happen if he refuses to comply. Eugene interrupts the moment, spotting Mary and exclaiming why she's only come now before they embrace. However, during the hug, Mary whispers that it seems he has failed and that the director will be greatly disappointed. Unfazed, Eugene tells Mary that she has ruined his plan, explaining that he was taking his time to integrate himself into the family. He knocks her arms away, frustrated. Mary questions if he's making excuses, but Eugene dismisses her, saying she's being absurd and that this mission is far from simple with the dead mansion's legend, Sion, guarding it. He remarks that Sion is ugly, stupid, and looks like a monkey, but admits that having fought him, Sion is a formidable opponent. Sion attempts to send Hyunho's mother away, but she insists on staying to say goodbye. Mary, meanwhile, agrees with Eugene's assessment, especially his comments about Sion's face, which irritates Sion. He again urges Hyunho's mother to go back inside. Mary finally concedes that she has disrupted Eugene's plan. She stands up with a smile, extending her hand, and tells Eugene he'll have another mission soon, so it's time to leave. Eugene takes her hand, and Mary bids farewell to Hyunho's mother and Sion before turning to go, leaving Eugene looking deeply saddened. As they walk away hand in hand, Hyunho's mother rushes to the door, shouting goodbye to Eugene and promising to make him an omelet next time he visits. Eugene glances back with a smile, quietly promising that he definitely will return. Hyunho's mother then tells Sion that she'll cook something delicious if he brings Eugene around again. Sion, with a dark look in his eyes, assures her that he definitely will bring him back. The scene changes to a bright sunny day at the entrance to Yeonhai Middle School, surrounded by greenery. The school features a brick gate with a green metal fence and a plaque on the gatepost with the name of the school. Behind the gate, there are trees with lush green foliage that partially obscure the view of the school building in the background. The building is modern, with large windows reflecting the bright daylight. The sky above is clear with some light clouds, contributing to a peaceful and serene atmosphere. Inside the principal's office, a tense discussion unfolds between the principal and Hyunho's mother. The principal, with a somber expression, apologizes for the delays in addressing the incident with the school violence committee. He explains that the parents of the perpetrators have agreed to offer compensation and that the students responsible will face suspension. Hyunho's mother, her face heavy with sadness, reluctantly agrees, understanding the difficult position, but still feeling the weight of the situation. The principal then slides a file across the desk toward her, containing the names and pictures of the students involved. As Hyunho's mother begins to flip through the file, her expression abruptly shifts to one of shock and disbelief. Her eyes widen as she stares at one of the pictures, unable to comprehend what she is seeing. She quickly looks up at the principal, her voice trembling as she asks, "Why is this picture here?" She repeats the question, her tone growing more insistent and confused as she holds up the photograph. The image shows a young Sion, sporting spiky hair and dressed in a school uniform blazer. The principal appears caught off guard by her reaction and hesitates before responding, unsure of how to address her sudden alarm. A Gothic church-like building characterized by a tall tower topped with a large cross. The architecture is ornate, with detailed windows and pointed arches, giving the structure a historical and ominous appearance. The sky is overcast with dark clouds, adding to the moody and atmospheric setting. The windows of the building are illuminated, suggesting that there are lights on inside, which contrasts with the otherwise dark and brooding exterior. A white-haired priest stands tall, facing an ornate window with his hands clasped behind his back. A phone rests on an open book atop a plinth behind him. He questions the person on the phone about how this situation could have occurred. Rachel, disheveled and unkempt, is shown sitting in a chair, holding a gun in her right hand and a phone to her left ear. Her white shirt is unbuttoned and slipping off her right shoulder, paired with loose black trousers and a black bodice-like top with bare feet. She apologizes to the priest, addressing him as Director. Behind her, Eugene sits as Rachel informs the director that she sent him to kill the old woman. But, looking at Eugene with disdain, she calls him a useless child who failed to carry out even a single order correctly. The director angrily shouts through the phone at Rachel, telling her that she completely missed the point of his question. Confused, Rachel asks what he means, as she sits in a sparse but modern gray room with a single plant on the table in front of her. The director, lifting the ornate gold cross from his chest, reminds her that his order was to retrieve Eugene and leave the old woman alone. His fingers, adorned with large, ornate rings and stylized tattoos, tighten around the cross as he yells that Rachel instead ordered Eugene to kill the old woman. Rachel, looking concerned for the first time, tries to explain, but the director cuts her off, questioning whether she is the one incapable of following orders. The director, with a cold and malevolent expression, grips the cross tightly in his right hand. His pince-nez glasses gleam, and an intricate gold watch with Roman numerals on his wrist catches the light. Rachel interrupts again, pleading that she acted for Sion's retrieval, while Mary, behind her, stares into her pink phone, surrounded by others scattered across the table. The director, pressing the cross to his forehead, sternly reminds Rachel that he holds promises sacred, and that in the eyes of the divine, only faith and trust matter. His unhinged smile reveals rows of gleaming silver and gold teeth, emphasizing his ostentatious appearance as he declares that faith and trust are paramount, and everything else is heresy. He warns Rachel to remember the consequences of acting impulsively and recalls the 3 absolute rules of the Dead Mansion: orders, director, promises. Rachel finishes the prayer, kneeling on her chair with an amen, as a large gold cross hangs on the wall nearby. Tentatively, she asks the director if he is giving up on retrieving Sion. He reveals that he already has a plan in motion, with Mary working on it. Mary is shown frantically typing on multiple phones, a wry smile on her face, as she enacts the plan. The director reassures Rachel that there are many ways to retrieve Sion without harming the old woman. The phones display a picture of Sion headlocking with Joseph as Mary continues to type rapidly, executing the director's strategy. Sion yawning, looking exhausted, with his bag slung over his left shoulder. He notices his classmates casting odd glances at him out of the corner of their eyes, which leaves him puzzled. He turns to the boy at the desk next to him and asks why the class is so quiet, wondering if there's an exam today, but the boy appears nervous and stays silent. Sion, now annoyed, wonders why no one is talking to him. From behind, Sion hears one of the 3 tattooed, hulking classmates ask if it's real, showing him a phone. Confused, Sion looks at the screen, which displays an image Mary had sent earlier to various phones, a picture of Sion headlocking Joseph. Sion examines the photo curiously, wondering where this crudely photoshopped image came from, and asks the hulking boy where he got it. The 3 boys exchange glances before suddenly bowing to Sion, admitting they were wrong all along, believing the rumor that Sion had been bullying Joseph, a rumor that has now spread throughout the school. Distressed and bewildered by this obviously false news, Sion protests. The hulking boy then shows another picture, this time of Sion standing in front of shirtless, tattooed gangsters. Sion tries to argue that the images are fake, but the boy reveals the final rumor, that Sion ordered Joseph to crush the Hyunho kid. Overwhelmed by the false accusations, Sion stands up to protest, but his classmates turn away, unwilling to listen. As Sion continues to protest, one of the hulking boys shoves a classmate aside and praises Sion for being extremely cool. When the pushed boy tries to reclaim his seat, the hulking bully threatens him, raising a hand to strike, but Sion intervenes, grasping the bully's hand. Sion diffuses the situation by laughing and inviting the bully outside to explain everything. As Sion walks away, his classmates watch uneasily, while Sion glances back with sad eyes. Casually, Sion asks the hulking boys if they smoke, making it clear he doesn't. The bully, puzzled by the question, follows. As Sion and the 3 bullies leave the room, The remaining classmates, who always thought Sion wasn't a bad guy, begin to reconsider their judgment. Sion and the three bullies are now in an alleyway, where they reveal that the images were shared in their group chat earlier that day by someone who quickly exited the chat afterward. Sion grew suspicious, thinking this might be a trick orchestrated by the dead mansion, but he's unsure of the motive. He lets out an annoyed sigh, frustrated that he's been exposed once again when all he wanted was a quiet life. He wonders if any other school would accept him for a transfer at this point. With a hardened expression, Sion starts to walk away, telling the bullies that he has no interest in getting involved in such childish games. He's already dealing with the adult world. His tone carries a subtle but clear warning as he advises the three hulking boys to keep this information within their group. The boys, thrilled at the idea of being part of a crew with Sion, eagerly agree, while Sion hides a smile behind his hand. As this unfolds, an old lady walking across the road catches sight of Sion and is visibly shocked to see him. Flashback to the principal's office, where the elderly woman insists that the image of the perpetrator cannot be Sion. She argues that the principal must be mistaken because Sion is a friend of Yunho. The principal, fumbling with his phone, shows her a photoshopped image of Sion headlocking another student and claims that Sion was also friends with Joseph. He expresses his concern to the old lady that Sion might be the instigator. Shocked, she learns from the principal that the school has been unable to contact Sion's parents and that he appears to have been poorly raised. The principal, sweating profusely, warns her that children like Sion can easily be led astray and that he doesn't trust him. As Sion descends a set of concrete stairs, he reflects on his hope that the hulking boys will keep their promise to keep the rumors to themselves. He chuckles at their surprising naivety, amused by how easily he deceived them. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices a faint silhouette and calls out, questioning if it is Mary. The shadow steps into view, revealing Mary with a smile, who remarks that she thought she was well hidden, but clearly misjudged the situation. She's dressed in her school uniform, complemented by a long white sweater and high boots. Sion reveals that it was the scent of coffee that gave her away, his irritation evident as he reminds her that this happened in front of Hyunho's house as well. Mary, still smiling, mentions she's disappointed that he could identify her scent so quickly. Ignoring her comment, Sion's expression grows more annoyed as he directly asks why she is making things more complicated for him. Mary bursts into laughter and playfully lifts her hair from her forehead, mimicking Sion's spiky hairstyle and parroting his earlier line to the bullies about not wanting to get involved in their childish games. Her imitation embarrasses Sion, who looks visibly annoyed at being overheard. Mary then admits that she was the source of the rumors and taunts Sion about his new status as the top bully at school. As Sion attempts to defend himself, Mary interrupts by placing her hand over her mouth and laughing heartily. She asks him if he enjoys seeing his classmates look at him with disdain, betrayal, or with cold, harsh glares. Mary's laughter takes on a malicious edge as she revels in the success of her scheme. Sion then questions Mary about the photos, asking if she was behind them as well. Mary confirms her involvement and eagerly seeks his opinion on their quality. Sion grudgingly agrees that the photos were well made, but describes them as crude. Mary blushes with pleasure at the compliment, but explains that the crudeness was due to limited time and resources. Sion, however, dismisses her explanation, accusing her of making excuses. Sion's expression shifts to one of disdain as he mocks Mary for her excuses. Without changing her serene smile, Mary swiftly opens her handbag and reaches inside. She fires several shots at Sion, who narrowly avoids them. The bullets strike the bag where he was standing only moments before, and a look of panic crosses his face as he dives for cover. Sion shouts at Mary, incredulous that she would resort to gunfire so casually, while Mary continues to shoot, her bullets chipping away at the edge of the building where Sion is hiding. His voice is filled with alarm as he questions the recklessness of her actions, wondering what would happen if he were to be hit because the orders should have been to retrieve him, not kill him. Mary maintains an angelic facade that belies her malevolent intent, responding to Sion's concern with a nonchalant tone. She remarks that she expects him to be able to dodge the bullets, and for the first time, her expression morphs into one of extreme malice as she venomously declares it would be better if he were discarded altogether. Mary eventually drops the handbag, now with a gaping hole in the front, and retrieves the gun, advancing towards the building where Sion is hiding. As she approaches the corner, Sion seizes the opportunity to snatch the gun from her grasp. Mary, however, maintains a vice-like grip on the gun and refuses to let go, even as Sion slams her against the wall. When she tries to knee him in retaliation, Sion successfully blocks the move. Undeterred, Mary draws a dagger from her leg holster and readies herself to stab Sion. She swipes at him with the blade, but Sion blocks her attack and traps her arm with his elbow, maintaining a composed demeanor throughout. He coolly questions whether the abandoned mansion is truly finished as he disarms her and forces her to the ground. Standing over her with a frosty expression, Sion says that he guesses she didn't expect something like this from him. Despite her position on the ground, Mary is unfazed and smiles up at Sion, revealing that she has not been incapacitated and still has plans of her own. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the chaos. The old lady, having just arrived, sees Sion during a violent struggle with Mary and gasps in shock. Her face contorts with pain and disbelief as she exclaims as to what on earth Sion is doing. She implores him, her voice trembling, to stop the aggression, clearly distraught by the scene unfolding before her. Mary, watching the old lady's reaction, smiles with a sense of satisfaction, pleased that her plan to tarnish Sion's reputation is succeeding. The old lady's distress grows as she witnesses the confrontation, her eyes wide with horror. In a voice filled with anguish, she screams at Sion, demanding to know if it was really him who hurt her son. Her question echoes with a mix of accusation and desperation, adding a layer of urgency to the already tense situation. Sion vehemently denies the accusation, but before he can defend himself, Mary bursts into tears and rushes towards the old lady, crying out for help. With tears streaming down her face, Mary embraces the old lady, who immediately checks to make sure Mary isn't hurt. Just as Sion starts to explain the truth, the old lady cuts him off, sternly shouting at him to stay still and be quiet. His face falls, and he stands frozen in place, deeply hurt by the command from the woman he considers a mother. Mary, still crying, tells the old lady that when she took Eugene home, she noticed bruises all over his body. According to Mary, Eugene confided that it was Sion who inflicted those injuries. The old lady recalls the times she saw Sion and Eugene training together, and the principal's warning that Sion couldn't be trusted. Continuing her story, Mary claims she confronted Sion, simply asking him what happened to Eugene, but instead of answering, Sion allegedly attacked her without warning. Horrified, the old lady steps protectively in front of Mary, shielding her from Sion, who she now believes is not the boy she thought she knew. Behind her, Mary hides a satisfied smile, knowing her plan is working perfectly. The dead mansion, bound by their promise not to harm the old lady, has found a way to destroy her trust in Sion without laying a hand on her. As Sion tries once more to tell his side of the story, the old lady suddenly slaps him hard across the face. The force of the slap and the hatred in her eyes stun Sion. With tears streaming down her face, the old lady denounces Sion, disowning him from their family and telling him never to return to their house. Internally, Sion pleads desperately, unable to bear these heartbreaking words. Mary, now smiling in triumph, knows the first phase of her plan is complete. The sound of black high-heeled boots echoes as someone new enters the scene. It is Rachel, disguised as an older, tall woman with gray hair, a haughty demeanor, and a beauty spot next to her left lip. She wears a large gray overcoat over a crimson dress, her long, meticulously manicured nails glinting in the light. Adjusting her large black sunglasses, Rachel confronts Sion, asking him what trouble he has caused this time. She coldly informs him that they will settle this matter when they return home. Sion, devastated, looks up in shock and dread, recognizing her presence as another twist of fate against him. We cut to a close-up of the director's gleaming metal teeth, a mix of gold, bronze, and silver grills. He cackles maniacally, shouting his congratulations to Mary for a job well done, his voice booming through the phone placed on a plinth in front of him. Suddenly, he falls to his knees, gazing up at an exquisite painting of a heavenly scene that hangs on the wall. The painting overlooks a large table draped with a white tablecloth, set with glasses of red wine and plates of food. 2 candelabras with lit candles cast a warm glow over the scene. Raising his hands to the sky, the director prays fervently, thanking Mary for her success. Meanwhile, we see Mary on the other end of the line, kicking her feet happily as she listens to the director, the backdrop of a skyscraper-filled urban night scene behind her. The director continues to lavish praise on her, calling the plan worthy of the dead mansion's top strategist. With a pleased smile, Mary graciously thanks him, twirling her hair as she listens to his compliments. He declares that the plan's success means Sion is finally coming home to the dead mansion. The call concludes with the director summoning Mary to return at once. Her expression shifts to one of seriousness as she agrees, ending the conversation. In front of Mary, we see Rachel and Sion seated at a table, with Sion voraciously eating. He stuffs his face with pizza in his right hand while twirling spicy cup ramen on a fork in his left, a tub of blue ice cream placed in the middle of the table. Rachel, wearing a mostly buttoned-up white shirt that reveals the black string of her undershirt, pours soup over her meal. She casually asks Sion if he's enjoying the food, noting that their appetites seem quite similar. Sion quickly rebukes her, stating that he's only eating because he's been ordered to, and that he strongly dislikes her odd food preferences, especially the mint and pineapple on the pizza. Rachel, with a wry smile, tells Sion to make sure he finishes it all. Inwardly, she's pleased that he's complying with her orders, feeling a sense of satisfaction that the dead mansion has regained control over him. Meanwhile, Sion, tears streaming down his face and lips swollen from the spicy ramen, desperately begs for some milk to ease the heat. A mechanical wheelchair rolls into the room where Rachel and Sion are eating, and a voice that does not hide its happiness comments that they've finally caught him. The man in the wheelchair is revealed to be Joseph's father, who asks how they're enjoying the apartment he provided. He is heavily injured, wearing a neck brace, with his right leg in a cast, and bandages covering his face and both arms. Rachel responds that the apartment isn't bad, to which Joseph's father snorts, noting that it's the most expensive penthouse in the area. Sion, with his mouth pursed from the heat of the food he's trying to soothe with ice cream, feels a spark of recognition towards Joseph's father. With a demented look in his eyes, Joseph's father says he's willing to pay any price if it means Sion is captured. Startled by a spark of recognition, Sion leaps from his chair and asks if Joseph's father is cosplaying, jokingly trying to guess who's behind the bandages. This enrages Joseph's father, who begins shaking with fury, causing blood to trickle from his nose as he seethes in anger. Before the situation can escalate, Rachel steps in, pulling out a compact submachine gun and threatening Joseph's father, reminding him that Sion is now under the protection of the dead mansion. In exchange, they've agreed not to harm Joseph's son. Joseph's father, stunned by the reminder, quickly reassures Rachel that he hasn't forgotten their deal, insisting that it's just business. He wipes the blood from his nose with a blue handkerchief, grumbling that Sion isn't the only one on his list for vengeance. Rachel casually walks over to him, dismissively telling him he's free to handle his other targets however he pleases. She then returns to the table, sitting down and fixing Sion with a malicious, almost devilish gaze, while casually waving the gun in her hand. She coldly reminds him that anything Joseph's father does, even killing the old lady, has nothing to do with the dead mansion. This revelation leaves Sion stunned. Furious, he demands to know what Rachel means by that. The old lady, hard at work chopping sushi in the restaurant, when a customer demands a portion of spicy rice cakes and a serving of fritters. As she prepares the order, her mind drifts to a memory of Sion, happily gorging himself on the food, excited to eat all the delicious dishes. The customer interrupts her thoughts, asking for another portion of what she's cutting. With a heavy heart, the old lady turns to prepare the food, her mind still on Sion. Her thoughts shift to the principal's revelation of Sion bullying another student, and she closes her eyes, forcing herself to believe that Sion is a bad kid who hurt her son, Hyunho. Lost in these painful memories, the knife slips from her hand, cutting into her thumb and drawing blood. The old lady cries out, dropping the knife and clutching her thumb to stem the flow of blood. The concerned customer looks over, asking if she's okay as he notices the blood pouring from the wound. The old lady, tears streaming down her face, insists that she's fine, assuring him that the bleeding will stop. However, the tears reveal the deep emotional pain she's struggling to contain. Distracted by her injury, the old lady doesn't notice as the customer quietly draws a knife from his pocket, gripping it so tightly that the veins in his hand bulge. Meanwhile, Joseph's father, with a twisted expression, reassures Rachel not to worry about the aftermath, revealing that he has sent a business partner to handle the situation. The so-called business partner, posing as a customer, raises the blade over the old lady's head, ready to strike as she answers a phone call. Suddenly, her eyes light up at the news she hears, and without a second thought, she dashes out of the restaurant, telling the customer he can eat as much as he wants and not to worry about the bill. Completely unaware of how close she came to being assassinated, she runs out, leaving the would-be attacker stunned. He shouts after her, asking where she could be going in such a hurry, but without looking back, she excitedly exclaims that her son Hyunho is awake. Hyunho lies in a hospital bed, his eyes finally open, but appearing incredibly fatigued. An oxygen mask is strapped to his face, and he looks drained. A doctor leans over him, gently asking if he's awake, while nurses move frantically in the background, recognizing that Hyunho has come out of his coma. Hyunho attempts to speak, but struggles to make a sound. The doctor quickly stops him, advising him to take it easy, reassuring him that speaking will be difficult at first, and he shouldn't push himself. The doctor then begins to question him, asking if he knows where he is and if he can remember anything from before he slipped into the coma. Hyunho strains to recall his memories, managing to piece together fragments of an argument with his mother. He remembers her standing there, hands clasped, looking sorrowful as she apologized for something that wasn't her fault. Overcome with guilt, he realizes he needs to apologize. Distressed, he reaches out and calls for his mother, his voice trembling as he tearfully pleads to see her. As if by a miracle, his mother's voice suddenly calls out from the doorway of the hospital room. She rushes to him, still in disbelief that her son is awake. The nurses and doctors try to stop her, noticing her bleeding hand, which she hasn't even tended to in her rush. But Hyunho, undeterred, reaches out to hold her hand and immediately begins to apologize, tears streaming down his face as he admits his fault. His mother, overwhelmed with emotion, leans over the hospital bed, clutching her son's hand tightly, sobbing loudly with relief and joy. Meanwhile, at the edge of the hospital room door, the assassin, who had been watching, pulls out his phone and calls Joseph's father, asking if he should eliminate both Hyunho and his mother now that they're together. Joseph's father, with a wide, unsettling smile, denies the request, declaring that the plan has now changed. Rachel, consumed by rage, hurls a table across the room. Her lip is bloody from biting it in fury, her face contorted into a twisted, demonic expression as she screams, clutching a gun in her hand. She howls in fury, demanding how anyone could dare to kidnap her, Sion. Sion, bound and gagged, struggling against two hulking henchmen holding him back. In front of him sits Joseph's father, still on the phone with the assassin, his eyes bulging with a crazed smile on his face. Joseph's father instructs the assassin to spare the old lady and Hyunho, revealing his intention to kill them in front of Sion, who can do nothing but watch, helpless and seething with anger. The White Tiger Job Center stands as a solitary gray building with an industrial vibe, characterized by its concrete or stone exterior. A basic air conditioning unit is mounted to the right side of the window. Inside, Rachel, now sporting a fresh scar on her forehead, sits apathetically, leaning forward. Beside her, Eugene, visibly nervous, sits with his back perfectly straight, hands resting on his knees. Rachel wears her hair down, paired with a black turtleneck, a gray blazer, and black mid-calf boots. They wait for someone who finally arrives, carrying 3 steaming cups of coffee. With a smile, the woman apologizes for being late and asks if they've been waiting long. Rachel, leaning back with an irritated expression, remarks that the secretary was slow and questions whether the coffee was really worth the wait. The secretary, a woman with long brown hair, glasses, and earrings, dressed in a smart business shirt and pencil skirt, also holds a clipboard. She apologizes again, explaining that she was tallying the market and Byungwoo Construction's HQ, which took longer because of the significant mess Rachel had caused. Handing Eugene a cup of hot chocolate, she advises him to drink it slowly, to which he politely thanks her. Rachel takes her coffee and dismissively comments that the secretary is being paid to handle such tasks and should act more professionally. The secretary sits down, scoffing at Rachel's remark, and questions the professionalism of causing chaos without considering the consequences, laughing as she covers her mouth with her left hand. Rachel, visibly annoyed, glances at her coffee cup and asks why she received a paper cup while the secretary sips from an ornate teacup. The secretary, still smiling, suggests Rachel review the resolved reports and mentions that Byungwoo Construction stated they wouldn't need any compensation, subtly inquiring how Rachel managed that. Rachel casually responds that it was nothing special, implying she had something both parties needed, highlighting that this is how a true professional handles business. Eugene, gripping his mug tightly, wishes he had stayed home. The secretary's voice seems to drift away, almost as if it's coming from a distance, as she remarks that the mess involving Byungwoo Constructions is no longer connected to their organization. Rachel, however, is fixated on her paper cup, a faint blush creeping up on her cheeks. She seems lost in thought, her eyes unfocused, as she absent-mindedly agrees with the secretary's statement. The secretary, noticing Rachel's distraction, contradicts herself, advising caution instead. This finally pulls Rachel's attention away from her cup, her gaze lifting slowly to meet the secretary's, her eyes still glazed over and unfocused. Eugene, who has been quietly sipping his hot chocolate, notices Rachel's demeanor and glances at her with mild concern. The secretary, her tone sharpens slightly, takes another sip from her ornate teacup, continuing her train of thought. She remarks that true professionals should engage with other professionals, not with delinquents, her smile darkening as her face is partially veiled by shadows. There's a sinister edge to her words as she questions whether Byungwoo Constructions can truly be trusted and whether they are worthy of being considered real business partners. This pointed comment jolts Rachel from her reverie, her dazed expression giving way to one of sudden alertness. Eugene watches the exchange closely, sensing the tension between the two women. Rachel, now more aware, narrows her eyes slightly, the earlier blush fading as she processes the secretary's implications. The air in the room grows thick with unspoken challenges, and Rachel's posture straightens, her fingers tightening around the paper cup as she tries to regain her composure. Rachel, consumed by rage, hurls a table across the room. Her lip is bloody from biting it in fury, her face contorted into a twisted, demonic expression as she screams, clutching a gun in her hand. She howls in fury, demanding how anyone could dare to kidnap her, Sion. A nondescript gray van speeds down the highway, its engine roaring as it barrels through the traffic. Inside, Sion, bound and gagged, struggles futilely against the grip of 2 massive henchmen restraining him. Across from him sits Joseph's father, his head tilted slightly in surprise as he observes Sion. With a mocking tone, he remarks how pathetic Sion seems without orders to follow, almost as if he's nothing more than a puppet. Joseph's father wheels himself closer, revealing a 3rd henchman sitting to the side, his arms in a sling. With a sudden yank, Joseph's father grabs a fistful of Sion's hair, pulling him forward and sneers, asking if he is now just a dog of the dead mansion, unable to act without their commands. Scratching his chin thoughtfully with his free hand, Joseph's father muses aloud, wondering if Sion's current state is the result of brainwashing. As he turns his wheelchair away from Sion, a sinister smile spreads across his face. He chuckles darkly, sharing that he's come up with an amusing idea. He'll buy Sion himself and order him to kill the old woman at the restaurant. The thought sends him into a fit of maniacal laughter, echoing through the van's interior. Behind him, Sion thrashes violently against his restraints, rage burning fiercely in his eyes. Noticing Sion's expression, Joseph's father wheels back over, his laughter fading as he leans in close. He coldly chastises Sion, telling him not to make such faces, as the real pain hasn't even begun. With a chilling whisper, he promises to tear the old lady and her son apart right in front of Sion's eyes, forcing him to watch helplessly, powerless to act without orders. As blood trickles from his nose once more, Joseph's father casually wipes it away with a handkerchief, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Sion's face contorts with an intense fury, his eyes filled with a terrifying anger as he listens to the vile plan. Joseph's father meets Sion's gaze with an empty stare and reminds him coldly that he had warned him. He will kill them all. In the hospital room where Hunho has just woken from his coma, the soft glow of the overhead light casts a warm hue on the scene. Hyunho's mother, seated beside his bed, skillfully peels an apple with a sharp knife. Her hands work with practiced ease, but the cut on her thumb catches Hyunho's eye. Concerned, he asks how she hurt herself. She brushes off his worry with a gentle smile, insisting it's nothing serious. Despite her reassurance, Hyunho struggles to sit up, his leg encased in a thick green cast, as he insists on getting bandages for her wound himself. His mother stops him, urging him to rest, promising she'll get the bandages herself. Hyunho, determined, mentions that the doctor advised him to increase his mobility for a faster recovery, but his mother, with a bittersweet smile, insists on taking care of it. Her smile fades into a moment of sad reflection as she notes how stubborn Hyunho is, just like his father. She exits the room, leaving behind the comforting atmosphere of the hospital room for the eerie stillness of the hallway outside. The lights seem dimmer than before, and the corridor is unnervingly quiet, devoid of any nurses or doctors. Her calls for assistance echo unanswered in the darkness. Suddenly, from the shadows, a henchman with glasses, one of Joseph's father's men, emerges silently behind her. Before she can react, he delivers a swift, brutal strike to the back of her neck, and she crumples to the ground, unconscious. The sound of her body hitting the floor is a dull thud, resonating through the empty hallway. The henchman glances back at the room, his lips curling into a sinister smile as he meets Sion's furious gaze. Sion watches helplessly from the bed, his body rigid with anger, yet unable to act. The thug sneers, mocking Sion's inability to do anything without orders, before disappearing into the shadows. The sliding door to Hyunho's room creaks open, and Hyunho, still smiling, assumes it's his mother returning. He cheerfully asks what took her so long, but his smile fades as Joseph's father steps into the room instead. The man's presence is ominous, his figure framed by the doorway. With a cold, unsettling smile, Joseph's father apologizes for the delay as he casually wipes a fresh trickle of blood from his nose. He then introduces himself, his tone dripping with malice, as Joseph's father. As he speaks, a group of henchmen silently files into the room, their imposing figures surrounding the bed. Joseph's father's gaze shifts to Hyunho's injured leg, still bound in its cast. He comments with feigned concern on the injury, noting that it must have been painful. He taps the cast lightly, but there's a carelessness in his gesture that makes it clear he doesn't care if it causes Hyunho more pain. He then coldly remarks that he had instructed Joseph to finish the job properly, not leave it half done, and now he has more work to do. His smile widens, though he hides it poorly as he wipes his nose again, the blood still flowing. The henchmen close in around Hyunho, their shadows swallowing the light in the room. Hyunho, once filled with hope at his mother's return, now stares in terror, realizing the grim fate that may await him. A shiny, high-heeled boot striking the ground with force. Rachel, who agrees with the secretary's earlier assessment, she should never have trusted those bastards. Dressed in a sleek black catsuit layered under a long black trench coat, she exudes lethal elegance. In her hands, she grips a long grappling gun, which she aims with precision and fires above a hospital window. The grappling hook secures itself, and as the mechanism tightens, Rachel smirks, preparing for her daring entry. Inside the hospital, a henchman hears a sudden noise and turns toward the window, but before he can react, Rachel is already zipping toward him at lightning speed, her smile widening with anticipation. She crashes through the window, shattering the glass and catching the henchman off guard. With a fierce scream, she demands to know how they dared betray the dead mansion and take her Sion. Her face contorts with a mix of rage and disgust as she surveys the room. Joseph's father, seated calmly in his wheelchair, greets her arrival with a sinister smile, seemingly unfazed by her fury. Rachel wastes no time in attacking. With fluid motion, she slashes at the calf of a nearby henchman, her blade slicing through flesh as she grins with satisfaction. Another henchman lunges at her with a knife, but she easily dodges his attack and retaliates, her blade cutting deep into his side. As a third henchman grabs her from behind, he prematurely celebrates his capture, but Rachel's smile only grows wider. She taunts him by telling him that if he likes hugging her so much, he should try this before slamming her head backward into his face, crushing his nose with a sickening crunch. As he releases her in agony, she grabs his collar and hurls him into another henchman with effortless strength. Displaying incredible athleticism, Rachel follows up by kicking both men through the broken window, sending them plummeting to the ground below. Seeing his men fall so easily, Joseph's father becomes visibly concerned. Desperate to regain control, he orders one of the remaining henchmen to grab Hyunho and continue with the plan. The henchman quickly scoops Hyunho over his shoulder and rushes toward the exit, but before they can escape, Rachel bursts through the door, her bloodied blade still in hand. She stabs another henchman in the stomach with a swift motion, yanking the blade out with a flourish. Turning her attention to Joseph's father, she demands to know where Sion is, her voice dripping with venom. As Joseph's father begins to wheel himself out of the room, the glasses-wearing henchman steps in Rachel's path. With a menacing smile, he snaps his fingers, summoning a dozen more henchmen who had been lurking in the shadows. They emerge, brandishing an assortment of weapons, blades, machetes, hatchets, and knives, surrounding Rachel in a tight circle. A chainsaw revs up, its menacing roar echoing through the halls. Rachel surveys the situation, her eyes narrowing as she notes how outnumbered she is. She mutters that they are like roaches, her voice dripping with disdain. Calmly, Rachel lifts her hands above her head, tossing her blade aside. The henchmen think they've won, but she remains unafraid, her eyes gleaming with a dangerous edge. She coolly says that they've brought some interesting tools, before flipping back the tails of her long coat to reveal 2 compact submachine guns holstered at her sides, and that maybe it's time she used hers. In one fluid motion, she draws the guns and unleashes a hail of bullets, mowing down the henchmen in a deadly spray. Some fall immediately, clutching bullet wounds in their legs and torsos, while others narrowly avoid the onslaught. Among the survivors is the chainsaw-wielding henchman, who remains untouched. As the smoke clears, Rachel stands tall, unbothered by the carnage around her. The glasses-wearing henchman, however, isn't so easily intimidated. He laughs mockingly, asking if she really wants to play with guns. Sion, still bound, watches in horror as the henchman's cast suddenly shifts, revealing a hidden gun inside. A shot rings out, and Rachel flinches as blood blooms on her thigh, a fresh wound marring her leg. She glares at the henchman, fury blazing in her eyes. The henchman taunts her, warning that his next shot will be aimed at her head. Before he can make good on his threat, Sion, seething with rage, removes the bit between his teeth and challenges the henchman. He demands to know if they are planning to kill Rachel. The henchman barely has time to respond before Sion lunges at him, breaking free of his captors with surprising speed. In an instant, Sion knocks out the 2 henchmen holding him and delivers a powerful punch to the glasses-wearing henchman, leaving him stunned. The henchman, shocked at Sion's sudden movement, stammers that there were no new orders given. Sion, his eyes cold and filled with deadly intent, reminds him icily that he is still under the dead mansion's control. Sion declares that the henchman threatened a trainer of the dead mansion, and that makes him a threat. The henchman's expression shifts from surprise to fear as he realizes that Sion has been reactivated. Rachel, still reeling from her injury, is stunned to see Sion moving so quickly and decisively. As Sion prepares to face the remaining henchmen, who are now armed with knives and machetes, he locks eyes with them, his anger and determination evident in every tense muscle. The standoff intensifies, setting the stage for an explosive confrontation. Sion, his voice cold and commanding, declares that by threatening a trainer of the dead mansion, the henchman has violated the third principle, making him an immediate threat. Just as he finishes, a henchman attempts a sneak attack from behind, but Sion's reflexes are too quick. He grabs the assailant's wrist with one hand, and with the other, delivers a crushing punch to the face, sending a tooth flying. Sion smirks and remarks that he should have held on tighter as the henchman stumbles back, clutching his now bleeding mouth, whining about the lost tooth. Sion sneers at the henchman's pathetic whimpering, taunting him for acting like a baby. With a swift follow-up, Sion lands another blow, knocking the henchman to the ground. The impact leaves the man unconscious, his body sprawled out cold on the floor. Meanwhile, the other henchman, momentarily distracted by Sion's unexpected activation, gave Rachel a crucial opening. As she watches the chaos unfold, a thought crosses her mind. If Sion isn't receiving orders from anyone, could it be that he's fighting to protect her? The idea brings a blush to her cheeks, and for a moment, she gazes at Sion with a mix of admiration and affection. As a bat-wielding henchman takes a wild swing at Sion, he ducks effortlessly, causing the bat to strike another henchman square in the jaw. Rachel's thoughts linger on Sion's possible feelings for her, making her heart race as she watches him move with deadly precision. Sion quickly dispatches another henchman with a brutal elbow strike, but the danger isn't over yet. A scream alerts him to a pipe-wielding attacker charging from behind. Sion nimbly evades by leaping onto the reception desk, the wild swing missing him by inches. In a flash, Sion counters with a powerful upkick that connects with the attacker's jaw, sending him reeling. Sion, now fully in control of the situation, searches for a weapon to finish off his adversaries. His eyes lock onto a table behind the desk, littered with syringes. Without hesitation, he rolls over the desk, grabs a handful of syringes, and turns to face the oncoming henchman. They mistakenly think he's retreating and rush after him, but their confidence quickly turns to terror. Sion, moving with astonishing speed, drives one syringe into a henchman's eye, the man's scream of agony echoing through the hall. As the man writhes in pain, Sion mockingly removes the syringe caps with his teeth, spitting them out with a menacing grin. Now armed with 4 syringes in each hand, he flexes, ready to unleash hell on the remaining enemies. With a swift, acrobatic leap from the table, Sion hurls the syringes in a fanning motion, each one finding its mark in the flesh of his opponents. One of the henchmen, pulling a syringe from his arm, lets out a vengeful scream, but Sion is already upon him, grabbing his face and slamming it hard into the ground. Surrounding Sion are several henchmen still standing, brandishing knives and other deadly weapons, their faces twisted in fear and anger. Suddenly, the chainsaw-wielding henchman roars for everyone to get out of the way. He revs the motor, the terrifying sound filling the room, and steps forward, confident that his brutal weapon will end this fight. He glances back, momentarily taken aback by the sight, as the chainsaw-wielding maniac laughs, revving the motor louder in a show of intimidation. Sion takes off running, the relentless rev of the chainsaw close behind, creating a cacophony of noise that echoes through the corridors. As he turns a corner, Sion spots a red gurney, formulating a plan in an instant. He tries to reason with the chainsaw wielder, but his words fall on deaf ears. The henchman rounds the corner, ordering Sion to stop, but instead, Sion kicks the gurney with all his might. The gurney slams into the henchman, who crashes onto it face first, the chainsaw's deadly tip narrowly missing Sion and clipping only a few strands of his hair. Sion exhales slowly, every nerve on edge from the close call. With a devilish smile, Sion quickly straps the henchman's hand to the gurney, the chainsaw now precariously overhanging the side, leaving the henchman immobilized. Sion taunts him, asking if he really wanted to use this chainsaw, pushing the gurney back around the corner toward the other henchman. The strapped henchman screams in terror, begging Sion to stop, but his cries are drowned out by the horrified looks on the faces of the henchmen in the chainsaw's path. Sion's laughter fills the hallway, dark and manic, as he pushes the gurney faster, the strapped henchman's screams growing more frantic. The chainsaw now slick with gore, splutters and chokes, its once mighty roar reduced to a pathetic sputter. Sion momentarily frowns, concerned, as he affectionately asks if the chainsaw, which he whimsically calls Pochita, is okay. The blood-soaked gurney finally comes to a stop, the henchman strapped to it looking delirious and on the brink of passing out from the sheer horror of the ordeal. Blood and gore cover the floor around Sion, who stands over the defeated henchman with a thunderous expression. With a syringe pressed menacingly to the henchman's neck, Sion growls that he still has questions for him. Where have they taken Hyunho's mother? His voice is low, dangerous, leaving no doubt that the henchman's answer could very well determine whether he lives or dies. Rachel approaches from behind, blood seeping from the wound in her left thigh. Her voice is sharp as she remarks that it looks like he's finished. Sion, standing amidst a sea of bloodied bodies, turns to her with a sly smile, saying that he hasn't finished. He was just getting started, but they've all run off. His tone hardens as he remembers Hyunho's mother being taken and mentions that they need to go after them, with his voice filled with grim determination. Rachel, still confused, furrows her brow, reloading her gun with practiced precision. She adds, her voice steely, that she is not here to rescue anyone else. She is here for him, property of the dead mansion. As the adrenaline from the battle starts to wear off, Rachel relaxes slightly, her eyes softening as she looks at Sion. She asks, her voice almost vulnerable now that the danger has passed if he used his powers to protect her. She suggests they should head back to the mansion, but Sion has other plans. He notices a roll of bandages on the ground, picks it up, and holds it out to Rachel with a teasing smile. Asking if she wasn't missing something, his tone gentle yet playful. Kneeling in front of Rachel, Sion begins to unwind the bandages. He murmurs, affirming her earlier words that she was right. He used his powers for her. His hands work carefully, tenderly wrapping the bandage around Rachel's injured leg. The care in his actions doesn't go unnoticed by Rachel, who feels a flush of warmth at his attention. As he finishes, Sion bites off the bandage with his teeth and ties it securely. His eyes darken as he says they can't let someone who threatened her get away. They'll find them and make them pay. They'll learn what happens when they cross a dead mansion instructor. Rachel feels her heart skip a beat at Sion's fierce loyalty, her cheeks flushing as she covers her mouth with her hand, touched by the tenderness in his words despite their violent undertone. Sion, blushing slightly himself, quickly looks away, trying to mask his emotions. But he can't help but glance back at her from the corner of his eye, wondering if he successfully tricked her in convincing her to follow him in the hunt for Hyunho's mother. Rachel, now fully convinced, cocks her submachine gun, her expression turning deadly serious. They exchange a knowing look, both ready for the hunt, their eyes filled with a shared resolve. Together, they look menacing and determined, prepared to unleash havoc on anyone who stands in their way. Hyunho's mother slowly opens her eyes, her mind clouded with confusion and disorientation. As her vision clears, she sees Joseph's father sitting in front of her, his presence looming ominously. His voice is calm, almost gentle, as he asks if she's awake, but the tone only serves to amplify her fear. Shocked and startled, she scrambles back, demanding to know who he is. Joseph's father, maintaining his unsettling calmness, apologizes for scaring her. Still, her panic persists as she frantically asks where she is, her last memory being at the hospital. Joseph's father, with an apologetic look, explains that there was no time to inform her properly, so he brought her here in a rush. As the old lady's confusion deepens, she suddenly recognizes her surroundings, her eyes widening with realization. Joseph's father confirms her worst suspicions, They are at the school, specifically in their children's classroom. His voice takes on a haunting tone as he informs her that she is sitting at her son's desk. Her gaze drops to the desk, her face morphing into a mixture of shock, concern, and sorrow as she notices the graffiti, cruel words, and pictures meant to torment Hyunho. Joseph's father comments on the cruelty of children, admitting even he was shocked by it. The old lady, horrified and desperate, demands to know why he is showing her this and insists he reveal his identity. Slowly, Joseph's father begins to unravel the bandages from his face, expressing surprise that she doesn't recognize him. As the last of the bandages fall away, the old lady gasps, covering her mouth in horror. His face is a patchwork of deep scars and wounds, a grotesque testament to his suffering. He introduces himself as Joseph's father. Removing a handkerchief, he laments the gruesome state of his face, placing the blame solely on Seon Park. Only the lower half of his face is visible beneath the handkerchief, revealing mottled skin marred by deep slashes across his forehead and a large gash from cheek to cheek. His voice shakes with anger, hatred, and bitter resentment as he recalls Seon's name. Turning away from the old lady, he continues, stating that his son, too, is a victim of Seon's cruelty. He says, Seon is responsible for both their suffering, for the scars they now bear, both physical and emotional. The old lady listens in stunned disbelief, questioning whether Seon could truly be capable of such destruction. Joseph's father presses on, blaming Seon for Hyunho's bullying and eventual coma, and accusing him of framing Joseph for these heinous acts. He brings up the rumors of Seon's involvement with gangsters and the photos of his bullying, images that the old lady herself had been shown earlier by the principal. As the memories of those images flash through her mind, Joseph's father loses his composure, screaming in anguish over his failure to protect his son, lamenting how he only realized the extent of the harm too late. In his fervor, he tumbles from his wheelchair, startling the old lady. She watches, horrified, as Joseph's father vows revenge. Crawling on the floor, his demeanor unhinged, he declares that this vengeance will be his penance for failing his child. He whispers to her that this will be their shared repentance for their children's suffering as she helps him back to his knees. Trying to calm him, she suggests they go to the school authorities or involve the police to resolve the matter. But he interrupts her, dismissing her as naive and expressing his disbelief that she expects anything from the school or the authorities. Using the glass of the classroom window to support himself, he makes a poignant argument, reminding her that neither the school nor the authorities acted when her son fell from this very window. As he gestures to the ground 4 stories below, a massive rock sits ominously beneath the window. Joseph's father then reaches into his jacket and pulls out a knife, his voice dark as he declares that Seon cannot be allowed to roam free. If left unchecked, Seon won't stop, he warns. In a stark contrast, we see Seon elsewhere, donning a red and gold Letterman jacket adorned with ornate patterns on the back, preparing for his next move with members of the dead mansion behind him. Back in the classroom, Joseph's father slams the knife down onto the windowsill, declaring that it's time for them to take matters into their own hands. With a twisted, demented smile, he gently passes the knife into Hyunho's mother's trembling hands. In the reflection of the blade, her face appears, filled with shock and discomfort, as the weight of the situation presses down on her. The sky is overcast with dark clouds, adding to the moody atmosphere. We see the director's church completely dark, except a single illuminated window, contrasting with the otherwise dark and brooding exterior. The director holding a stack of papers in his hand, his posture tense and authoritative. A shadowy hooded figure stands silently behind him, an ominous presence that adds weight to the moment. The director's gaze is fixed on the papers, but his mind is clearly elsewhere, already formulating his next move. He comments, with a sharp edge to his voice, that he is aware of the situation involving Byungwoo Construction. His tone is laced with frustration as he glances sideways at the shadowy figures lurking at his side, their features obscured but their intentions clear. His anger grows as he considers the audacity of an agency, one without any ties to Korea that has dared to target Sion without grasping the full scope of the situation. This foreign interference, blind to the intricate dynamics at play, has triggered the director's ire. His expression darkens, the corners of his mouth curling into a grimace that reveals his gleaming, ostentatious teeth. Each one a testament to his carefully cultivated image of power and menace. The anger brewing within him manifests in his thunderous expression, a silent storm of fury and contempt aimed at those who dare to meddle in his domain without the slightest understanding. The shadowy hooded figures behind him remains motionless, a quiet witness to the director's rising wrath as he contemplates the necessary steps to deal with this intrusion. In the school's dimly lit halls, Rachel is on the phone with the director, receiving orders that carry a heavy, lethal weight. The director commands her to make Byungwoo Construction pay dearly for daring to touch the dead mansion's property. The call ends with a clear directive: eradicate the heresy and deliver the hammer of judgment. As Rachel hangs up, a wicked grin spreads across her face, her anticipation for the impending bloodshed almost palpable. The Dead Mansion team, Rachel, Mary, Eugene, and the recently returned Sion, begin their preparations. Mary calmly checks her pistol, the click of the magazine snapping into place echoing in the room, while Eugene deftly flips his butterfly knife, the blade snapping into position with a practiced flick of his wrist. Both display a cold resolve. Mary's slight smile never reaches her icy eyes, and Eugene's face is set in a serious scowl. The director speaks directly to Sion, tasking him with his first mission to showcase his skills against the Byungwoo Construction Company. Sion, however, interrupts the tense atmosphere by realizing he has forgotten his earpiece on a desk. He turns to the others, asking if anyone has a spare. His request is met with collective disbelief from the team. Rachel, Mary, and Eugene all stare at him with blank, unimpressed expressions, their silence speaking volumes about their disappointment in his lack of preparation. Unfazed by their reactions, Sion asks again, his tone casual, but the responses he receives are anything but. Comments laced with disdain rain down on him, questioning how someone of his legendary status could be so careless and amateurish. Finally, the criticisms hit home, and Sion, looking slightly peevish, mutters an apology. Peering through a nearby window, Sion suddenly shifts focus, asking Rachel if their location is really his school. Rachel confirms, explaining that they tracked their target through traffic camera data. Sion's expression turns serious as he asks about the safety of Hyunho and his mother, concern flashing in his eyes. Rachel, however, is unamused, her gaze hardening as she looks at Sion's back. Ready to engage, Rachel grips her submachine gun and coldly reminds Sion that their mission is to annihilate the enemy, not to get sidetracked by trying to save anyone. Sion, facing away from her, clenches his fist in silent determination. His reflection in the classroom mirror shows a man steeling himself for what's to come. With a firm resolve, he acknowledges her words, stating that he knows his task: eliminate all the enemies. In a dimly lit CCTV room, a hulking man dressed in a tight black turtleneck stands watch, his muscled frame barely contained as he monitors the Dead Mansion members on a wall of screens. His twin pistols rest snugly in a holster, while a knife is strapped to the back of his belt, completing his menacing look. The room is filled with the faint hum of electronics as he studies the footage, recognizing Rachel among the group. His face, chiseled and stern, reflects the gravity of the situation. The golden sunglasses perched on his nose and the earring stud in his ear add an air of intimidation as he murmurs to himself. What was once a job he thought impossible has now become a daunting reality. His adversaries are indeed members of the infamous Dead Mansion. His expression tightens as he realizes the difficulty of the task ahead, asking aloud if they should request additional payment. He turns to his comrade, a slender man sprawled casually across a desk. The comrade's outfit is a stark contrast. He is dressed in a loose gray jacket adorned with a skeleton ribcage design, a vest, and baggy trousers with leg holsters. His long, messy cyan hair falls across his face as he studies the CCTV footage. Despite his nonchalant posture, There's a sharpness in his gaze as he comments on the presence of children in the footage, wondering aloud if they're killers too. The burly man responds with a dismissive wave, assuring his comrade that these kids aren't killers, though his serious tone suggests otherwise. Joseph's father rolls into the room, his wheelchair buzzing slightly as he approaches the pair. The bandages that once concealed his disfigured face are gone, replaced by the grim sight of mottled scars and deep wounds. Clutching a handkerchief to his face, he confirms to the two mercenaries that they'll receive extra payment for the job. His voice trembles in anger slightly as he offers them anything they desire, as long as they ensure the mission's success. His eyes, full of demented desperation, scan the room before he asks about the third member of their team. The burly man explains that his brother is running late, but reassures him that even without him, the two of them are more than enough for the task. The burly man, Dmitri, places a reassuring hand on Joseph's father's shoulder, his touch firm and steady. Dmitri's expression exudes a confidence that borders on arrogance. His sharp eyes locked onto Joseph's father, as if daring him to doubt their capabilities. His physique, rippling with muscle, suggests a man who has seen and conquered countless battles. His comrade chuckles from the desk, teasing Dmitri for his intense demeanor and calling him scary. Dmitri, now relaxed by his comrade's light-hearted remark, smiles in return, though his tone remains deadly serious. Dmitri's gaze sharpens as he pulls his sunglasses tighter to his eyes, veins bulging in his neck and hands. His dangerous aura intensifies as he licks his lips, anticipation building for the violence to come. Despite his fearsome appearance, Dmitri reassures Joseph's father that he is a professional, a man who would never harm a client, but who relishes the destruction he's about to unleash on the Dead Mansion's members. The Dead Mansion members move cautiously up the dimly lit stairwell, their senses on high alert as they scan the area for any sign of the enemy. Sion, with a wary glance toward Mary, remarks that the silence feels unnatural and wonders why they haven't been attacked yet. Mary, her phone in one hand and a gun in the other, checks the tracking information, confirming that this is indeed where the intel indicated the enemy should be. She frowns, noting that the school's cameras have mysteriously stopped working, a detail that only heightens her unease. Eugene, ever practical, suggests to Rachel that they split up to cover more ground, still under the impression that their adversaries are just thugs and henchmen from Byungwoo Construction. Rachel nods in agreement, turning to relay the plan to the team. Sion leans casually against the wall, while Mary raises her hand, volunteering to head to the CCTV room to reactivate the cameras and provide video intel for the group. Rachel, with a stern expression, reminds everyone to keep their communication open and to ensure their earpieces are functioning properly. All eyes turn to Sion, who looks sheepish, having once again forgotten his earpiece. Mary chuckles at his mistake, while Eugene labels him an amateur, adding to Sion's embarrassment. Rachel directs Sion to follow her, deciding they will move together as a team as Sion has no means of communicating with the team, while Eugene volunteers to scout the new building alone. Mary and Eugene head off in the same direction, leaving Sion and Rachel to hang back. As they walk, Rachel hides a smile beneath her hair, teasing that she's excited to be working alone with Sion. The comment makes Sion uncomfortable, and he awkwardly calls out to any potential enemies, hoping to dispel the tension and avoid being alone with Rachel. Suddenly, Rachel's tone shifts drastically, her playful demeanor vanishing as she confronts Sion with a serious expression. She questions whether Sion has given up on Hyunho and his mother yet, catching him off guard. His expression shifts to one of surprise, but Rachel continues, pressing him on his obsession with the two of them. Sion tries to interject, denying any obsession, but Rachel insists that he needs to let go. She warns him that the more he clings to them, the more he endangers them. Sion, visibly shaken, asks what she means by this, and Rachel explains bluntly, their lives have been upended simply because of their association with him. In just a few days, they've become major targets for the Dead Mansion and even fell into the hands of the Byungwoo Construction Company. Rachel steps into Sion's personal space, her expression deadly, and drives her point home. If it weren't for him, Hyunho and his mother would have lived ordinary, peaceful lives. Sion's mind flashes to an imagined future where Hyunho and his mother are happy, the old lady bringing snacks to a smiling Hyunho, a future that could have been possible if not for his involvement. The scene shifts to a flashback of Sion's initial encounter with Hyunho and his mother, as Rachel coldly reminds him that his presence in their lives brought the dead mansion's deadly influence with it. Sion envisions himself walking away, leaving behind a trail of deep crimson blood, symbolizing the destruction that follows him and taints the lives of innocent people. Rachel's voice drips with malice as she tells him that their lives crumbled because of him, and him alone. Sion is left distressed, grappling with the weight of Rachel's accusations. Doubt creeps into his mind as he wonders if he is truly to blame. Rachel, seizing the moment, steps even closer, her gun in hand, and tells him to abandon his obsession. She insists that the only place he belongs is with the dead mansion, her words hanging in the air like a dark omen as Sion struggles with the growing conflict within himself. Sion's focus sharpens as he snaps out of his dark thoughts, his eyes suddenly alight with awareness. Instinctively, he pushes Rachel aside and dives to the ground, narrowly avoiding a bullet that slices through the air where they had just been standing. The gunshot's echo lingers as Dmitri, a towering figure, emerges from the shadows, acknowledging Sion's quick reaction with a smirk. Rachel, taken aback, turns her gaze toward Dmitri, her shock evident. Sion, still reeling from the near miss, demands to know the identity of the man standing before them. The imposing figure formally introduces himself as Dmitry Medvedev, the second in command of the feared Russian mercenary group Barefoot. Draped over his shoulder is Mary, bruised and battered, her clothes dirtied from a brutal encounter. Dmitry holds her effortlessly while keeping his gun trained on Rachel and Sion. It has been 2 years since he last crossed paths with Rachel during an operation in Vladivostok, a detail he recalls with a hint of nostalgia. Mary remains unconscious on Dmitry's shoulder, her lifeless form a stark reminder of the mercenary's capabilities. Rachel's heart sinks as she calls out to Mary, but there's no response. With a casual motion, Dmitry drops Mary to the ground like discarded luggage, mentioning with cruel indifference that he encountered her loitering and decided to have some fun. Rachel's expression darkens into one of pure hatred, her teeth clenched in fury. Dmitry, unfazed, tells her to stop glaring, reminding her that his mission is to target the dead mansion. Despite any personal feelings, he remains a professional, bound by the contract that brought him here. Rachel, her rage barely contained, raises her submachine gun, locking her aim on Dmitry. Sensing the escalating tension, Dmitry shifts his aim toward Mary's prone body, urging everyone to remain calm and professional, reminding them that emotions have no place in their line of work. Though still seething, Rachel lowers her weapon slightly, her anger tempered by the danger to Mary. Dmitry, ever the provocateur, suggests that he might let them go if Rachel agrees to a date with him, his tongue piercing glinting as he slides his sunglasses down his nose, licking his lips. Rachel's response is immediate and explosive. She shouts in Russian for Dmitry to get lost, launching herself into action and firing wildly at him. Dmitry, quick on his feet, dives through a window into a classroom, his smile never wavering. He lands gracefully, gun in hand, and returns fire, forcing Rachel to evade as bullets tear through her long trench coat. Unfazed, Rachel ejects the spent magazines from her weapons, a submachine gun in her right hand, a pistol in her left, and reloads with practiced precision. Her expression grows more serious as she considers the new reality of facing Barefoot, realizing that the stakes have risen dramatically. Leaping into action, Rachel crouches low and fires another barrage at Dmitry, her movements fluid and relentless. As she does so, she calls out to Sion, urging him to recognize the dangerous world he has dragged Hyunho and his mother into. Glancing sideways, she's shocked to find that Sion is no longer beside her. She has been speaking to empty space. Rachel's surprise quickly turns to resolve as she ejects her spent magazines again, preparing for yet another round of their deadly exchange. Meanwhile, Dmitri pulls back the slide on his pistol, using the window as cover. He muses aloud about Rachel's fiery nature, considering it a waste to kill someone as formidable as her, even if it is his mission. As he raises his head above the window, he wonders how much more she can take before she collapses. But before he can dwell on the thought, he senses movement. Sion, crouched on the opposite side of the window, prepares for an attack. Dmitri's smile widens, recognizing the challenge before him. Without warning, both men spring into action. Dmitri fires several shots, but Sion is already in motion. He grabs Dmitri's hand, forcing the gun upwards as bullets fly dangerously close. With a swift motion, Sion plants his foot on the windowsill, using it as leverage to propel himself into the classroom. The impact pushes Dmitri off balance, and Sion capitalizes on the moment, delivering a powerful punch to Dmitri's face. The blow drives Dmitri to the ground, a move that has incapacitated many before him. Sion stands over Dmitri, his expression deadly serious. To his surprise, Dmitri barely flinches from the attack. Blood streams from his nose, and his sunglasses lie shattered on the ground beside him, but he remains unfazed. Instead, Dmitri grins, licking the blood from his nose with a twisted sense of satisfaction. He acknowledges Sion as a worthy adversary, one far more challenging than Mary. Despite the pain and the blood, Dmitri's confidence remains unshaken, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous excitement for the battle still to come. The scene opens on a harsh and unforgiving winter day, where two men stand shirtless, their heavily muscled bodies adorned with the scars of past battles. Despite the biting cold, they show no sign of discomfort, gripping AK-47 assault rifles with a practiced ease. These men are part of the brutal Russian mercenary group known as Barefoot, infamous for their grueling initiation rites. The landscape around them is barren, a vast expanse of the Siberian snowfields, where survival is a test of willpower and raw strength. The initiation ceremony for new recruits is as brutal as it is symbolic. To prove their worth, the initiates must venture into the icy wilderness barefoot, armed with nothing but their wits and their weapons. Their task is to track and hunt down a bear, an apex predator of the tundra, and return only when the beast is slain. Failure is not an option. It's a death sentence in the unforgiving cold. We witness one such initiation in progress. The men move through the snow with a predatory grace, their breath visible in the frigid air. The silence of the wilderness is shattered by the roar of a bear, its bloodied maw bared in a menacing snarl. The beast, a massive, ferocious creature, has already claimed its toll on the hunters. Dmitri, one of the initiates, bears the evidence of their deadly encounter. Several deep wounds mar his torso, yet he presses on with an almost primal determination. As the battle reaches its climax, Dmitri finally emerges victorious. With a triumphant roar, he lifts the bear's severed head high above his own, his fist outstretched in a display of dominance and raw power. His smile is as savage as the act itself, a devious grin that reflects the brutal nature of the world he inhabits. It's in this moment that the origin of his nickname becomes clear. This is where Dmitri earned the name Barefoot, a moniker that speaks to his resilience, ferocity, and unyielding spirit in the face of nature's deadliest challenges. The initiation is more than just a rite of passage. It's a crucible that forges men like Dmitri into living weapons. The snow beneath his feet, stained with the bear's blood, is a testament to his survival, a symbol of his place within the mercenary ranks. In this world, the scars on his body are not just marks of past battles. They are badges of honor, proof that he has faced death and emerged victorious, barefoot and unbroken. Dmitri licks his lips with a mocking grin, scoffing at Sion as he asks if that pathetic attempt was supposed to be a punch. Sion, momentarily stunned, tries to process how his strike, which had landed cleanly, did nothing to faze the imposing figure before him. His thoughts are abruptly cut off as Dmitri's fist slams into his left cheek with brutal force, sending him flying through the air. Sion crashes through a sliding door with a heavy impact, the force of the blow leaving him disoriented. Dmitri, relishing in the power he just demonstrated, taunts Sion further, wiping his chin casually as he dismisses the punch, comparing it to the feeble swipe of a bear's tail. He rises to his feet, intending to finish the job. But as he reaches for his gun, he notices something is off. The slide is missing. A flash of realization crosses his mind as he recalls the moment he struck Sion. In that fraction of a second, Sion had skillfully and swiftly disabled the gun, prioritizing neutralizing the threat over defending himself. This display of speed and precision leaves Dmitri certain of one thing. Sion must be from Dead Mansion, a notorious group known for its deadly operatives. As Dmitri begins to walk towards Sion's position, who has taken cover, he laughs with genuine amusement. The situation is getting interesting, and Dmitri, always eager for a challenge, urges Sion to face him head-on. Meanwhile, Sion, crouched behind cover, assesses the situation. The difference in physical strength between him and Dmitri is staggering, and the damage from the earlier punch is evident. His face is severely bruised, and blood trickles from his mouth and split lips. Despite his skill, Sion knows he's at a significant disadvantage. Dmitri, now holding another pistol, taunts Sion once more, aiming it at his hiding place. Just as he's about to pull the trigger, Dmitri catches a flicker of movement out of the corner of his eye. He ducks instinctively as Rachel fires her pistol, her bullet smashing into Dmitri's gun, shattering it. Dmitri, still grinning with a twisted confidence, chuckles that the shot was close, and he almost got hit. Rachel, her eyes cold and deadly, responds with a challenge of her own, daring Dmitri to show his face so she can put 3 bullets through his head. Dmitri, unfazed and with an unsettling calm, begins to move stealthily around the room as Rachel continues to fire. His voice, now tinged with an uncharacteristic seriousness, warns Rachel that she isn't facing just one opponent. As if on cue, a bullet zips past Rachel's head, narrowly missing her but cutting through her hair. She turns to see several burly henchmen entering the room, their suits stretched over bulletproof vests, their eyes locked on her with deadly intent. The stakes have just risen, and Rachel finds herself surrounded, the odds shifting dangerously in Dimitri's favor. As the henchmen prepare to fire again, Rachel dashes into a nearby classroom, where she finds Marie hiding behind a table. Concerned for her safety, Rachel asks if she's all right. Marie, still shaken but trying to maintain her composure, responds evasively, downplaying her fear. Rachel, sensing something more, demands to know what Marie is really talking about. Trembling, Marie admits that, for a brief moment, she checked the surveillance feed and saw another assailant. The scene shifts to reveal the slender man who had previously been speaking to Dimitri in the CCTV room. Now, he stands on a balcony overlooking the school pool, casually waving at Eugene with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. The man asks if Eugene is from Dead Mansion, inviting him to play in a tone that is both mocking and menacing. Eugene, sensing the danger, reaches behind his back, readying himself for a confrontation. The slender man, still smiling with an unsettling calm, unzips a long shoulder bag, his seemingly casual demeanor hiding a deadly intent. Back in the classroom, Rachel quickly helps Marie to her feet, intending to escort her to safety. Just as they start to move, Dimitri appears in the doorway, the henchman Rachel had evaded now blocking their exit. Assessing the dire situation, Rachel tenses, realizing how cornered they are. But then, Sion emerges behind Dimitri, visibly injured and hunched over but determined. He urges Rachel to go to Eugene, pointing out that if another mercenary is involved, Eugene could be in serious danger. Sion assures Rachel that he'll handle Dimitri, though Dimitri finds this notion highly amusing and turns to face Sion with a sinister grin. Sion, undeterred by the pain from his earlier injuries, readies himself, anger burning in his eyes. He's determined to repay Dimitri for the damage he's inflicted. Rachel, desperate to warn Sion, shouts that Dimitri is not someone to be underestimated. But before she can finish, a stray bullet whizzes past her shoulder, missing her by inches. She turns to see the henchman, one of whom fired the shot, but she reacts swiftly. With a burst of precision shots, Rachel unleashes her submachine gun, tearing through the ranks of the henchmen. Blood splatters and bullet holes appear across their limbs as many of them fall back, too injured to mount any real resistance against her. Despite Rachel's warning, Sion remains resolute. He tells her once again to take Marie to safety, vowing to finish his fight with Dimitri quickly. Dimitri steps closer, his smile widening with dark confidence. Sion meets his gaze with an equally fierce expression, reminding Dimitri and Rachel that he is the legend of the Dead Mansion. His words carry the weight of his reputation, and Rachel, recognizing the depth of Sion's resolve, finally relents. She agrees to take Marie to safety and then find Eugene. Before leaving, she tells Sion to smash Dimitri to pieces, her voice filled with a mix of concern and faith in his abilities. With Marie in tow, Rachel moves out, her aim unerring as she fires at the remaining henchmen, each shot finding its mark with lethal precision. Dimitri, incensed by Rachel's sudden departure, turns and shouts after her, demanding to know where she is going and why she is leaving Sion alone to face him. Meanwhile, Sion, crouched and ready, prepares to strike. Before Dimitri can fully comprehend the situation, Sion launches himself forward, delivering a powerful punch directly to Dimitri's face, transferring the full force of his body into the blow. Dimitri, caught off guard, barely has time to react. He quickly clenches his fist and retaliates with a straight right punch aimed at Sion. Sion narrowly evades the brunt of the strike by shifting to his left. The sheer force behind Dimitri's punch causes his muscles to bulge with power. Dimitri glares at Sion, coldly warning him not to interrupt, claiming he was talking to Rachel. Sion, meanwhile, feels the painful aftermath of his block, his arm throbbing as it struggles to absorb the impact. As Sion reels from the heavy blow, Dimitri seizes the opportunity to launch another devastating punch. This time, the impact is so strong that it lifts Sion off his feet and sends him tumbling several feet back. Sion crashes to the ground, momentarily stunned, and as he props himself up into a seated position, he examines his left arm, which is now in sharp pain and bleeding. He realizes with horror that Dmitri had used the sharp, disassembled barrel of the earlier gun to enhance the damage of his punch, drawing blood and causing additional harm. Clutching his bleeding arm to stem the pain, Sion rises to his feet, calling Dmitri petty for such a strike. Dmitri, with a dismissive tone, attempts to argue that it was merely a tactical move, but Sion rejects this, accusing Dmitri of foul play, claiming that no honorable fighter would resort to such tactics. He further provokes Dmitri by suggesting that this underhanded behavior is probably why Rachel doesn't associate with him. Dmitri, realizing the provocation, chuckles darkly, acknowledging Sion's ability to get under his skin. However, his amusement quickly turns to anger as he warns Sion that such provocations will have dire consequences. Sion, undeterred, continues to insult Dmitri, reiterating his claim that Dmitri fought dirty, all the while subtly grabbing 2 pens from a nearby desk. He continues stalling, asking if it was his comments about Rachel that truly enraged Dmitri. Dmitri, now visibly furious, bares his teeth in a sinister smile and charges at Sion with surprising speed for someone of his muscular build. He throws a left straight punch, which Sion attempts to block with both arms. Despite his efforts, the force behind Dmitri's punch is overwhelming, sending Sion stumbling backward once more. As Dmitri recovers from his strike, he feels a sharp pain in his left arm. Looking down, he sees the 2 pens that Sion had picked up earlier, now stabbed into his arm. Dmitri yanks the pens out, chastising himself for his carelessness and underestimating Sion. Sion, now realizing that his provocation may have been a mistake, watches as Dmitri, faster and more furious than before, reaches behind him for his jacket. Dmitri hurls the jacket at the charging Sion, who uses the momentary distraction to disappear. A creaking door betrays Sion's escape route, and Dmitri, licking his lips in anticipation, relishes the thrill of the hunt and the struggle that Sion is putting up. Dmitri's enjoyment of the chase is palpable, his mind already plotting the next move as he prepares to pursue Sion, eager to finish what they've started. Sion takes refuge behind a table, clutching his stinging, bleeding arm, and reflects on how Dmitri is just as formidable as Rachel had warned. His pain momentarily subsides as he catches a glimpse of his reflection in the window in front of him. Seeing his own face, he questions why someone with Dmitri's skill has come to the school, and a harsh realization dawns on him. The shock and guilt transform his expression as he recalls Rachel's earlier words, accusing him of being the reason behind the chaos that has upended Hyunho and his mother's lives. In just a few days, they have become prime targets for the dead mansion solely because of their association with him. As he contemplates the lives of Hyunho and his mother, Sion envisions himself walking away, leaving behind a trail of deep crimson blood, symbolizing the destruction that follows him and taints the lives of innocent people. Rachel's cruel smile haunts his thoughts as she confronts him with the brutal reality of the consequences of his actions. The weight of his decisions presses down on Sion, causing his head to drop as the burden of his guilt becomes nearly unbearable. Yet, instead of succumbing to despair, Sion reaffirms his resolve. His hand balls into a fist, and a steely glint of determination shines in his eyes. His thoughts are interrupted by Dmitri, who kicks the door with such force that it flies off its hinges. Dmitri enters the room, laughing maniacally and declaring that the break is over, eager to enjoy the second half of their fight. Sion responds with cold confidence, his voice slicing through Dmitri's taunts, wiping the smirk from Dmitri's face. Dmitri's expression falters as Sion's tone reveals a newfound intensity. Sion, his back to Dmitri, begins tearing his shirt into strips. He takes full responsibility for the danger that has befallen Hyunho and his mother due to his actions. With resolve, he tightly wraps the strips around his wounded left arm, dulling the pain enough to focus entirely on the fight. As he finishes, Sion turns to face Dmitri, tearing off the remaining pieces of his shirt, hardening his resolve to push through the pain without complaint. Dmitri instinctively senses a shift in Sion's demeanor, and he unconsciously adopts a more prepared stance, realizing that this focused Sion is not to be underestimated. Dmitri reaches for something strapped to his back and, in a fluid motion, lunges at Sion with a knife in hand, aiming to end the fight in a single blow. But Sion, now fully alert, expertly sidesteps the attack and grabs Dmitri's knife-wielding arm with his left hand. In a split second, Sion delivers a crushing blow to Dmitri's extended elbow. The room echoes with a loud crack, akin to cannon fire, as Dmitri looks down at his now broken and useless arm. Confusion and concern flash across Dmitri's face. He can't comprehend how Sion moved so quickly to counter him. Without giving Dmitri a moment to recover, Sion launches himself off Dmitri's leg and delivers a powerful knee strike to Dmitri's face. Sion's expression is mocking and cruel, his muscles taut and defined as he revels in the upper hand he's gained. Dmitri skids to a halt, but manages to stay on his feet. Blood gushes from his nose, and with gritted teeth, he acknowledges his underestimation of Sion. Tilting his head back, he asks if he heard correctly that his foe's name is Sion. Standing upright, Dmitri licks the blood from his nose, and with an evil smile, declares that the fight has been worth the wait. Sion, unapologetic, stares coldly at Dmitri, his expression devoid of emotion as he prepares to retaliate, his body tensed and ready for the next exchange. In Vladivostok, 2 years ago, the night is still and cold, with the faint glow of distant city lights barely penetrating the darkness. Underneath a towering bridge that looms over the landscape, a large mansion with a steeple stands prominently, its lights eerily aglow against the black sky. Leaning casually against the side of a white van parked nearby, Dmitri, a young man with a rugged appearance, flicks his lighter and ignites a cigarette, exhaling smoke with an air of frustration. He grumbles to himself, irritated by the fact that the best assignment Barefoot could give him was a mere pickup job. The frustration in his voice deepens as he mutters about how degrading it is to be picking up children, of all things. In the distance, small figures come into view. Orphans, their faces expressionless, being shepherded by a woman who appears to be a nun. The children move in eerie unison, their hollow eyes giving off a sense of lifelessness that unnerves Dmitri. Before he can dwell on it further, Rachel, the nun-like figure leading the children, interrupts his thoughts. With an air of authority, she corrects his earlier complaint, explaining that these aren't just children, they're the good kids of Dead Mansion, a term that carries a chilling weight. Despite their youthful appearance, there's something disturbingly unnatural about them, something that makes them seem more like products than people. Rachel then demands Dmitri's identification, remarking that he's younger than she expected. Annoyed by her comment, Dmitri fires back with a sarcastic retort, pointing out the irony of being called young by someone who's escorting children. Rachel, unbothered by his attitude, begins ushering the children into the van with an urgency that makes Dmitri uneasy. She cryptically mentions that something is about to explode, a statement that puzzles him. He begins to ask what she means when suddenly, the night is torn apart by a deafening roar as the mansion behind him erupts into a massive ball of fire. The explosion shakes the ground, and Dmitri spins around, eyes wide in shock, shouting in disbelief as the flames consume the once grand building. Amidst the chaos, Rachel remains eerily calm, snapping Dmitri out of his stupor and urging him to focus. With a steely tone, she instructs him to get in the van and drive, her composure starkly contrasting the inferno raging behind them. As they speed away from the burning mansion, Dmitri, still reeling from the explosion, demands an explanation. His voice is laced with anger and confusion as he asks if Rachel is responsible for the destruction. Unfazed, Rachel calmly denies any involvement, revealing that the real culprits are the children in the back of the van. As she addresses the children, Rachel asks if their field trip was beneficial, to which they respond in unison, their voices emotionless as they affirm her question. The scene is surreal as Rachel begins to debrief the children on their mission. She starts with David, who is in the middle of unloading his gun. She critiques him, noting that he used too many grenades earlier and reminding him of the importance of maintaining his weapon, a crucial aspect of being a professional. Next, she turns to Amy, who looks visibly tense as Rachel comments on her performance, advising her to stay calm during missions and to work on her awkward speech. Tom, sitting silently in the back row, receives a reprimand for his noisy footsteps, with Rachel reminding him of the importance of stealth. Finally, she scolds Eddie, who has a mouthful of candy, ordering him to get rid of the sweets he pilfered from the mansion's meeting room, warning that such items could be traced back to them. Listening to this bizarre exchange, Dimitri can't help but laugh, incredulous at the idea that these children were the ones who blew up the mansion. When he voices his disbelief, Rachel reiterates that they're not just children. They're the good kids of Dead Mansion, a statement that seems to carry an ominous significance. As she speaks, her expression turns to one of disgust as she reaches over and snatches the cigarette from Dimitri's mouth. She breaks it in half, her voice firm as she orders him to put it out, citing the children's health as her concern. With the cigarette gone, Rachel removes her nun's habit, revealing a more casual appearance. She mentions that she was informed Dimitri is the brother of Bare Knuckle, the leader of Barefoot, but adds that he doesn't seem to know much about the world they operate in. Dimitri, taken aback by her bluntness, starts to protest, but he's cut off as Rachel begins tying back her hair. In that moment, Dimitri catches a glimpse of her extraordinary beauty, and for a brief second, he's left speechless, a blush creeping up his face. Rachel, noticing his reaction, asks if something is wrong, but Dimitri, flustered, quickly brushes it off and refocuses on driving. Desperate to shift the conversation away from his embarrassment, Dimitri notices a scar on Rachel's face, one that he hadn't seen before. In an attempt to lighten the mood, he jokingly asks if the scar was the work of the children in the back. Before Rachel can answer, David, one of the children, speaks up, saying it's a bit different. Rachel, touching the scar on her forehead, reminisces about bittersweet times, revealing that she received the scar while disciplining someone named Sion, a name that clearly carries weight. Dimitri, sensing the gravity of the moment, asks Rachel to elaborate on who Sion is. Rachel, still lost in her memories, describes Sion as a legendary masterpiece of Dead Mansion. She explains that the mansion gave Sion a second name, besides his original one, calling him Masterpiece due to his exceptional talents. A flashback reveals a young Sion, already tattooed, kneeling before the mansion's director, who affectionately pats his head. Rachel's voice turns melancholic as she mentions that they've lost Sion, and she wonders aloud if he's still alive. She then asks Dimitri to inform her if he ever comes across Sion. Dimitri, intrigued, asks how he would recognize Sion, to which Rachel responds by telling him to look for the OGIN.1 tattoo on his back. The scene then shifts to the present day, showing Sion, lithe and muscular, the OGIN.1 tattoo prominently displayed on his back, a stark reminder of his past. The intense confrontation between the masterpiece of Dead Mansion, Sion, and Dmitry Grizzly Medvedev, the second in command of Barefoot, reaches a fever pitch. Dmitry stands amidst the chaos, his breath heavy, but laughter bubbling from his throat as he clutches his injured arm. The realization that Rachel has finally tracked down Sion, the elusive and legendary figure known as the Masterpiece, seems to both thrill and amuse him. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Dmitry acknowledges the gravity of the situation, admitting that he can no longer view Sion as just a kid. The playful tone of their earlier exchanges is gone, replaced by a serious determination. He raises his injured arm, the one he had once wielded with effortless power, and shakes it vigorously. The sickening sound of bones snapping back into place echoes in the air, a testament to Dmitry's resilience and raw strength. With a quick motion, Dmitry grips the edge of his shirt with his left, uninjured hand and rips it off, casting the torn fabric aside. His bare torso is revealed, showcasing a physique that is a testament to years of battle-hardened experience. His chest and shoulders are rippling with muscle, each scar etched into his skin, telling the story of countless fights and survival against the odds. Despite the blood trickling from his wounds, he shrugs his massive shoulders, his body language conveying readiness to continue the brutal battle. Dimitri's eyes lock onto Sion, and with a determined snarl, he challenges him to settle their conflict, not as enemies, but as men. The tension between them is palpable, the air thick with the anticipation of the violent clash that is about to resume. The fight is no longer about orders or missions. It has become a personal test of strength, will, and honor. Before Sion has a chance to react, a knife suddenly appears mere inches from his face, thrust with astonishing speed and precision by Dimitri. Despite his arm being severely injured just moments ago, Dimitri moves as if unhindered, demonstrating a remarkable recovery that defies logic. Sion instinctively ducks under the knife's path, feeling the blade slice through his hair, narrowly missing him. However, Dimitri is relentless, immediately following up by grabbing Sion around the neck with both hands, lifting him off the ground, and slamming a knee into his stomach with bone-crushing force. The impact reverberates through the room, the sheer power of the blow evident in the sharp gasp that escapes Sion's lips. But Sion isn't one to be easily overpowered. With swift reflexes, he grabs onto Dimitri's arms, using them as leverage to launch a counterattack. He drives his forehead into Dimitri's chin with a fierce headbutt, causing Dimitri to stagger backward and release his grip. As Sion lands back on his feet, he quickly assesses the damage, glancing down at his already bruised and reddened stomach where Dimitri's knee had struck. The pain is sharp, and he wonders if his ribs are cracked, but there's no time to dwell on it as Dimitri charges at him once more, bellowing that their fight is far from over. Dimitri swings his blade in a deadly arc, aiming to cut Sion down, but Sion manages to evade by quickly stepping back. The blade slices through the air, narrowly missing its mark. Dimitri swings again, and Sion dodges once more, retreating further backward, all the while thinking to himself how many times he has struck Dimitri in the head, yet the man seems utterly unaffected. Dimitri's strength and resilience are beyond anything Sion has encountered, and it's clear he's dealing with an opponent who won't go down easily. As Sion continues to evade the relentless attacks, he suddenly realizes that he's been driven back into the corner of the room, his retreat blocked by a shelving unit. Dimitri's latest slash narrowly misses Sion, embedding itself deep into the wood of the shelf. With a growl of frustration, Dimitri grabs the blade with both hands and drags it down, tearing through the shelves and sending books and items crashing to the floor. Sion, with no other option, throws himself to the ground to avoid the debris and the deadly edge of the blade. Dimitri's face contorts with a crazed joy, clearly reveling in the fight. He looms over Sion, his blade poised to strike again. Dimitri accuses Sion of merely dodging, his voice filled with venom, and brings the blade down with all his might. But before the blade can reach him, Sion's voice cuts through the tension, asking Dimitri if he ever received any awards as a child, a question that catches Dimitri off guard. As Dimitri processes the strange question, Sion uses the momentary distraction to his advantage, having grabbed a hefty award plaque from the wrecked shelf. Without waiting for Dimitri's response, Sion drives the plaque into Dimitri's ribcage with all his strength. Dimitri winces in pain, his earlier bravado faltering for the first time. Sion then thrusts the award plaque at Dimitri's neck, mocking him by offering it as an award for his persistence. The impact is brutal, and Dimitri's grip on the plaque tightens as he struggles to breathe, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Sion coldly tells Dimitri to consider it a souvenir from his time in Korea, before pulling his right hand back and slamming it into the plaque, driving it deeper into Dimitri's neck. For the first time, Dimitri's seemingly invincible demeanor begins to crack. His eyes glaze over as he chokes on his own blood, the vicious blows finally taking their toll. Dimitri's body slumps to the ground, unconscious, and Sion stands over him, his expression cold and unfeeling. With a final cutting remark, he tells Dimitri to add the big award to his resume, his voice dripping with sarcasm. As Sion turns to leave, he massages his right shoulder, feeling the strain of the intense fight. He considers whether he should catch up with Rachel, but something on the desk nearby catches his attention. He reaches out, lifting a photo to examine it more closely. At that moment, Dimitri's hulking figure rises behind him, having grabbed a golf club from a toppled bag. With a roar of fury, Dimitri brings the club down with all his might, aiming to crush Sion. The table in front of Sion shatters under the force of the blow, sending books and debris flying, but Sion narrowly dodges the strike, jumping away just in time. Dimitri, his composure shattered, looks deranged, screaming incoherently as he lifts the club again for another strike. Sion wastes no time, launching himself at Dimitri and securing him in a rear naked choke, wrapping his legs around Dimitri's massive frame. Despite Dimitri's strength, he struggles to move, his breath coming in ragged gasps as Sion tightens the chokehold. Mockingly, Sion comments that Rachel would never be interested in someone so persistent and clingy, twisting the knife with his words. As Sion tightens his grip, Dimitri's hold on the golf club weakens, and it clatters to the ground, soon followed by Dimitri himself, who finally succumbs to unconsciousness after the brutal and drawn-out battle. Sion stands over the fallen giant, victorious but not unscathed. As he catches his breath, his attention returns to the photo he had picked up earlier. Inside a folder, he finds pictures, one of Sion as a child, another of the principal of the school. But it's the third photo that truly surprises him, the unexpected revelation leaving him momentarily stunned. In the dimly lit swimming pool hall, Eugene stands alone in the bleachers, his eyes scanning the water below. He is searching intently, his mind racing with possibilities as he tries to discern whether something or someone might be hidden beneath the surface. His focus is abruptly shattered when the slender man who had been seen earlier with Dimitri in the CCTV room suddenly appears beside him. Eugene starts, his heart pounding from the shock of the man's silent arrival. It becomes immediately clear to him that this is no ordinary adversary. The man's stealth and sudden presence signal a level of danger that Eugene can't afford to underestimate. The slender man's voice, laced with mock concern, breaks the tense silence, asking Eugene what he's searching for. Eugene, still rattled, quickly tries to regain his composure, but his thoughts are racing. He hadn't heard or sensed any movement, something that would be nearly impossible with a normal opponent. This realization only deepens his unease as he realizes he's facing someone who is far from ordinary, someone whose skills may far exceed his own. Feigning casualness, the slender man inquires whether he had frightened Eugene, though there is a faint undercurrent of amusement in his tone. Eugene, though internally gripped by concern, remains outwardly composed, his mind working rapidly. He knows he needs to alert Rachel about this unexpected and dangerous situation. However, as he reaches for his communication device, the slender man, noticing the attempt, calmly informs Eugene that it's useless. He has already set up a jammer, effectively cutting off any chance of outside help. The man's suggestion that they should play instead is delivered with a cold, fake smile as he begins unzipping the long shoulder bag he carries with him. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Eugene instinctively reaches for his butterfly knife tucked in his back pocket, his fingers brushing against the cool metal as he assesses his options. He quickly concludes that a direct confrontation with this man would likely be disastrous. Instead, he decides on a different tactic, one that might catch his opponent off guard. Suddenly, Eugene breaks into loud, exaggerated sobs, pleading for mercy as if he were a frightened child. He begs to be let go, claiming that he is merely there because he was told to be, and that he wants nothing more than to go home. To his surprise, the slender man appears to be taken in by the act. He watches Eugene cry with a mix of amusement and concern, his voice softening as he gently asks Eugene to stop crying. Eugene, sensing that his ruse might be working, continues to play the part, wiping at his tears and sniffling pathetically. However, just as he begins to think that he has gained the upper hand, the situation takes a violent turn. Without warning, a bat swings through the air with a whooshing sound, crashing into Eugene and sending him skidding across the ground. The blow was delivered with such force that it could have caused serious harm, but Eugene had managed to raise his arms in time to block it, though the impact still leaves him reeling. Eugene grimaces, the pain coursing through his arms a stark reminder of how dangerous this opponent is. He can't help but think to himself how ruthless the man is, attacking someone he believed to be a crying child without a moment's hesitation. As Eugene struggles to recover, the slender man casually lifts the hair from his forehead, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he wonders aloud what he might have done to make Eugene cry. His eyes glint with a sadistic glee as he laughs maniacally, clearly reveling in the violence he has just inflicted. He exclaims, his voice filled with twisted joy, that this fight is going to be fun, and that the impact of the bat was truly satisfying. Standing over Eugene with an air of triumph and cruelty, the slender man, Yuri Smirnov, better known by his alias, Gopnik, is a new recruit to Barefoot. Despite his recent addition to the ranks, Yuri is already proving himself to be a formidable and sadistic opponent, one who takes pleasure in inflicting pain and enjoys the thrill of the fight. His unsympathetic demeanor and deranged laughter make it clear that Eugene is in for a brutal and merciless battle. He laughs, taunting Eugene to cry out like he was pretending to do every time he hits Eugene. Eugene sobs loudly, his cries echoing through the dim corridors. As the tears stream down his face, his mind drifts back to his upbringing in the dead mansion, where he was subjected to a special form of education from a young age. He has always been taught to follow orders, no matter what they entail, and he's never failed to complete his tasks. Still crying, Eugene approaches two armed security guards. They glance at him, dismissing him as just a harmless child. One of the guards, irritated, barks at him, demanding to know how he got inside. He radios the front gate, chastising the guards there for their lack of vigilance as Eugene gradually stops sobbing, his expression turning calm and innocent. As the guard speaks into his radio, a bloodied body lies face down nearby, unnoticed. The radio crackles with the guard's voice, asking how the gate could have allowed a child through, unaware that the two guards at the entrance are already dead. One of the security guards, realizing he's unable to reach the gate, kneels down in front of Eugene, his demeanor softening. He gently asks how the boy managed to get inside. Eugene, wiping away the last of his tears, explains that he came with his father, who has gone to the bathroom. The kneeling guard stands as his partner, still distracted by his phone, gruffly asks for the name of Eugene's father. The gentle guard chides his partner, reminding him that Eugene is just a child and to let him be. However, beneath Eugene's calm exterior lies something far more sinister. He knows adults instinctively protect children, especially vulnerable ones, and he uses this to his advantage. As the kind guard pats him on the head, offering comfort, he fails to notice the butterfly knife in Eugene's hand. With swift, precise movement, Eugene plunges the blade into the guard's neck, the action silent and deadly. The gentle guard collapses without a sound. It isn't until the other guard hears his partner slump to the floor that he realizes something is terribly wrong. Glancing down, he sees the pool of blood forming around his fallen comrade. Panic sets in as he rushes to the lifeless body, desperately trying to apply pressure to the wound. His frantic gaze searches for the boy, but Eugene has already disappeared from view. In a flash, Eugene leaps behind the remaining guard, cold indifference etched on his young face. With both hands gripping the knife, he drives the blade into the guard's neck, killing him instantly. Standing over the bodies, Eugene mutters to himself, "He is no ordinary child. He is a good child of the dead mansion. He has been conditioned from a young age to obey, and once again, he has fulfilled his given orders without question." Eugene's thoughts of his previous mission fade as sharp pain pulls him back to the present, where he lies injured on the cold ground. He wonders who this enemy is, someone so ruthless that they attack him without hesitation, even though he's just a child. His gaze shifts to Gopnik, whose face is twisted with sadistic pleasure. In that moment, Eugene understands. Gopnik is reveling in the violence. Gopnik twirls his bat with terrifying skill, laughing, and mocks Eugene, daring him to get up. His voice drips with cruel amusement as he teases Eugene, questioning how many more blows it will take before the child starts crying again. Eugene, still struggling with pain, refuses to submit. Determination flashes in his eyes as he forces himself to sit up, attempting to stand. But before he can get his bearings, Gopnik lunges forward with unnerving speed, his bat swinging down from above, aimed directly at Eugene. With barely enough time to react, Eugene dives to the side, narrowly avoiding the bat as it crashes into the tile, shattering it with devastating force. Shards fly everywhere, and Eugene stares at the destruction, panic beginning to creep into his mind. The power behind Gopnik's attack is unlike anything he's ever faced before. It's on a different level entirely. Gopnik grins wickedly, pulling the bat back for another strike, and boasts about his weapon, explaining that it may look like a regular bat but is far from ordinary. Eugene's heart pounds as Gopnik swings again, aiming for his head. He throws himself to the ground in a desperate dodge, barely escaping the lethal blow. He lands hard on his hand, pain shooting through his arm as it buckles beneath him. He tries to get back up, but his arm gives out, sending him crashing to the floor once more. Behind him, Gopnik taunts, his voice dripping with condescension as he asks if all Eugene plans to do is run. With a sadistic grin, Gopnik jabs the handle of the bat hard into Eugene's foot. The pain is instant and excruciating, drawing a scream from Eugene. Gritting his teeth through the agony, Eugene flips open his knife and swipes at Gopnik, but the blow is effortlessly deflected by the bat. He knows he needs to escape. With no other choice, Eugene grabs onto a nearby railing, using it to hoist himself up and over. He crashes down onto the staircase below, his body throbbing with pain. Gopnik, amused by the sight, leans casually over the railing and mockingly tells Eugene he'll give him 10 seconds to run. Holding up his hands, fingers splayed, he teases, asking if he should start the countdown. His voice oozes with twisted delight as he begins to count down the seconds. Eugene, adrenaline surging, scrambles to his feet and runs down the stairs as fast as he can, his foot slipping on the steps in his haste. His mind races. This opponent isn't like anyone he's faced before. Gopnik isn't just toying with him, he's playing a cruel game. As Eugene reaches the bottom of the staircase, he feels blood soaking into his sock from where Gopnik struck his foot earlier. Desperation fills him as he drags himself toward the exit, knowing his time is running out. But before he can reach safety, Gopnik leaps over the railing, his bat raised high above his head, a maniacal grin spread across his face. He brings the bat down with incredible force, smashing the tiles and ground into pieces once again, his strength utterly mismatched with his slim build. Eugene manages to dodge, but only just. Breathing heavily, Eugene stares at Gopnik, his horror growing. The 10 seconds aren't even up, but Gopnik doesn't care. Gopnik's laugh fills the air, a sickly sweet sound as he taunts Eugene, mocking him for ever believing the countdown would be honored. He readies his bat for another strike, delighting in the fear written across Eugene's face. Eugene, cornered, raises his knife, bracing it with his arm to block the blow. But Gopnik's swing is too powerful. The impact sends Eugene flying backward, crashing into the nearby pool with a massive splash. As Eugene struggles to regain his bearings in the water, Gopnik stands at the edge, laughing triumphantly. He revels in his victory, declaring that naive children are always the most fun to deceive. As Eugene sinks deeper into the pool, the cold water enveloping him, his arm throbs with a sharp, unrelenting pain. He opens his eyes, but all he can see is a blur. Despair seeps into his thoughts. Doubt clouds his mind as he wonders if he truly is useless, as he's feared for so long. His memories shift back to before this mission began, to a moment where Sion had mocked him. He recalls Sion mimicking his words in a taunting tone, cruelly imitating Eugene's self-doubt, saying that if he's useless, he doesn't deserve to be part of the family and should be discarded. Anger swells in Eugene as he remembers how he attacked Sion, protesting that those weren't his words. But the confrontation was cut short when Rachel intervened, stopping the fight before it escalated and telling them both to prepare for the mission. Sion, with a hint of mockery still lingering, promised Eugene that he wouldn't tease him any further. As the two of them readied themselves for the mission, Eugene, with hesitation in his voice, asked Sion if he planned to save Aunt Hyunho. The question seemed to catch Sion off guard. Eugene, sensing his confusion, explained further, stating that Aunt Hyunho had relinquished her ties to Sion, making her no longer part of his family. Sion, avoiding eye contact, claimed not to understand what Eugene was talking about. Frustration welled up inside Eugene as he balled his fists, venting his confusion. He told Sion that both he and Aunt Hyunho were strange. Sion was strange for trying to save someone who was no longer family, and Aunt Hyunho was strange for treating Eugene like family, even though he hadn't proven himself worthy. He added that Aunt Hyunho had told him that family doesn't need to prove anything to belong. The idea baffled Eugene, as it clashed with everything he thought he knew. Sion, running his hands through his hair, knelt down in front of Eugene, catching him off guard with a direct question. He asked Eugene if he ever considered Aunt Hyunho to be family. The question shook Eugene to his core. His thoughts raced as memories of Aunt Hyunho's kindness flashed before him. He stammered, recalling how she used to pat his head so gently, a gesture that had always felt foreign, yet warm. Slowly, he pulled out his butterfly knife, gazing at the polished blade that had seen so much violence. Sadness washed over him as he admitted that the concept of family Aunt Hyunho spoke of was so far from his own understanding that he couldn't grasp it. Family, to him, had always been something to earn, something to fight for. His thoughts were interrupted by a gentle pat on the head, this time from Sion. Sion told Eugene that he should ask Aunt Hyunho directly the next time they saw her. With a faint smile, Sion reminded him that Aunt Hyunho had requested Sion bring Eugene along on his next visit. The words stunned Eugene. He had never imagined that Aunt Hyunho would have asked for him specifically. He asked Sion if she had really said that, surprise and disbelief mingling in his voice. Sion, standing tall, confirmed it, offering to take Eugene to see her so that he could ask her all his burning questions himself. The prospect of seeing Aunt Hyunho again left Eugene standing there in silence, his butterfly knife still in hand. He stared blankly, torn between the conflicting emotions that the memories stirred in him. Even though Aunt Hyunho wasn't bound to him by blood, the memories of her kindness lingered, and the title Aunt still felt right. The bond, though confusing, was undeniable. He wasn't sure if he understood what family really meant, but in that moment, the possibility of seeing her again filled him with a sense of hope he hadn't expected. As Eugene sinks deeper into the pool, the water enveloping him like a heavy shroud, his mind races, grappling with the idea of family. The concept feels distant, elusive. He thinks about how Aunt Hyunho treated him as family, even though he hadn't earned it in the way he thought he needed to. His thoughts drift back to the twisted notion of belonging that had been ingrained in him, where proving one's worth was everything. But Aunt Hyunho's warmth clashed with this idea, leaving him confused and unsure. The water muffles his thoughts as he glances up to see Gopnik kneeling at the edge of the pool, a bored expression on his face. From above, Gopnik calls out with feigned amusement, questioning whether Eugene could really be such a poor swimmer. Eugene, struggling beneath the surface, bursts through the water, gasping for air, his voice breaking as he calls out for help. His panic fills the space as he thrashes wildly, his limbs flailing in desperation. Gopnik, barely containing his excitement, exclaims with delight at the spectacle, mocking Eugene's helplessness. As Eugene continues to struggle, he remembers how during his training, he had learned that children can use their vulnerability to evoke the protective instincts of adults. But Gopnik was no ordinary adult. He thrived on tormenting even the weakest, showing no mercy or compassion. Gopnik's laughter cuts through the air, his mocking words stinging as he teases Eugene about his inability to swim. Reaching out his bat, he pretends to offer a lifeline, stretching it just within Eugene's grasp. Eugene, desperate, reaches for the bat, his fingers barely grazing the wood before Gopnik yanks it away with a sneer, taunting him further. The cruelty in Gopnik's eyes is unmistakable. He enjoys watching Eugene suffer. Eugene's strength begins to fade, and he sinks lower into the pool, the cold water closing in around him. Only his eyes and the top of his head remain above the surface, his energy all but gone. As exhaustion overtakes him, Eugene's body goes limp, and he floats face down, unmoving. Gopnik, standing above the pool, looks down at the boy with a smirk, teasing that he might have actually spared Eugene if he had been a bit more entertaining. But to Gopnik, the game was over, and he turns to leave, satisfied with the outcome. However, just as he begins to walk away, a small hand grabs hold of his ankle. Gopnik glances down in disbelief to see Eugene's small, trembling hands clutching his shoe, his face a mask of raw determination. With surprising strength, Eugene braces his legs against the pool's edge and pulls Gopnik backward with all his might. His eyes burn with defiance, a fierce will to survive. Gopnik is caught off guard by the sudden force, and with a powerful splash, he is yanked into the pool, the sound echoing throughout the room. As Gopnik resurfaces, sputtering and furious, he shouts in frustration, cursing that he had been tricked by a child. But Eugene moves with quiet precision, his training kicking in. Silently, he slips behind Gopnik, wrapping his small arms tightly around his neck in a perfect chokehold. Years of brutal training had honed Eugene's ability to act, to adapt, and now, the fear and hesitation that once plagued him vanish. His grip tightens as his cold, calculating side takes over. Gopnik thrashes wildly in the water, his hands clawing at Eugene's arms as he struggles to breathe. Between desperate gasps, he reminds Eugene that he had claimed not to know how to swim. But Eugene, his voice now devoid of fear, responds with chilling composure. He reveals his true self, a child shaped by cruelty and training, bred for moments like this. Gopnik had been naive to believe him. A sinister glint fills Eugene's eyes as he tightens the choke even further. He feels no remorse, no hesitation. In his mind, he's simply doing what he was trained to do. As Gopnik's struggles grow weaker, Eugene's thoughts turn cold and mechanical. He is a good child, fulfilling his mission with ruthless efficiency. His grip remains firm as Gopnik's body jerks in the water, his desperate attempts to escape growing futile. Eugene knows he cannot fail, not now. He has proven, once again, that he is worthy of the mission he was born to complete. As Gopnik struggles to stay conscious, the pool's water distorting his surroundings, he curses at Eugene, realizing with growing frustration that this boy won't let go. The chokehold tightens around his throat, and for the first time in the fight, Gopnik feels genuine panic rising. Eugene, his arms trembling from the effort, thinks that Gopnik is far more resilient than he had initially expected. His grip weakens from the strain, but he knows that if he can squeeze just a little bit harder, it might all be over. Eugene's heart pounds in his chest as desperation and determination collide within him. Sensing Eugene's struggle, Gopnik capitalizes on the moment of weakness. His eye catches a glimpse of Eugene's fatigue, and with a sudden burst of anger, he smashes the handle of his bat into Eugene's arm. The blow is sharp, sending a jolt of pain through Eugene's body, and he's forced to release his hold. Gopnik, regaining control, grins wickedly as he swings his bat with full force, intending to end the fight in a single, brutal strike. But just before the bat makes contact, Eugene dives underwater, narrowly avoiding what would have been a crushing blow. Gopnik's bat crashes into the water with a violent splash, sending shockwaves across the pool's surface. Eugene resurfaces a few lanes away, clutching at his mouth, gasping for breath as he processes what just happened. He knows that if he hadn't moved in time, the strike could have seriously injured or even killed him. He briefly considers how the water had softened the impact, but those thoughts are quickly interrupted by Gopnik, who, to Eugene's astonishment, is now crouching on one of the pool's lane lines. Perfectly balanced, Gopnik's dark and murderous expression is clear as he taunts Eugene from above, his bat resting menacingly on his shoulder. Eugene watches in disbelief as Gopnik, balanced as if on solid ground, leans against the line and suddenly launches himself forward with terrifying speed. The bat comes down toward Eugene once more, and in an instant, Eugene dives again, narrowly avoiding the blow. Water splashes violently around them, and Eugene looks up to find Gopnik once again perched on another lane line, mocking him. Eugene feels a chill as he realizes that Gopnik is playing with him, taunting him, enjoying the power he holds over Eugene. The way Gopnik moves with such unnatural grace on the unstable pool lanes sends a wave of unease through Eugene. How is he able to balance so effortlessly, Eugene wonders. Gopnik, hair wild and eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure, looks down at Eugene as if he's a predator toying with its prey. His voice drips with malice as he continues to mock Eugene, daring him to stay underwater forever. The taunting grows louder, more vicious, as Gopnik questions how long Eugene can truly hold his breath before he's forced to surface and face the inevitable beating. The gleam in Gopnik's eyes reflects a madness that sends fear coursing through Eugene's veins. Desperation creeps in as Eugene swims away, his arms and legs moving frantically through the water. He knows he can't outpace Gopnik forever, especially with his breath running thin. As Gopnik runs effortlessly along the lane lines beside him, calling out with cruel amusement, Eugene feels panic settling in. The pressure in his lungs is building, his vision beginning to blur as his body screams for oxygen. He clutches his mouth, weighing his options. If he surfaces, he knows Gopnik will be waiting, bat raised, ready to end him with a brutal swing. He imagines the bat smashing into his skull, the water around him turning crimson as blood spills into the pool. Eugene has to think quickly, his mind racing as he desperately tries to come up with a plan. He needs to buy himself more time, anything to avoid the imminent danger that Gopnik poses. But the situation is becoming increasingly dire. Gopnik, leaning over the lane line with a sinister smile, mocks Eugene, impressed that he's managed to hold his breath for as long as he has. Eugene, feeling the strain on his body, dives deeper, his knife now drawn, determination etched across his face. This is his moment, he thinks. This is when he strikes back. With every ounce of strength left in him, Eugene surfaces with incredible speed, his knife cutting cleanly through the lane line where Gopnik was standing just moments before. Gopnik leaps back instinctively, narrowly avoiding the blade, but the unexpected move sends him splashing into the water, surprised and momentarily off balance. The lane line, now torn apart, floats uselessly on the surface as Eugene prepares for his next move. Gopnik rises from the water, his face twisted with fury as he realizes that Eugene is playing tricks on him. Eugene, fully submerged, clutches his knife tightly, his eyes burning with determination. He watches as Gopnik, now fully in the water, readies his bat, preparing for another strike. Gopnik, his expression dark, believes that he can overpower Eugene, even in these conditions. But as he raises the bat, he quickly realizes how cumbersome the weapon feels underwater. Water, denser than air, slows Gopnik's movements, offering resistance to his large, heavy bat. Swinging a weapon of that size underwater is like moving through thick mud, slow and awkward. Meanwhile, Eugene's knife, small and agile, moves with ease through the water, giving him a distinct advantage. As Eugene charges forward, Gopnik attempts to dodge, but in his haste, he doesn't notice that Eugene has looped the pool's lane cord around his neck. With a sharp, deliberate tug, Eugene tightens the cord around Gopnik's throat. Gopnik's eyes widen in shock as he struggles to free himself from the makeshift noose. His hands claw at the cord, but the more he fights, the tighter it becomes. Eugene, his face twisted with focus, holds the cord firm, bubbles escaping from his mouth as he strains to keep his grip. Gopnik's thrashing becomes more erratic, the water splashing violently around them as his movements grow desperate. The surface of the pool stills for a moment before Eugene suddenly bursts through, gasping for air. He looks behind him, his breath ragged, as Gopnik's body slowly floats to the surface, unmoving. The lane cord remains tightly wrapped around his neck, and his eyes stare blankly into the distance. Eugene watches, his chest heaving, before he allows a smirk to tug at the corners of his lips. With a mocking expression, Eugene taunts the lifeless Gopnik, his voice dripping with contempt. He sticks out his tongue, calling Gopnik an amateur, his eyes filled with cold satisfaction. He had done it. He had won. And now, as he stands victorious, he knows that he is no ordinary child. He is a good child, trained to survive at any cost. Rachel moves with precision and intensity, her body taut as she reloads her submachine gun using her teeth, the motion fluid and aggressive. She wastes no time, immediately unleashing a torrent of bullets toward the henchmen chasing her and Mari. Every step she takes sends sharp pulses of pain through her injured thigh, a bullet wound from earlier slowing her down. The pain is searing, but Rachel refuses to let it stop her, gritting her teeth as she fires off shots, each bullet finding its mark. Several henchmen fall, hit in their ankles or arms, incapacitated by her deadly accuracy. Mari, hiding behind cover, peers out with concern, her gaze fixed on Rachel as she fights through the pain. She asks how Rachel is holding up, her voice tinged with worry. Despite the throb in her leg, Rachel's response is firm, insisting she's fine, though the strain in her movements says otherwise. Mari scans their surroundings, quickly realizing that the situation has spiraled beyond what they anticipated. The number of henchmen closing in on them is greater than they had planned for, and Mari, always quick to assess, suggests they consider retreating. Things are becoming dangerously out of control. Rachel's expression hardens as she dismisses the idea with cold resolve. There will be no retreat. They are here to finish the job. Sion is dealing with Dmitri, leaving Rachel to handle the henchmen. She ducks behind cover to reload her weapon, but as she snaps the magazine into place, the realization hits her. This is her last one. Mari, standing nearby, points out the grim reality that two people can't possibly win this fight. The odds are stacked too high. Pulling out her phone, Mari continues to evaluate the situation, noting that unexpected variables like Barefoot, Dmitri, and even Gopnik have thrown off their plans. She suggests that calling for backup might be necessary. Rachel, irritated, doesn't bother looking at Mari as she dismisses the idea, implying that Mari sounds weak for even suggesting it. But Mari, undeterred, insists that seeking backup is the most logical course of action. As Rachel finishes reloading, a troubling thought occurs to her. Turning to Mari, suspicion etches into her features, and she brings up the fact that Mari didn't have access to the security feeds at the start of the mission. She questions how Mari knew about Gopnik's presence. Mari looks up from her phone, a sly smile creeping across her face before she quickly hides it behind her carefully manicured nails. She admits to making a careless mistake, laughing softly to herself, as though amused by her own error. If Eugene were here, she muses, he would mock her for it, calling her an amateur. Rachel's eyes narrow, her suspicions deepening. Without hesitation, she raises her gun and points it directly at Mari, demanding to know how she could have done this. Shock is evident in her voice as she tries to comprehend how someone under the control of Dead Mansion could be capable of betrayal. Rachel's fury mounts, her voice rising as she orders Mari to explain herself, her demand tinged with desperation. Mari, seemingly unaffected by the weapon aimed at her, calmly reaches into her blouse and pulls out a silver chain, a cross dangling from it. With a composed tone, she reveals that they have found a way to break the control of Dead Mansion's 3 principles. The cross slips from Mari's hand, landing on the floor with a soft metallic clink. Rachel's mind races as she struggles to grasp the implications of Mari's words. She demands to know what Mari means by breaking the principles, but another, more pressing question quickly takes hold. She asks Mari who else is involved, who the we is that she has mentioned. Mari's expression turns blank, her voice dropping to a chilling calm as she reveals that the one responsible is Noel, and that he has returned. The name strikes Rachel like a blow, anger flaring in her eyes as she asks Mari to repeat herself. Before Rachel can react further, Mari lunges at her, catching her off guard. Mari quickly ejects the magazine from Rachel's gun, taunting Rachel, knowing that she now has no bullets left. Undeterred, Mari attacks, striking Rachel with the magazine, aiming for her wounded thigh. Pain explodes through Rachel's leg, but she refuses to be slowed down. With fury burning in her eyes, she raises her gun, ready to use it as a blunt weapon. She swings at Mari, who ducks just in time, dodging the blow. Mari counters by slamming the magazine into Rachel's injured leg again, causing another burst of pain to shoot through her body. Rachel, screaming in both rage and agony, grabs hold of Mari's wrist, her grip tightening as she prepares to strike back. She snarls at Mari, her mind swirling with fury as she tries to make sense of everything. Just as she is about to land a blow, Rachel feels the cold press of a gun barrel against the back of her head. A voice orders her to freeze. The henchmen have caught up to them, their guns now trained on Rachel from all sides. Rachel, refusing to back down, turns to face them, but one of the men strikes her hard, slamming her face into the ground. Blood spills from her nose as she lies there, dazed and disoriented. One of the henchmen rolls up his sleeves, sneering as he announces that it is their turn to make Rachel suffer. From a short distance away, Mari watches, her expression calm and cold. As another henchman, clutching his injured arm, limps into the corridor, he asks what is happening. Mari greets him with a smile, assuring him that everything is over. Her eyes shift to Rachel, now being dragged across the floor by her hair. With a mocking tone, Mari suggests it is time to deal with Sion. Rachel, normally fiercely protective of Sion, can only stare blankly, her face bloodied, her spirit momentarily crushed. She is defeated, unable to muster a response. At the dimly lit school, Joseph's father approaches Yunho's mother with a cold, calculating demeanor, his hand gripping the handle of a gleaming knife. His twisted smile widens as he thrusts the weapon toward her, his voice dripping with malice as he declares that it is time for them to exact their revenge. His eyes, dark with cruel intent, glint with a demented look as he mentions Sion Park, his words thick with hatred. The sharp blade of the knife reflects the fear in Hyunho's mother's wide, trembling eyes, the steel capturing her growing dread. Her hand, shaking, hovers over the weapon, but the weight of the moment leaves her frozen. As her gaze remains fixed on the knife, Hyunho's mother struggles to steady her breath. The tension in the room grows palpable, each second dragging as she fights against the rising tide of fear. Her fingers tremble over the blade, but after a brief hesitation, something inside her stirs. Her voice, barely a whisper at first, rises from within, carrying the strength she didn't know she still had. Joseph's father, watching her with amused contempt, seems to relish her struggle, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Then, in a sudden burst of defiance, Hyunho's mother flings the knife behind her. The weapon clatters loudly against the cold floor of the classroom, the sharp sound cutting through the tension like a physical blow. She faces him now, her trembling subsiding as she finds the courage to speak. Her words are filled with conviction, denouncing him and the twisted notion that someone like him should ever have been a parent. The knife lying discarded on the floor serves as a stark punctuation to her statement, a clear rejection of his violent intentions. Joseph's father, however, remains unfazed by her defiance. His smile doesn't falter as he listens to her, and his amusement only deepens. He turns toward her, his expression filled with smug arrogance, and questions her in a tone dripping with scorn. To him, a parent is someone who takes action, someone who demands compensation or seeks revenge for their child, no matter how foolish that child might be. In his twisted mind, Hyunho's mother's refusal to act, her unwillingness to retaliate, makes her weak, unworthy of the title of parent. His words are like venom, designed to provoke and belittle her. Fury ignites in Hyunho's mother as his vile speech continues. Her face flushes with anger, and in a swift motion, she slaps Joseph's father across the face, the sound echoing in the stillness of the room. The slap is not just an act of defiance, but a desperate attempt to silence his poisonous words. For a brief moment, silence reigns. Joseph's face, now red from the slap, contorts in irritation. He raises a handkerchief to his face, dabbing at his cheek with an annoyed expression. His voice, filled with frustration, betrays his disappointment. What he had thought would be an easy task has turned out to be more difficult than he anticipated. Hyunho's mother's resistance is stronger than he had hoped. As if on cue, the classroom door swings open, and a group of henchmen enters, surrounding Hyunho's mother. Their presence fills the room with an oppressive sense of danger. Joseph's father, now facing away from her, remains eerily calm, almost indifferent to the increasing threat his men present. He speaks again, his tone measured and devoid of any real emotion, stating that efficiency is crucial in matters of work. His eyes shift toward his men, a sly smile curling at the edges of his lips as he admires the overwhelming force now arrayed against Hyunho's mother. The sight of the henchmen closing in causes her heart to pound in her chest, terror gripping her as she realizes just how outnumbered she is. Meanwhile, Sion stands in the dimly lit principal's office, tucking a photo into his jacket pocket with an air of exhaustion. His movements are slow, weighed down by fatigue, as he mutters to himself about setting the photos aside for now. His body protests with every shift. His back cracks audibly as he stretches, a reminder of the intense fight that left the Russian mercenary sprawled unconscious on the floor. The man, a hulking brute, had been no match for Sion's skill, but the battle had taken its toll, leaving Sion aching and sore. As he rolls his neck, the popping of joints echoes through the room, and a wry grin crosses his face. The absurdity of the situation dawns on him. Fighting Russian mercenaries in the office of a school principal would make for an unbelievable, almost comical story. Who would ever believe such a bizarre tale? He chuckles at the thought, still loosening the tension in his body. When his neck cracks again, a subtle red light catches his attention. A camera, hidden but now noticeable, records his every move, the small lens glowing faintly in the shadows. Sion's thoughts shift to the bigger picture as he contemplates the mercenaries. He muses over how impressive it is that Byungwoo Construction had the resources and connections to hire Russian operatives. This wasn't something just anyone could arrange. It required powerful contacts, deep within the world of crime or international mercenary work. As the realization hits him, his smile fades, replaced by a creeping suspicion. Not just anyone could have pulled this off. Whoever was behind this operation had far more reach and influence than he initially thought. His epiphany crashes over him like cold water. Suddenly, Sion spins on his heel, sprinting toward the exit, cursing himself for not seeing it earlier. Bursting out of the principal's office, he skids to a halt in the hallway, only to come face to face with a group of henchmen. They hadn't been expecting him. One of them, wide-eyed with surprise, yells that he's found the guy with the yellow hair. The description hangs in the air for a split second before Sion launches into action. With a swift, vicious knee, he slams into the henchman's face, shattering his nose in an explosion of blood. The man crumples, stumbling backward into his comrades, gasping in pain. Sion barely spares him a glance, taunting the group for constantly referring to him by his hair color. They should know his name by now. As if to emphasize his words, another henchman lunges from Sion's blind spot, a knife flashing toward him. But Sion's reflexes are sharp, and with a well-placed elbow, He sends the attacker flying, the force of the blow leaving the man sprawled on the floor. One of the remaining henchmen, panic setting in, frantically fumbles with a pistol, trying to load it in time to stop Sion's onslaught. His hands shake as he manages to fire off a volley of shots. Reacting instantly, Sion grabs one of the fallen henchmen and uses him as a human shield, the bullets ricocheting harmlessly off the Kevlar vest. The man in the vest yells at the shooter to stop, terrified and helpless in Sion's grip. But Sion doesn't slow down. Moving low to the ground, he charges the gunman, his voice dripping with mockery as he scolds the shooter for ignoring his comrade's pleas. The bullets might not have killed him, Sion taunts, but they would certainly hurt. Frustrated, the gunman silently vows to end this madness by shooting Sion in the head. His aim steadies as he squeezes the trigger, but it's too late. Sion moves like lightning, his elbow slamming upward into the gun just as the shot is fired, sending the bullet harmlessly into the ceiling. With the speed and power of a wild animal, Sion delivers a crushing punch to the man's face, the force reverberating through the hallway. The impact is brutal, the sound echoing in the narrow space as the gunman crumples to the floor, defeated in an instant. Rachel's consciousness slowly returns, her eyelids fluttering open as she finds herself slumped against a cold, metallic pole, restrained and alone. Disoriented, she barely has time to take in her surroundings before a familiar voice echoes through the room. Marie's. Seated comfortably at a bank of computers, sipping casually on a cup of coffee, Marie's voice cuts through the stillness, taunting Rachel with her sarcastic tone. Seeing Marie, rage floods Rachel's body, her composure shattering instantly. She erupts, screaming threats, her fury at Marie's betrayal overwhelming her. She struggles against the restraints, her muscles straining, but a quick glance at her bound limbs reminds her of her current predicament. Realizing the futility of her outburst, Rachel forces herself to calm down, suppressing her emotions as she decides to bide her time. Despite the situation, her mind sharpens, focusing on finding the right moment to act. Marie, unfazed by Rachel's rage, remains calm, her demeanor almost unnervingly relaxed. She comments in a dispassionate tone, explaining that her actions aren't a betrayal of Dead Mansion, but an unveiling of the truth, who the true masterpiece of the organization really is. Her nonchalant attitude grates on Rachel, who seethes with anger beneath her stoic facade. However, Marie continues to reminisce, speaking of the Dead Mansion director, So, and the day he introduced her to the idea of Sion as the ultimate creation. As a child, Marie had been told that Sion was unique, a masterpiece unlike any other, and it had filled her with both awe and resentment. She remembers the director placing his hand on her head, urging her to be like Sion, a high praise that had gnawed at her even then. As she takes another sip of her coffee, Marie's face twists with bitterness, her memories bringing a scowl to her lips. She reflects on how much the director had been obsessed with Sion, treating him like a prized antique that could never be replaced. The praise had always angered Marie, and the more she learned about Sion, the more it fueled her frustration. When she finally met Sion, expecting to encounter this legend everyone spoke of, she found him to be nothing more than a mediocre, average boy, far from the mythical figure she had imagined. Now kneeling in front of Rachel, Marie's smile returns, though it's more of a cold, calculating expression. She tells Rachel that meeting Sion made her realize that legends are nothing but illusions of the past. Marie reaches out, her fingers brushing against the scar on Rachel's face. The touch is both invasive and mocking, as Marie claims that the director's glorification of Sion was merely a cover-up for his own failures. In an instant, Rachel lunges forward, attempting to bite Marie's hand, but Marie pulls back just in time, her composure unshaken. She continues speaking, indifferent to Rachel's aggression, noting that sometimes it's easier to accept the mistakes of others than to confront one's own shortcomings. Standing, Marie looks down at Rachel, her voice filled with determination. She declares her intention to show the director that legends are nothing more than relics, ready to be forgotten. She pulls up her sleeve, revealing the tattoo on her arm, 3 Cyrillic symbols that spell out DVA, her codename as the masterpiece of Dead Mansion's strategy. As Mari prepares to leave, Rachel's eyes are drawn to one of the monitors overhead. The CCTV feed shows Sion standing still for a moment before suddenly sprinting away, clearly acting on some revelation. Rachel can't help but snort, a grin spreading across her face. Marie, irritated, demands to know what Rachel finds so amusing. With a mocking look, Rachel comments on Sion's reckless behavior, almost daring Marie to realize that something bigger is at play. She taunts Marie, asking if she truly believed the director's only concern was Sion's whereabouts. Marie grips the sleeve of her hoodie, trying to maintain her composure, but Rachel continues, poking holes in Marie's logic. Rachel asserts that Marie's entire argument is flawed and doesn't make any sense, further driving her opponent's frustration. Marie's irritation grows into cold fury. In a swift, fluid motion, she reaches into her bag and pulls out a pistol. With precision, she fires a shot that grazes Rachel's cheek, the bullet landing impossibly close to its mark. Rachel remains unfazed, knowing Marie's skill is deliberate. Marie presses the gun to Rachel's scarred forehead, her eyes filled with cold intensity. Her warning is clear. She won't hesitate to do more than leave a scar if Rachel pushes her further. Rachel, however, smiles, sarcastically asking if Marie's feelings were hurt. Before their confrontation can escalate, the sound of wheels approaching interrupts them. Joseph's father enters the room, his wheelchair gliding smoothly across the floor as he sarcastically apologizes for the interruption. His bodyguards flank him as he surveys the situation, immediately recognizing that tensions between Marie and Rachel are at a boiling point. He approaches Rachel, his voice dripping with venom as he references the humiliation he had suffered at her hands. Clearly, revenge is on his mind, and he is eager to make Rachel pay. Marie, noticing a red mark on Joseph's father's face, inquires about what had happened. He dismisses it, saying it was a minor issue, and assures her that preparations have been completed. The camera briefly shifts, revealing Hyunho's mother slumped over a desk, and Hyunho himself, sprawled on a hospital roof, closely monitored by 3 henchmen. Marie thanks Joseph's father for his hard work, acknowledging how smoothly things have gone under his coordination. He brushes off the compliment, pleased to work alongside someone who understands the game. As he begins discussing the next steps, one of his bodyguards suddenly moves behind him, pressing a chloroform-soaked handkerchief to his face. Joseph's father barely has time to react before his consciousness begins to slip away. Confused and weak, he asks what's happening, but the bodyguard only offers a quiet apology. Adjusting his glasses, the bodyguard explains that he had received a better offer. This was the adult way to handle things. Marie, leaning in close to the unconscious Byung-woo, whispers that his usefulness had ended when he brought Sion into the situation. She promises that Joseph will still have a role to play, as the headlines will portray him as a father consumed by revenge for his son. With Byung-woo slumped in his wheelchair, Marie shifts her attention back to the CCTV, searching for Sion's whereabouts. A frown crosses her face as she notices something odd on the screen. Before she can fully grasp what she's seeing, Rachel interrupts, reminding Marie that among the children of Dead Mansion, there are those with exceptional talents. Rachel hints at the nickname she once gave to these talents, noting that Marie, with her strategic brilliance, was known as DVA. But Rachel isn't done yet. She reveals that Sion was the greatest masterpiece of all, possessing every talent one could imagine, a fact that shakes Marie to her core. As Marie grows visibly irritated, she dismisses Rachel's words, demanding that she get to the point. However, Rachel presses on, determined to make her message clear. She states that Sion was, without question, the greatest masterpiece of Dead Mansion, endowed with every conceivable talent. As she speaks, Marie's mind drifts back to the words that had haunted her throughout her childhood, the director's constant praise of Sion as the greatest masterpiece. The memory leaves a bitter taste in her mouth, her face twisting into a scowl as she recalls the accolades that had overshadowed her own existence. The weight of those words, once spoken so reverently, now hangs heavy in the air between them. Marie's brooding thoughts are abruptly interrupted as the room plunges into sudden darkness. Every light surrounding them flickers out in an instant, leaving the room bathed in eerie silence. Byung-woo's former bodyguard, unbothered at first, pulls out his phone, checking for any sign of a local power outage. Distracted by his device, he fails to notice the small but rapidly spreading cracks forming in the ceiling above them. Mari, however, does not miss the signs. Her eyes widen in alarm as the creaking above intensifies. Her shout to the bodyguard to watch out cuts through the darkness, but the warning comes too late. With a deafening crash, the ceiling above them shatters, and Sion bursts through in a blur of movement, descending directly onto the unsuspecting bodyguard. Before anyone can react, Sion's descent turns into a brutal strike. He uses the momentum of his fall to drive his elbow into the top of the bodyguard's head, the impact landing with a sickening thud that reverberates throughout the room. The bodyguard crumples to the ground, unconscious from the sheer force of the blow. In the midst of the chaos, Rachel, her face still streaked with blood, grins, utterly unfazed by the violence around her. For the first time since her capture, a sense of calm washes over her as she sees Sion standing before her. Despite the dire circumstances, she can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. In Sion, she sees the truth of what she had been saying all along. He is the pinnacle of Dead Mansion's creations, the one child who had surpassed them all. Among the children of Dead Mansion, he is unquestionably the greatest. Sion Park, known by his codename Odin, had arrived, Dead Mansion's most formidable masterpiece, now unleashed. The scene opens with young Sion, impeccably dressed, his face expressionless as he stares down, showing no sign of emotion. The director, a figure of unsettling cheerfulness, leads Sion by the hand, grinning as he remarks that while all the children of Dead Mansion are special, Sion is exceptional, standing above the rest. As they approach the grand, ornate wooden door of the headquarters, two hooded guards, robed in priest-like garments, stand in silent vigilance, their faces hidden. The director's gaze shifts slyly to Sion as he speaks in a tone that drips with a false innocence, telling him that his remarkable talents are the embodiment of what Dead Mansion stands for. His voice lowers to a sinister whisper, declaring Sion their ultimate masterpiece. This proclamation momentarily breaks Sion's stoic demeanor. His eyes widen ever so slightly, betraying a flicker of fear. Once inside, they are confronted with the unsettling sight of a man preparing for work. A long-haired figure, donning surgical gloves amidst an array of tattooing tools. Behind Sion, the director continues his fervent praise, zealously celebrating Sion as the dawn of Dead Mansion's first true masterpiece. The tattoo artist, now fully gloved, is clad in a priest's habit, his body heavily inked from neck to wrist, a cross tattoo etched beneath his left eye. His ears and lip are pierced, and he calmly readies a buzzing tattoo gun, its noise amplifying in the large, echoing chamber. The director places his hands firmly on Sion's shoulders, leaning in with a disturbing mix of encouragement and menace, reminding the boy that he is their greatest creation. He bends down to meet Sion's gaze, pressing him for understanding. Sion's expression tightens, his brow furrowing as he contemplates the needle, his eyes fixated on it with a mix of apprehension and resignation. In the shadows of the hallway, Mari lurks, observing the scene with a scowl of deep resentment. She watches from a distance, her presence unnoticed, as the director's praise rains down on Sion in what should be a moment of triumph, but instead feels like a sinister initiation. Her gaze remains cold, intruding on Sion's unwanted moment of recognition. In the present-day confrontation, Sion stands resolute amid the chaos, the only ones left unscathed being him and Marie. Rachel, battered and injured, screams at Sion, accusing Marie of being behind the entire ordeal. Without even turning to look, Sion acknowledges Rachel's claim, revealing that he already knew the truth. His eyes settle on Mari, who stands smiling, and though he asks for details of what happened, he quickly realizes this isn't the time for words. Determined, he rolls up his sleeve, teeth clenched, declaring that he'll beat the answers out of her first, then ask questions later. Mari giggles, a hand raised to her face, trying to throw Sion off balance by taunting him. She teases him, questioning if he would actually hit a girl, while her hand slips into her pocket to grab a knife. She invokes the name of Hyunho's mother, asking Sion what she would say to his bold statement, aiming to distract Sion long enough to strike like a viper. Her knife flashes toward him in a sudden, deadly attack, hoping the mention of Hyunho's mother would cause him to falter. However, Sion effortlessly dodges the swipe, a retort slipping from his lips, his mind already racing with the thought that Mari's precision is exactly what he expects from a member of Dead Mansion. Mari, her sweet smile vanished, lunges for another strike, this time filled with fury. Sion momentarily is jolted by the thought of whether she's violating the strict rules of Dead Mansion, but he quickly dismisses the thought, focusing on the fight. He ducks her blow and counters with an upward elbow, landing a dull thud against her raised arm. Though she absorbs the hit, blocking it at the last second, she remarks with calm confidence that brute force alone won't be enough to deal with Sion. In a blur of movement, she swiftly wraps her arm around his neck, locking him in a tight grip, and trips him, sending him crashing toward the ground. Sion, stunned, braces himself, his eyes wide with surprise as he asks what kind of technique she just used. It's nothing he's seen before in Dead Mansion. His shock is mirrored by Rachel, who sits frozen, mouth agape, equally astounded by the unfamiliar move. Before Sion can process what has happened, Mari abruptly flees, sprinting from the room at full speed. Rachel, pragmatic as always, yells at Sion to go after her, insisting that Mari is being manipulated by someone else. If they capture her, they can uncover who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. The urgency of her words catches Sion off guard, prompting him to ask what she means by a mastermind. Rachel, exasperated, screams at him to move now and leave the explanations for later. Sion obeys, dashing after Mari, though the moments spent talking have given her a frustrating lead. As he runs, his mind reels from Rachel's revelation, a mastermind behind Mari's actions. What could this mean? Focusing back on his target, his thoughts shift. Whether it's Mari or someone else in the shadows, they know how to break the strict rules of Dead Mansion. This realization fuels Sion, giving him an extra burst of speed. He calls out to Mari, asking her to stop, insisting that he only wants to talk, but she doesn't slow. She barrels through a classroom door, vanishing inside. Sion skids to a halt at the entrance, shouting that she should stop running. Before he can finish, she turns to face him, holding several small chemistry bottles filled with a viscous red liquid. A mask obscures her face, but the wicked grin beneath it is unmistakable. Mari throws the bottles to the floor, the glass shattering on impact. The separated materials instantly react, igniting a volatile chemical explosion. Sion leaps to cover himself, his jacket singed as he narrowly avoids the blast. The acrid smell of chemicals fills the air, sodium and ammonia, he realizes, likely stolen from the science labs. As he moves to cover his mouth with his sleeve, another bottle hurtles toward him, flung with deadly speed. Mari lunges again, this time aiming to knock him unconscious. Sion dodges, but the movement forces him to lower his arm from his face. The toxic fumes hit him instantly, triggering a violent cough. Pain racks his chest, and before he can fully regain composure, Mari slashes at him with her knife. He evades, but the blade still cuts his arm, leaving a deep gash that bleeds profusely. She prepares for another strike, swinging the bottle in her other hand. The bottle slams into Sion's ribs, the sound of cracking bone echoing through the room. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Sion's mind races. He recognizes this room. It's the same place where he fought Dimitri. Mari must have watched the entire battle unfold, and she intentionally lured him here. There's nothing he can use as a weapon now, but in desperation, he lunges for a fallen bookshelf, hoping to find something useful. Mari, anticipating his move, kicks his arm, forcing him to drop the item he had reached for. She sneers, boasting that she has him figured out. In every unfavorable situation, he resorts to using whatever is at hand, just as he had in past fights, with a can of ketchup against Rachel, the syringes against the henchman, or the plaques against Dimitri. She laughs, launching a heavy globe at him with all her might, declaring that improvisation isn't just his skill. The globe crashes into Sion's left arm, reopening the wound on his forearm. As he reels back, shielding his face, small, shattered vials of the earlier concoction are thrown by Mari and explode around him, igniting his jacket. Swiftly, he shrugs it off, tossing it toward the charging Mari. She ducks beneath the flaming cloth, but when she rises, she finds herself alone, surrounded by cabinets, the floor slick with Sion's blood. Yet Sion is nowhere in sight. Her eyes scan the room, finally landing on the trail of blood leading out the door. Sion clutches his arm as blood flows heavily from the deep gash, soaking his sleeve. Pain pulses with every movement, weakening him as he limps forward, his mind racing. He glances at his wounded arm and realizes Mari has been deliberately targeting the same spot, methodically wearing him down. The situation grows increasingly dangerous, not just because of Mari, but because his earlier fight with Dimitri had already drained him. His body, battered and exhausted, is in no condition to fight. Desperation flickers in his eyes as he scans the library, searching for anything to use as a makeshift weapon or even a bandage. A bitter chuckle escapes him. Cleaning tools? They're as good as dead now. The humor is short-lived, though, replaced by the harsh memory of Rachel's cold expression when she found him after all this time. That look haunts him, a reminder of the guilt he carries. He clenches his fists, frustration surging through him. He brought this chaos to the school, to the lives of Hyunho and his mother, and he is responsible for the fallout. His thoughts are interrupted by the soft, rhythmic click of Mari's boots on the library floor, getting closer. Mari's voice echoes through the library, teasing him as she follows the trail of blood. Her tone is light, mocking, as she points out that the blood makes it impossible for him to hide. She giggles, her voice tinged with sadistic delight, wondering aloud if he's even still alive. Sion remains hidden, forcing himself to stay quiet, even as pain throbs through his arm. Mari's taunts turn sharper, and she brings up the title of Greatest Masterpiece, dripping sarcasm as she reflects on how absurd it feels in their current situation. She recalls how the children of Dead Mansion were given titles based on their abilities, but Sion was simply named the Greatest. Her tone grows cutting as she mocks the director's decision. In her eyes, calling Sion the first masterpiece had been a mistake, a careless act that ignored the exceptional qualities of the other children. She remembers her childhood with bitterness, the sting of hearing the director's words still fresh. Naming someone the greatest always seemed absurd to her. The director, she declares coldly, had been far too hasty. Following the trail of blood, Mari lunges toward an aisle, expecting to catch Sion off guard. But she finds only a bloody cloth and a stapler. Her eyes narrow as she kneels to examine the items, suspicion building in her mind. Before she can process it, Sion's voice cuts through the silence. He stands tall behind her, mocking her for talking so much. Mari whirls around, preparing to strike, but her blade is trapped by the spine of a book that Sion hurls at her with his left hand. She immediately notices he's using his left arm without hesitation. Her gaze locks onto his forearm, roughly stapled shut, the flesh mottled with dried blood. Despite the crude treatment, Sion moves as if the pain no longer affects him. His voice slices through the tension, cold and sharp. He tells her she has no right to talk about masterpieces, accusing her of lacking the fundamentals. Without warning, he punches her in the mouth with brutal force, sending her flying backward. Blood splatters from her lips, but before she can be thrown too far, Sion grabs her by the lapels and pulls her forward, halting her momentum. He points to the library's sign, reminding her of the rule: silence. Raising a finger to his lips, he shushes her, commanding her to answer his questions quietly. His grip tightens as he leans in, his gaze piercing and intense. He grabs her cheek, his touch rough, and demands to know if she understands the method to break the three principles. His scowl deepens, his presence looming over her. The weight of his question is heavy with menace, the intimidation in his eyes unmistakable. Sion grips Marie's sweater, lifting her with ease, his towering frame casting a shadow over her slight form. His expression is stern, his face marked by the countless battles he has fought, each scar and bruise a testament to his legend as the feared warrior of Dead Mansion. His hands, calloused and rough from years of combat, latch onto Mari's cheek, his grip forceful as he leans in, demanding an answer. Does she know the method to break the three principles? His voice is cold, yet tinged with urgency. Mari, despite her precarious position, remains unfazed. Her eyes gleam with defiance, and a smile creeps across her lips. Even in defeat, there is an air of superiority about her, as if being subdued by Sion is little more than a passing inconvenience. The pressure of his hand on her face seems to amuse her more than frighten, her posture relaxed despite the apparent danger. She laughs at him, her voice light and mocking. It is clear from her demeanor that she holds no fear of him, even though she is at his mercy. Her expression reveals that she finds his concern over the principles foolish, brushing off the gravity with which Sion views them. To her, the principles are nothing more than constructs, manipulative tools designed to control the weak-minded children who follow them blindly. Her words cut through Sion's stoic demeanor, shaking him to his core as he processes the irreverence with which she regards the sacred rules. For the first time, Sion hesitates, his confusion apparent. Could there really be a way to break the principles, as Marie suggests? His hardened face shows a glimmer of uncertainty, the sharpness in his eyes dulling as he processes her words. Sensing the shift in power, Mari leans into the moment, her smile widening as she plays upon his doubt. She knows she has him now. With an almost teasing edge, she offers him the bait, subtly suggesting that she knows the secret, the elusive method to break the three principles. In this delicate power play, though Mari is physically at a disadvantage, her calm confidence and intellectual superiority turn the tables. She stands on the precipice of turning Sion's world upside down, her every word carefully chosen to further unravel the ironclad beliefs that have governed his life. Mari reminisces of quaint, well-maintained house surrounded by a tall brick wall, evoking a sense of privacy and seclusion. Inside, the atmosphere is warm, though the interactions are charged with underlying tension. A couple sits together, exchanging sly smiles as a young child, Mari, finishes her work and places her pen down. The camera reveals the child to be a younger version of Mari, her face serious and focused. She proudly announces that she corrected a small error in the theory verification section of her mother's recently submitted paper. Her mother, sitting nearby, beams with pride as she pinches Mari's cheek in a gesture of affection. Mari continues to explain the correction in detail, eager to share the improvements she made. However, her mother interrupts, praising Mari and calling her their lucky charm, expressing gratitude for her help. She playfully pinches both of Mari's cheeks, eliciting a shy but pleased smile from the young girl, who basks in the moment of recognition. The scene shifts as Mari walks down a large, curved wooden staircase lined with towering bookshelves, each shelf crammed with neatly organized volumes. The house is filled with an air of intellect and formality. Below, her parents are seated, her mother working behind an ornate desk, and her father comfortably reading a book in a chair nearby. Mari approaches her mother, offering her a cup of coffee. Without glancing up from her work, her mother instructs Mari to place the coffee on the desk, not even pausing to acknowledge her daughter's efforts. After setting the cup down, Mari hesitates, then informs her mother that there is an error in her current paper, specifically in the way she has described a theory. Her mother, barely concealing her irritation, glances at Mari out of the corner of her eye but says nothing. Undeterred, Mari offers an alternative methodology, causing her mother's expression to tighten further in frustration. Still, she refrains from directly chastising her daughter. Instead, she stands, rubbing her temples and muttering a curt thanks to Mari, claiming that she needs to rest for a bit. It's clear she is dismissing the correction altogether. Her father remains still, absorbed in his book, seemingly indifferent to the exchange, as if this dynamic has played out many times before. As Mari's mother ascends the stairs, leaving the coffee untouched, she politely tells her family not to disturb her. Her father responds absent-mindedly, suggesting that if she doesn't want to be disturbed, perhaps she should sleep in another room. As she leaves, he advises Mari to ease up on her mother, mentioning that she must be under a lot of stress. Smiling at his phone, he informs Mari that he will be stepping out for a bit, though he does not provide any further details. Later that night, under the glow of moonlight streaming through the windows, Mari's mother re-enters the room, her shoulders slouched and her face heavy with exhaustion. Mari, still awake and diligently working, quietly asks if her mother is up. She proudly presents several stacks of papers, revealing that she had organized all the data from her mother's research while she was sleeping. Her mother, dark circles under her eyes, removes her glasses to inspect the work. Without looking up, she asks where Mari's father is. Mari responds innocently that he didn't tell her where he was going. Her mother, distracted by the papers, asks Mari to make sure to inquire next time, to which Mari dutifully agrees. Some time passes, and Mari approaches her mother again, this time with a photograph. She explains that she followed up on a request, revealing a picture of her father with another woman, their body language intimate, as if they were on a date. Mari calmly informs her mother that the woman is 28 years old and that she tracked them to a hotel on the outskirts of town. The revelation ignites a fire in her mother, who slams her hands on the desk in a fit of rage, ordering Mari to stop and to say no more. Mari, confused by her mother's intense reaction, falls silent. Reaching for the coffee pot in frustration, Mari's mother is stopped by Mari, who warns her that drinking coffee will only worsen her stress levels. she begins analyzing her mother's condition, pointing out that her lifestyle and complexion suggest she is experiencing a hormonal imbalance, likely exacerbated by the strain she is under. Shocked by Mari's detached and clinical assessment, her mother's expression hardens. Before Mari can finish her analysis, her mother lashes out, delivering a fierce slap that sends Mari stumbling. Coffee spills across the carpet, and Mari, dazed and hurt, looks up at her mother in shock. Her mother, towering over her in anger, accuses Mari of thinking herself smarter than everyone else, her voice dripping with scorn. She demands to know if Mari believes she is superior, laughing bitterly at the thought. She declares that no one, least of all Mari, could ever replace her, her words cutting deep. Scattered on the floor, Mari's meticulously corrected research papers lay drenched in spilled coffee, symbolizing the shattering of the respect and recognition she had sought. Back at the headquarters of the dead mansion, Mari reflects on her time with her so-called parents, recounting the events with a mix of bitterness and sorrow. The director, standing by the window with his back turned to her, listens in silence before offering his response. He acknowledges that her return to the mansion is awkward, subtly referencing the failure of her placement with the family. Marie, feeling the weight of disappointment, lowers her gaze toward her drink, murmuring an apology. Sensing her unease, the director approaches, placing a comforting hand on her head. He reassures her with a gentle pat, telling her there is no need for an apology. As he takes a seat beside her, still patting her head affectionately, he explains that people often feel uncomfortable around those who are superior to them. With a warm smile, he meets her eyes and tells her that it makes perfect sense. She is, after all, the smartest and most exceptional child in Dead Mansion. Mari, her self-doubt creeping in, hesitates, wondering aloud if she really is what he claims. The director, unwavering in his belief, affirms her brilliance, encouraging her not to lose heart. He goes on to explain that it had been difficult for him to let her go in the first place due to her immense talent. Now, he insists, her future lies within Dead Mansion, where her abilities can be fully utilized. He asks if she understands, his tone implying both guidance and expectation. Mari remains quiet, still not meeting his gaze, but a small, proud smile spreads across her face as she stares down at her drink, absorbing his words. As the memories fade, Mari finds herself back in the present, an unsettling reminder that everything had seemed fine until Sion reappeared. She addresses him, asserting that the director should not be distracted by his presence. This unexpected statement catches Sion off guard, prompting him to question its relevance. He presses her once more to reveal how to break the three principles, but in a surprising twist, Mari bites down on his hand. The sudden pain ignites Sion's fury, and he raises his fist high above his head, ready to strike down with all his might. Just in time, Mari intercepts the blow with a powerful kick, her calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the intensity of the moment. She explains that the brief respite in their conversation had granted her enough time to regain her composure. With a swift motion, she lunges forward, her blade poised for an attack, but Sion manages to evade her strike by leaping backward, forced to release his grip on her. Frustration etches across his face as he questions whether she had merely been stalling with her talk of the three principles. In response, Mari lets her hair down, releasing her waist-length curls, and removes her glasses, a transformation that makes Sion realize she is no longer the same person he once faced. Her gaze turns icy, filled with deep-seated hatred, as she prepares for a new onslaught. Without hesitation, she charges at him, her knife concealed in her right fist. Sion barely dodges to the left, narrowly escaping her initial attack. In a split second, she counters with a left punch, forcing him to block with his arm, and he notes how her speed has dramatically increased. Mari, seemingly reading his thoughts, claims her natural agility as the reason behind her swiftness. The shock on Sion's face is evident as she strikes again, just as he begins to vocalize his surprise. Still grinning, she tells him he shouldn't be astonished. It was blatantly obvious what he was thinking. With a swift kick, she trips him effortlessly, sending him sprawling to the ground. Mari's eyes, now dark and filled with rage, gleam as she prepares to deliver a lethal blow. Sion, desperate, reaches for a book, recalling how it had previously subdued her. However, Mari is quicker, hurling her blade at him. He can only react by holding the book defensively, absorbing the impact as the blade embeds itself within its pages. With a sudden twist, Sion frees the blade from Mari's grip, and she, now frenzied, challenges him, questioning whether his strength and speed have truly reached a different level. But Mari is not finished. With a fierce determination, she brings a bookcase crashing down towards him, intent on crushing her adversary. Sion, displaying remarkable agility, leaps aside just in time, avoiding the deadly impact. Standing atop the fallen bookcase, a sinister smile spreads across Mari's face as she notes his years of rigorous training since childhood. Her words momentarily pull Sion back into memories of his past encounters with powerful foes, including mercenaries and henchmen. With a mocking gesture, she places her hand to her head and challenges him to recognize that something is undeniably off. Sion, refusing to be distracted, retorts that her claims are nonsensical, yet Mari's taunting inquiry hits home, awakening an epiphany within him. Before he can fully grasp the implications, Mari rushes at him, brandishing a book as a weapon. Her strike lands heavily, but Sion blocks it, noting her relentless targeting of the same area. Undeterred, Mari ducks and strikes again with a devilish grin, landing a blow to his midsection. Pain radiates through Sion as he grimaces, having already sustained multiple hits in the same spot from his earlier battle with Dmitri. In a moment of realization, he finds himself against a cold metal railing, cornered with no route for escape. Mari's voice breaks through the tension, reminding him that this too is part of her strategy. She charges at him, mocking his apparent surprise at being led to the edge of the library, and with a triumphant declaration, she strikes. The impact of her blow is devastating, sending the book into a shower of debris. With a sinister smile, she leans close to Sion, whispering that she is the greatest at the Dead Mansion. But Sion refuses to succumb. Blood wells from his reopened wound on his left forearm, and he mocks her confidence, questioning whether she truly believes she is the greatest. Lowering his arm slightly, the determination in his eyes becomes an intimidating force as he growls at her, challenging her to show him more. In a sudden fury, he grabs a wooden chair and hurls it with explosive force, splintering it against the ground. Mari elegantly dodges the attack, her movements fluid and graceful. Without missing a beat, Sion thrusts his fist through a pane of glass, a visceral reminder of a childhood lesson in martial arts. Memories flood back of his instructor, a hulking figure who had warned him that certain techniques guaranteed the opponent's demise. Now, with a hastily fashioned glass knife in his left hand and a stick from the shattered chair in his right, Sion readies himself in a fighting stance known as Alexander Kali Arnis. Only the whites of his eyes remain visible, shadowed and menacing, as a primal desire for combat consumes him. A flicker of fear crosses Mari's otherwise cold exterior as she recognizes the deadly fighting style he has adopted. Before she can react, Sion strikes, the glass knife tearing into Mari and sending blood spiraling in a chilling pattern. As she crumples to the ground, memories of her conversations with the director replay in her mind, the praise he had bestowed upon her echoing hauntingly. With a heavy thud, she collapses, bloodied and wounded. In her defeated state, a glass blade hovers ominously above her throat, held by Sion, who looms over her, unyielding and intimidating. After a moment of silence, he sighs deeply, relinquishing the blade and slinging Mari's unconscious form over his shoulder. He mutters to himself, acknowledging that he will only do this once. As he looks down at her, now limp and silent, he laments the futility of their earlier conversations about breaking the three principles, vowing that he will not let such deceptive words go unchallenged next time. While Mari lies unconscious, a tear forms in her eye, her lips whispering the director's name repeatedly. In the Dead Mansion headquarters, deep in the heart of the night, only the lights illuminating the top floor rooms break the surrounding darkness. The atmosphere is tense, with the church's corridor littered with bodies and blood splattered across the walls and floor. A hand bearing an X-shaped scar grips a katana, its blade resting against the ground. Nearby, an open book reveals photographs and information about the children of the dead mansion, alongside the director's jeweled teeth grill and a cross. The man wielding the katana gazes out the window, deliberately turning his back to the director. Kneeling on the floor, the director is shirtless, revealing a deep, gaping slash on his back, the wound seeping blood that pools around him and stains his heavily tattooed skin. The man with the katana, his shoulder-length white hair framing his face, wears a sinister smile as he surveys the scene. As the sky darkened and thick, gray clouds gathered, heavy with impending rain, the guards stationed on the rooftop looked up with frustration. They had been assigned to watch over Hyunho, who lay unconscious on the rooftop in his hospital pajamas. The younger of the two guards, clearly irritated by the looming downpour, glanced at the older gray-haired henchman and asked how much longer they would be stuck up there, especially with the rain about to start. The older henchman, hardened by years of experience, scowled and gruffly reminded him that they had to wait for a signal, though he didn't know what form it would take. The mention of a signal surprised the younger man, who hadn't been told anything about it. The older henchman speculated it might be a phone call and added coldly that once the signal came, they would throw Hyunho off the rooftop, ending the job. The first drops of rain began to fall, soaking the henchman and Hyunho alike, but the two guards stood firm, unwavering despite the wetness creeping through their clothes. A third henchman, making his way to the rooftop, grumbled about the annoying wait in the rain and wondered aloud why they couldn't just throw Hyunho over the side now. The raindrops slicked Hyunho's hair and clothes, making him appear even more vulnerable. The older henchman, with sadistic amusement, crouched in front of Hyunho, his voice laced with glee. He growled at the unconscious boy, accusing him of hearing everything. Hyunho, though unmoving, was awake, his eyes wide open, paralyzed by fear. The older henchman dragged him roughly by the collar, growling about how they were the ones suffering in the rain, while Hyunho merely lay there, helpless. As Hyunho was dragged toward the chain-link fence at the edge of the roof, he finally found his voice, trembling, pleading to be let go. The older henchman mocked him, reminding him that he had survived a fall from the 4th floor before, and this time he should stop being a nuisance and die properly. Hyunho, trembling, looked over the edge, the memory of his previous fall flashing before his eyes, making his heart race. His stomach churned as the terror overwhelmed him, and he clamped a hand over his mouth before vomiting violently over the rooftop's edge. The henchman recoiled in disgust, cursing at the added indignity of having to endure both the rain and the mess. Before they could react further, a child's voice cut through the rain. Eugene, his clothes and hair drenched from the downpour, approached with cold, calculating eyes. He spoke to Hyunho, confirming his identity with a tone that was chillingly indifferent. The henchman turned in shock, surprised to see a child at the school so late at night. Ignoring their stares, Eugene mocked Hyunho, calling him weak and pathetic, his appearance matching the information he had. Hyunho, terrified, asked who Eugene was, but instead of answering, Eugene flicked open a butterfly knife, casually explaining that he was a regular at Hyunho's mother's snack bar. The wicked smile that followed sent a chill through the air as the blade locked into place. One of the henchmen, veins bulging in anger, drew his own knife, demanding to know if Eugene was from Dead Mansion. Before the question could fully register, Eugene moved like a shadow, an invisible slash tearing through the air. The knife-wielding henchman screamed as blood gushed from his arm, while another henchman collapsed from a deep cut to his leg. The remaining guards shouted in panic, unable to comprehend Eugene's speed. As Hyunho watched in stunned silence, his mind reeled. What kind of child was this? Eugene wiped the blade clean of blood with a flick of his wrist, standing tall and unbothered by the rain. The final henchman, realizing the danger, fumbled for the gun strapped to his side, his hands shaking as he removed it from its holster. Hyunho's heart raced in disbelief. This man had a gun. As Eugene slashed at one of the injured henchmen trying to stand, Hyunho's eyes caught the glint of metal. The gunman was loading his weapon, and Eugene was oblivious. Fear gripped Hyunho, but Eugene's mocking words, calling him pathetic, replayed in his head. His teeth clenched in determination. As the henchman raised his gun and took aim at Eugene, Hyunho acted. With a burst of courage, he tackled the henchman, throwing off his aim just as the gun fired, the bullet going wide. Hyunho bit down hard on the henchman's ear, his screams muffled as he bit with all his strength. The henchman howled in pain, thrashing and shouting threats, but Hyunho refused to let go. The gun was pointed directly at his forehead, the cold metal pressing against his skin. Fear washed over him, but before the shot could fire, Eugene delivered a brutal kick to the henchman's face, the sickening sound of bone and cartilage breaking echoing through the rain. Eugene, with a calm smile, looked down at Hyunho, and with a hint of amusement, remarked that perhaps he had underestimated him. Hyunho may prove useful. In the dimly lit school parking lot, the rain poured relentlessly over the concrete, drumming against a black van with dark, tinted windows that sat conspicuously in the corner. Inside, Mari groaned awake, her head throbbing as she tried to make sense of her surroundings. Her confusion was quickly interrupted by Rachel, who was crouched on the van's floor, her eyes cold and calculating. Rachel remarked with an indifferent tone that it was fortunate Marie had woken up. If she had died, it would have been an inconvenience for Rachel. As Mari's mind cleared, she cursed under her breath, immediately asking if she had lost the fight against Sion. Rachel, her expression dripping with disdain, glanced at her. Mari, frustrated and disoriented, demanded to know where Sion was, but Rachel seemed uninterested, casually fiddling with a small red box. She mentioned that Sion had left behind his clothes, a flimsy excuse in her opinion, adding that he had probably gone off searching for Hyunho and his mother. At that moment, Sion was seen running at full sprint inside the school, his urgency palpable under the falling rain. Back in the van, Rachel removed a syringe from the red box and, without warning, plunged it into Mari's thigh. The sudden sting made Mari wince, and before she could react, Rachel discarded the used syringe carelessly, her tone shifting to one of cold command. She informed Marie that she had been injected with a type of confession drug, warning that any further doses could lead to fatal shock. As Mari processed this, Rachel's hand shot out, violently grabbing a fistful of her hair and slamming her head against the van's metal wall. With a demonic, furious expression, Rachel loomed over her, demanding to know what Mari had been scheming behind her back. Despite the violent interrogation, Mari laughed, her lips curling into a wicked grin. She told Rachel that if that was her question, they could have skipped the confession drug altogether. She was more than happy to explain. With her hair still gripped tightly in Rachel's fist, Mari spoke, her smile widening. She confessed that she had been planning to partly demolish the current iteration of Dead Mansion with Noel's help. Rachel, still bruised and bloodied from earlier battles, froze at the mention of Noel, her expression darkening into something that could chill the blood. Rachel's voice, now dangerously quiet, demanded to know if Mari was claiming that Noel was still alive. Mari's grin only widened, enjoying the shift in power. She leaned forward despite the painful grip on her hair, taunting Rachel. She teased that Rachel seemed worried about Noel, recounting how Noel had told her he had left a wound on Rachel's forehead before he disappeared, regretting that he hadn't even been able to apologize. With a final taunting smile, Mari delivered the devastating blow. The true legend of Dead Mansion, Noel, was indeed alive. The words struck Rachel hard, her expression transforming from cold fury to utter shock, the revelation hitting her like a physical blow. For a moment, her icy composure shattered, leaving her reeling from the truth Mari had just revealed. As Sion sprinted through the dimly lit hallways of the school, the rain drumming against the windows, his heart raced. He scanned the rows of classrooms, searching desperately for a sign of Hyunho. Suddenly, one classroom caught his eye, and through the window, he spotted Hyunho's mother slumped unconscious against a desk. Panic surged through him as he skidded to a halt, shouting from outside the room, his voice cracking with desperation as he called out, "Ma'am!" At the sound of his voice, she muttered her son's name faintly, and Sion let out a breath of relief. Despite her state, she seemed uninjured. He slid open the door to rush in, but as he stepped forward, he was overwhelmed by memories of their last bitter encounter. His mind flashed back to the moment she slapped him, her face twisted with betrayal, and Rachel's cruel smile as their scheme to drive a wedge between him and Hyunho's mother succeeded. Sion hesitated, shame and guilt crashing over him. Unable to face her, he quietly slid the door shut again, too ashamed to step inside. His self-pity was interrupted by Eugene's sudden arrival, who, with his usual sharpness, commented on Sion's disheveled appearance. Still clouded by sadness, Sion looked up, his voice soft as he asked if Eugene was hurt. His words trailed off when he saw Hyunho standing behind Eugene, surprised to see him. Hyunho immediately demanded to know why Sion was there, but Eugene cut him off, proudly introducing Sion as the one who had defeated the henchman targeting Hyunho. Standing beside Sion with a grin, Eugene seemed amused by the whole situation. Hyunho, however, was anything but amused. Hobbling on his crutches, his expression twisted in anger, he demanded to know what all this talk of Russian mercenaries and Dead Mansion had to do with him. His outburst surprised Eugene, but Hyunho wasn't finished. Limping forward, he confronted Sion, accusing him of being the reason for all his misfortune. His words cut deep as he pressed Sion to admit that it was his fault that Hyunho's life had fallen apart. Sion, unable to meet Hyunho's eyes, began to stammer out a confession, but before he could speak, Eugene's eyes flicked to the side. He had spotted Hyunho's mother still slumped at her desk. In a rush, Eugene pushed the sliding door open, shouting in alarm as Hyunho, now panicking, called out to his mother. As he shook her gently, trying to wake her, Sion stepped into the room. His expression serious, he quietly told Eugene that Rachel was in the parking lot, waiting in a black van. He instructed Eugene to take Hyunho and his mother and join her there. Eugene, sensing the shift in Sion's demeanor, questioned the sudden urgency, but Sion only patted his head with a rare moment of tenderness, assuring him it was nothing to worry about. As Sion called out to Hyunho, who was now struggling to carry his mother with Eugene's help, he promised to explain everything soon. His voice, heavy with regret, cracked as he apologized. He clenched his fists until his veins bulged, sorrow etched on his face, lamenting that he couldn't protect anything. The apology seemed to fall on deaf ears as Hyunho, supported by Eugene, led his mother out of the classroom. But just as they were about to leave, Hyunho turned, his gaze piercing as he told Sion that he expected a full explanation about what Sion had been trying to protect and why he felt so guilty. Sion's eyes, previously filled with shame, now hardened with determination. He promised Hyunho that he would give him the answers he sought. As the trio left the school, Sion's mood shifted completely. He turned to the darkened corridor, his voice low and steady, calling out for the hidden presence to reveal itself. From the shadows, a lone figure stepped forward, the corridor seemingly filled with an eerie, malevolent aura. The figure exuded a smoky, almost supernatural presence, and as he approached, Sion's eyes narrowed, taken aback by the dark energy that surrounded him. The man, tall and lithe, with an unsettling smile, stopped just short of Sion, complimenting his sharp observation skills. His black hair was slicked back, and he wore a simple white-collared shirt with the top two buttons undone, paired with black work slacks. In his hand, he wrapped a cloth around his knuckles, forming makeshift hand wraps. The man, still smiling, observed Sion's blonde hair and blue eyes, guessing that he must be the legendary Sion. His demeanor was casual, even as he admitted that he had been nervous to meet Sion, expecting someone far more terrifying. The words were light, but the threat behind them was unmistakable. Sion, anger flickering in his eyes, demanded to know who the man was. The man's smile widened as he introduced himself as Jang Hyun. With his hand wraps now securely in place, he repeated his name, the menace in his voice unmistakable. Jang Hyun. In the midst of a heavy Siberian snowstorm, the headquarters of Barefoot stands bleak and imposing, its gray warehouses lined up under the dim glow of yellow street lamps. The cold, uninviting structures dominate the landscape, except for one, the bird cave. This living quarter for Barefoot's higher-ups resembles a mansion, complete with a semicircular balcony and glass doors spilling light into the icy night. The wrought iron gate stands open, guarded by 2 sentries clad in heavy cold-weather gear, each armed with AK-47s. Inside, the atmosphere is far warmer. The room is grand with high ceilings, an ornate chandelier hanging above, and a roaring fireplace casting flickers of light and heat. Beluga Kozlov, a member of Barefoot's strategic planning team, sits comfortably on a plush sofa, his presence both intimidating and relaxed. He takes a swig from a bottle of Russian vodka, the liquid disappearing into his heavily scarred mouth, sharp teeth like those of a shark briefly flashing. Tattoos of soft leaves climb up his throat, hinting at the dangerous world he inhabits. Dressed in a gray-blue pinstripe double-breasted suit, the black shirt underneath is casually unbuttoned, revealing a muscular chest. Empty bottles and shot glasses litter the table before him, signs of a long night. He leans back, one leg draped over the other, his posture dismissive as he questions the purpose of his guest's visit. Opposite him sits Vincent, a heavily tattooed man with long black hair who once tattooed Sion in his youth. His boredom is palpable as he lounges against the arm of the sofa, the apathy in his demeanor clashing with the seriousness of his words. A massive, expressionless bodyguard with white hair stands behind him, like a silent pillar of strength. Vincent, his voice calm yet edged with warning, remarks on the gravity of the situation, noting that Beluga should be able to sense it just from the look on his face. The tension rises as Vincent's expression hardens, shifting from bored to steely. He speaks of the director's fury, reminding Beluga of the professional courtesy once expected between their organizations. His words imply that Barefoot has overstepped, that the Bears have forgotten their place. Beluga, unfazed, takes another long swig of vodka before retorting with a cutting insult, clearly unbothered by the growing tension. But before the situation escalates further, a voice from behind interrupts. Calm, deliberate, and holding a book in hand, Sasha Denisov, Barefoot's tactical training instructor, steps forward. His large frame and sharp, pince-nez glasses give him an air of authority as he explains that the friction in Korea was unavoidable, a mere consequence of the mission. Dressed in suspenders over his shirt, Sasha carries himself with the air of someone who wishes to smooth over the situation, but with enough physical presence to suggest he's not easily pushed. Vincent's eyes narrow as he half turns to address Sasha, dismissing his explanation as absurd. He sharply counters that the situation escalated far beyond what could be considered minor, reminding Sasha that Dmitri, Barefoot's second-in-command, had been involved. Vincent challenges the notion that such a high-level figure's involvement was merely coincidental, casting doubt on Barefoot's intentions. The room, warm with the glow of the fire, is thick with unspoken threats as both sides weigh each other's words, the air brimming with the potential for violence. A private jet slices through the night sky, its engines humming quietly as it travels. Inside the tense room below, Vincent remarks pointedly about Barefoot's strongest operative, the infamous Bare Knuckles. At that very moment, seated aboard the jet high above them, is Igor Medvedev, the towering leader of Barefoot, also known as Bare Fist, or by his nickname, Lee Min-ho Bare Knuckles. His colossal frame barely fits into the airplane seat, his muscles rippling beneath his skin, veins bulging like iron cables. He appears almost too large for the plane, an indomitable force of raw power in human form. Back in the room, Vincent's comment ignites Sasha Denisov's anger. Fury flashing in his eyes, Sasha begins to shout, his voice booming that bare knuckles deployment was not up to them, before he's suddenly cut off. Vincent's bodyguard, a massive figure draped in the heavy solemnity of a priest's habit, steps forward, towering over even Sasha, who is no small man himself. The bodyguard, clutching a set of rosary beads in one hand, calmly yet forcefully tells Sasha that's enough, mocking him as such a small guy. The insult makes Sasha's blood boil. Stripping off his glasses, his expression twists with rage, his pride wounded. But before he can act, a sharp pain flashes across Sasha's cheek. He freezes, his gaze shifting down to the thin, near-invisible wire that had sliced him without warning. Beluga Kozlov, seated nearby, watches in amusement, his eyes gleaming red as he reaches out to touch the wire, now visible and shimmering faintly in the dim light. Kozlov's lips curl into a grin, and with a quiet fascination, he draws everyone's attention to the new arrivals. Overhead, perched on the upper floor, are the shadowy figures of the dead mansion children, who have appeared unnoticed above the heated confrontation. Sasha, annoyed by the sudden escalation, tilts his head toward the children and smirks, sarcastically muttering about child maltreatment. Undeterred by their appearance, he rises to his feet with the air of someone ready to settle things here and now. With a slow, deliberate motion, he draws a 6-shot revolver from his waistband, gripping the handle tightly. He taunts his opponents, suggesting that the loser might as well knock on their own coffin lid once this is over. Just as his words hang in the air, one of the dead mansion children leaps down from the upper floor, landing gracefully on the back of the sofa where Kozlov sits. Kozlov watches the child with a spark of surprise, remarking on the boy's audacity, but the dead mansion child doesn't even glance his way, moving with calm detachment. Vincent, however, fixes the boy with a glare of irritation. He demands to know why the child disobeyed orders by coming down without permission. The boy, now standing close to Vincent, leans in and whispers something faintly, his voice barely a breath. The words cause Vincent's expression to harden instantly. His earlier annoyance vanishes, replaced by something far darker. The boy reveals chilling news. The director, along with everyone else at Dead Mansion, is completely unreachable. At the ominous Dead Mansion, a figure stands, katana in hand, its blade resting against the ground. Cyrillic tattoos cover his hand in the signature Dead Mansion style, with a distinct X-shaped scar slashing through them, marking him with a dangerous history. At his feet lie the director's grill and crucifix, symbolic relics now discarded and abandoned in this bleak moment. Meanwhile, back at Barefoot's headquarters, a henchman rushes toward Beluga Kozlov, urgency sharp in his voice. Beluga, lounging casually on the sofa with a gun in hand, barely shifts his gaze, visibly irritated by the man's flustered demeanor. Without moving from his relaxed position, he questions the henchman, demanding to know what could possibly warrant such panic. As the man leans in and whispers hurriedly into Beluga's ear, the usually unflappable Beluga freezes. His eyes widen in disbelief, shock rippling through him. He stares at the henchman, disbelief plastered across his face, and demands that the man repeat himself, unable to fully process the gravity of what he's just heard. The hushed tones and visible shock draw the attention of the Dead Mansion guests, their curiosity piqued, their unease growing. They exchange uneasy glances, concern simmering as they watch the two men's silent exchange. Beluga, recovering his composure, looks directly at the henchman, his voice low and tense, asking the dreaded question, "What happened to Captain Igor?" As the sun rises over Korea, its warm rays filter through the windows of the school building, illuminating the corridor where Jang Hyun approaches Sion. Jang Hyun, with his tall and lean frame, black hair, and a casual, unassuming smile, confidently walks toward him. Noticing Sion's distinctive blonde hair and blue eyes, Jang Hyun remarks that he must be the one everyone has been talking about, the so-called legend. His voice carries a mix of nervous excitement as he admits he had heard intimidating rumors about Sion. But now, standing before him, Sion doesn't seem nearly as terrifying as he imagined. As Jang Hyun speaks, he wraps a cloth around his fist, fashioning makeshift knuckle protectors, his expression relaxed yet focused. Sion, sensing a faint ominous aura surrounding Jang Hyun, like a smoky, witch-like mist, wonders if this is the source of the strange energy he had felt earlier. Despite this, Jang Hyun seems far less threatening than expected. Before Sion can fully evaluate him, Jang Hyun suddenly launches a swift high kick, aiming directly for Sion's face. The unexpected attack forces Sion to raise his arms just in time to block, though the force of the kick reverberates through his body like a hammer blow. As Sion staggers slightly, shocked by the strength behind the strike, Jang Hyun calmly lowers his leg, an amused smile playing on his lips. He expresses surprise that Sion managed to block the kick, admitting that he had hoped to end the fight with just that one move. Seizing the moment, Sion counters with a punch, but Jang Hyun effortlessly counters, using the momentum to flip Sion over with remarkable ease. A look of pure disbelief flashes across Sion's face, panic setting in as he realizes how easily his opponent has outmaneuvered him. Jang Hyun, grinning wider now, taunts Sion, telling him that the more he struggles, the more pain he'll endure. Sion quickly recovers, creating some distance between them, but Jang Hyun remains composed and unshaken. With a smirk, he voices his disappointment, expecting more from the legendary masterpiece of Dead Mansion. He then hurls another powerful kick towards Sion, mocking him for not even being as strong as Big Daddy. Though Sion barely manages to block the blow aimed at his face, the impact sends a sharp pain through his forearms, leaving him grimacing and more wary of Jang Hyun's overwhelming strength. As Sion reels from the previous blow, still struggling to regain his footing, Jang Hyun wastes no time. His next kick arcs from above with brutal force, his face obscured by shadows, giving him a menacing, villainous look. His voice cold and commanding, he tells Sion to stop resisting and just stay down. The impact of the kick reverberates through the school corridor, the sound of the strike loud and fierce, underscoring its power. However, this time, Sion doesn't crumble. Jang Hyun's expression shifts, surprised, as Sion speaks, dismissing any mention of Big Daddy and questioning why Jang Hyun has suddenly appeared. In a swift motion, Sion grabs Jang Hyun's leg with one hand, his other arm gripping the collar of Jang Hyun's shirt. A grin spreads across Sion's face as he reminds Jang Hyun of his title, the Legend of Dead Mansion. With a playful tone, Sion dismisses any comparison to uncles or Big Daddy, and with a powerful tug, he yanks Jang by the collar, hurling him toward the nearby window. Glass shatters as Jang's body slams into the window, the night sky visible through the broken pane, stars shining against the backdrop of jagged shards. Sion, confident in his move, shouts that Jang is about to get pretty scratched up. But just as Sion believes he has gained the upper hand, a chilling laugh fills the air. To Sion's shock, Jang's voice cuts through the moment, mocking him. Sitting in the broken window frame, Jang holds onto the ledge, grinning as he asks if Sion really thought he could throw him out of the building. His near fall turns into a display of control as he effortlessly saves himself from being tossed out, leaving Sion astonished at his resilience. Jang Hyun steps into the classroom, his foot grinding against the debris scattered across the floor, the sound sharp and unsettling. Hunched over, his figure looms in the dim light as he lets out a low, unsettling laugh. His eyes, mere white slits shrouded in shadow, give him a predatory air as he dismisses any notion that Sion is special. As Sion tries to respond, confusion flickering in his voice, Jang moves with sudden, terrifying speed. His hand slams into Sion's face, the impact powerful and brutal, sending Sion flying backward. The force of the push is immense, propelling Sion across the room as if he were weightless. Jang's sinister smile remains, his head still bowed, his expression twisted in a dark amusement. Muttering to himself, he reprimands his own actions, reminding himself that Noel had ordered him to bring Sion back alive, not break him. Zhang strides forward and roughly grabs Sion by the hair, yanking him up with a mocking sneer etched across his face. His voice dripping with cruel sarcasm, he taunts Sion, feigning concern as he wonders aloud if he had nearly killed him by mistake. As the night rain softly drums against the metal roof of the van, Mari sits calmly, even with Rachel gripping a fistful of her hair. Her lips curl into an unsettling smile, despite the tense situation. Mari's voice is steady as she reassures Rachel, suggesting that she could still join them if she cooperates. Rachel, fueled by anger, presses the cold barrel of her gun under Mari's chin, her frustration evident in her eyes. She snaps at Mari, asking if she truly understands the gravity of her situation. Mari, undeterred and unnervingly calm, counters that it's Rachel who doesn't understand. Her words are deliberate as she mentions that he will arrive soon. The leader of Barefoot, Igor Medvedev, known as Bare Knuckles. As she speaks, Igor's private jet cuts through the stormy skies above, a looming presence. Mari's cold laughter follows as she claims that even Rachel stands no chance against Barefoot's strongest member, Igor. Before she can finish her taunt, a crackling voice comes through the radio, apologizing with grim news. Igor won't be coming. The words hang in the air, heavy with finality. Above them, the private jet carrying Igor is consumed by a massive explosion, erupting into a fiery orange ball. Splintered debris scatters through the sky, the once imposing aircraft reduced to a burning wreck in an instant. As Rachel presses her hand to her ear, her expression tightens with concern, trying to focus on the unsettling radio message. The voice continues, cold and detached, suggesting that Igor is likely at the bottom of the sea by now. Across from her, Mari's confident demeanor cracks, her face showing disbelief and shock as the voice apologizes for raising her expectations. Stunned, Mari struggles to form a response, her words caught in her throat. Meanwhile, Rachel, still processing the gravity of the situation, suddenly freezes, recognizing the voice on the other end of the line. The voice, now more familiar, greets Rachel, speaking through an ornate telephone. It belongs to the man who had once attacked Dead Mansion. His long gray hair flows freely as he leans back casually, draped in a black trench coat over a black turtleneck and white trousers. With a composed yet mocking tone, he asks Rachel how she has been, lounging comfortably against the director's desk. He remarks that he had wanted to meet her in person, but unfortunately, he has matters to attend to elsewhere. Rachel, her voice rising with panic, calls out his name, Noel, desperately questioning how he is using the director's phone line. With a sly glance, Noel chuckles, turning his head slightly as he responds. His eyes gleam as he says he is with the director right now. The camera shifts to reveal the grim scene. The director kneeling on the floor, stripped to his underwear, his back drenched in blood pooling beneath him. His hands lay motionless, facing upward, the man once commanding now reduced to a broken shell. Noel's voice over the radio further unnerves both Rachel and Mari. He taunts them, saying the director isn't exactly in a position to speak, triggering waves of panic between the two women. Desperate, Mari struggles against her restraints, shouting into the earpiece, demanding answers. Her voice cracks as she reminds Noel of his promise that the director would be safe. Noel, now tying his long hair into a loose bun, settles into his seat. His smile grows darker, more sinister, as he rubs the back of his neck. His voice takes on a mocking tone as he apologizes, revealing that he had lied to her all along. His real objective, he declares with satisfaction, was the destruction of Dead Mansion from the very start. As the director, once a figure of grandeur, sits defeated and bleeding, Noel, with a cruel grin, turns his attention back to Mari. He asks her if the director shouldn't disappear as well, given his plans to bring down Dead Mansion entirely. The room falls into a heavy silence as Noel thanks Mari, his voice laced with condescension, for helping him achieve his goal. Mari, speechless and shattered, can do nothing but listen. As Beluga bickers heatedly with his subordinate, tensions escalate, while Noel, ever the puppet master, muses aloud. He praises the cleverness of Mari, noting how she masterfully diverted attention by instigating conflict with Barefoot, a strategy so cunning it seemed unimaginable. As Vincent, irritated, argues with a dead mansion child, frustrated by the loss of contact with their director, Noel continues his monologue. He explains that due to the brewing conflict, most of the monks had shifted focus towards Barefoot, giving him the perfect opportunity to dismantle Dead Mansion. With this grim revelation settling in, both Beluga and Vincent attempt to process the gravity of the situation. Their leaders, now out of contact, were probably already suspecting betrayal. The room thickens with mistrust as the two men, slowly realizing they might be at the center of a trap, rise to their feet. Both now tense and defensive, they prepare for the worst. In an instant, the tension explodes. Beluga, gripping his pistol, and Vincent, wielding a small knife, launch themselves at each other, ready to kill, each cursing the other's organization for the chaos that had unfolded. Beluga presses the gun to Vincent's chin, and with a dangerously low voice, Vincent dares him to settle things once and for all. Beluga, with a shark-like grin, accepts the challenge, his tone dripping with menace as the spark of conflict ignites amidst the icy Russian fields. Violence hovers in the air, ready to erupt. But before blood can be spilled, the sharp, authoritative sound of footsteps echoes through the cold halls of Barefoot's headquarters. The distinct clack of polished Oxford shoes commands attention. A voice, heavy with authority, cuts through the hostility, ordering them to stop immediately. A hulking figure strides into view, her long blonde hair draped over her broad shoulders, and a presence that demands respect. Both Beluga and Vincent freeze, their eyes drawn to the imposing figure of Alexander Sophia. Her chiseled, stone-like features and crossed arms exude a cold, calculated control. Dressed in a black suit with a sharp red tie, Alexander steps forward, her gaze steely as she reminds them of the directives from the House of Alexander. Her words carry the weight of a war hero's command. Vincent's expression shifts from rage to calm as he disengages from his standoff with Beluga. Beluga, too, stops, his lips curling into a smile, clearly surprised that Alexander herself had stepped in to intervene. Alexander, unyielding, declares that if either of them had acted willingly in this confrontation, it would be unforgivable. She coolly demands they lay down their weapons, reminding them that they stand in the presence of a lady, a war hero no less. The fierce momentum of battle dissipates under her commanding presence. The room quiet, the spark of violence extinguished, at least for now. Sophia stands silently behind the quarreling Beluga and Vincent, her presence looming over them. Both men turn to face her, and Beluga, with a mix of surprise and wariness, notes her unexpected arrival. As Vincent meets Sophia's gaze, the barrel of Beluga's gun still pressed against his neck, Beluga scoffs, questioning whether Dead Mansion had dragged Sophia Alexander into their conflict. Vincent, tense but calm, responds that he wishes it were that simple. Sophia strides forward, her towering, muscular frame exuding an intimidating power. Her every step commands attention, and as she halts before the two men, she fixes Beluga with a chilling glare, a look so fierce and cold that it could turn blood to ice. The intensity of her stare leaves both Beluga and Vincent frozen in place, their defiance drained in the face of her silent authority. The Dead Mansion child watches in awe, his cheeks reddening in admiration, overwhelmed by the sheer force of Sophia's presence. Sophia takes a seat behind them, her chiseled jaw set with a stoic resolve. Though neither man dares to move, The weight of her presence suffocates the tension in the room. Her expression remains hard as stone, as she calmly asserts that her reason for being here is not to choose sides, but to issue a warning about the gravity of the situation at hand. Her words carry a solemn weight, and even Sasha and Vincent's bodyguards shift their attention to her, realizing the significance of her arrival. Sasha, clearly unsettled, cautiously asks Sophia what she means. Without missing a beat, Sophia responds, her voice as resolute as her stance, explaining that the conflict has spiraled beyond just a battle between Barefoot and Dead Mansion. Her gaze sharpens as she shifts her attention to Vincent, locking eyes with him. She reveals that he has finally resurfaced, the discarded masterpiece that Dead Mansion once sought to bury, Null. The name alone sends a palpable wave of unease through the room. A cold, foreboding silence follows as everyone processes the gravity of Sophia's revelation, the air thick with apprehension. Seated with her legs crossed, Sophia remains unfazed, her expression unreadable, while the others reel from the dark truth she has brought into the open. Beneath a sky heavy with gray clouds, the dim moonlight barely illuminates the scene at the high school. Sion finds himself pinned against the cold, rough wall, Jang Hyun's hand pressing his head into the unforgiving surface. Despite the discomfort, Sion's eyes blaze with fury as he questions Jang Hyun's intentions, the anger in his voice cutting through the cold night air. Jang Hyun, however, leans in closer, his lips curling into a smug smile, seemingly unfazed by Sion's defiance. His words are taunting, almost playful, as he implies that Sion should take a good look at who he's dealing with. The smugness in his tone stokes the fire of Sion's rage even more. Jang Hyun continues, his words dripping with an air of finality, stating his plan to bring Sion back with him. However, before he can finish, Sion, with a surge of desperation, bites down hard on Jang Hyun's hand, using all his strength in a last-ditch effort to inflict pain. The force of the bite makes Jang Hyun recoil in shock, his hand yanked back sharply as he yells in disgust, disbelief etched across his face. He glares at Sion, demanding to know if he seriously just bit him. Meanwhile, Sion, coughing and spitting in distaste, remarks on the bandage-like hand wrap he had bitten into, wiping his mouth in revulsion. He lifts the dirty wrap, examining it closely with a sneer, wondering aloud why Jang Hyun would carry around something so filthy. Jang Hyun's expression darkens, his fury now palpable. Without warning, he moves with deadly speed, appearing beside Sion with his fist cocked, ready to strike. As the punch comes, Sion instinctively ducks, narrowly avoiding the blow. The sheer force of Jang Hyun's missed punch sends a gust of wind ripping through the air, a testament to the raw power behind it. Jang Hyun's face twists in rage, veins bulging as he screams for Sion to return the hand wrap immediately. Sion, unfazed, tosses it back carelessly, telling Jang Hyun he can have it. Jang Hyun turns swiftly, catching the wrap before it hits the ground, his movements sharp with anger. Sion, rubbing the back of his neck, sore from the intense exchange, hears a loud ping from Jang Hyun's back pocket, interrupting the tense standoff. Jang Hyun fishes out his phone, glancing at the screen, his eyes widening in surprise. On the other end is Noel, his voice calm and measured, a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding. Behind Noel, the quiet church of Dead Mansion is littered with bodies, priests lying dead, blood pooling around them, his katana sheathed at his side. With an unsettling ease, Noel greets Jang Hyun, casually inquiring about his situation. Jang Hyun, still breathing heavily from his encounter with Sion, tries to brush off his exertion, claiming that nothing exciting is happening. Noel, perceptive and shrewd, isn't convinced. His voice sharpens as he accuses Jang Hyun of breaking his orders not to fight, his tone laced with disappointment. Jang Hyun, his bravado slipping, listens in silence as Noel offers a deal. Help him, and Noel will assist in finding the person Jang Hyun has been searching for. But the warning comes swiftly. If Jang Hyun kills Sion, he will face severe consequences. Noel's words hang heavy in the air, and Jang Hyun, his earlier rage subdued, meekly apologizes, understanding the gravity of Noel's warning. The tension lingers as Jang Hyun stands there, caught between his fury at Sion and the ominous promise Noel has just made. Jang Hyun, turning his attention back to Sion, relays to Noel over the phone that Sion is quite different from the description he had been given. His words cut sharply, insulting Sion's lack of skill and dismissing him as all flash with no substance, even mocking his terrible fashion choices, especially his hair. Sion's face contorts into a grimace, clearly agitated by the remarks, muttering under his breath about how everyone seems to have a problem with his appearance lately. Meanwhile, Noel, descending the moonlit staircase of the dimly lit church, ponders aloud, his voice carrying a contemplative tone. He questions if Sion is truly as weak as Jang Hyun claims, taking a seat on one of the steps, with an almost leisurely air. His demeanor shifts suddenly, his eyes narrowing with a newfound seriousness as he muses about Sion possibly deciding on a parent. Jang Hyun, hearing Noel's cryptic statement, sighs in frustration, grumbling about how complicated the dead mansion's affairs always are. Noel, with a touch of amusement, asks Jang Hyun if he'd like to test that theory. Jang Hyun contemplates for a moment, clearly frustrated with the situation, when Noel's next command comes, cold and direct. Kill the parent. But before Jang Hyun can fully process the order, Sion moves. Out of nowhere, Sion's fist hurtles towards Jang Hyun with surprising speed and force, knocking the phone from his hand and sending it flying. Blood trickles from Jang Hyun's mouth where the punch landed, and he stands stunned. This punch was different, far stronger than anything Sion had displayed before. Jang Hyun's eyes widen in realization as he stares at Sion, now hunched over with a shadow cast across his face, his presence transformed in an instant. Jang Hyun barely has a moment to react before Sion is in motion again, this time launching a powerful high axe kick. His leg shoots into the air before crashing down with such intensity that the tiles beneath Jang Hyun's feet crack and splinter apart from the impact. Jang Hyun jumps back just in time, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. He retreats to a safer distance, watching Sion warily. The shadow over Sion's face begins to lift, and as he touches his own face, his expression one of confusion. Sion mutters to himself, questioning what just happened. Jang Hyun, crouched on the ground, lets out a low chuckle. He realizes that what he's witnessing is Sion's true strength, something that had been concealed until now. Picking up the phone, Jang Hyun tells Noel that he was right. There's something more to Sion after all. Noel, on the other end, sounds elated, eager to know if Jang Hyun is serious. Rubbing his bruised cheek from the earlier punch, Jang Hyun confirms that Sion, the legendary masterpiece of the dead mansion, might actually be of some use. Noel's excitement grows as he declares that Sion will definitely be instrumental in their plans. Distracted for a moment by the lightening sky, Jang Hyun looks out the window, noticing that dawn is beginning to break. The sun's first rays spill into the room, signaling that time has slipped away. Realizing this, Noel also takes note of the time, advising Jang Hyun to start making his exit. As he rises from the church steps, Noel cautions that if Sion remains locked by whatever mysterious force has been holding him back, retrieving him now would be pointless. Noel ends the conversation, suggesting that they wait a little longer and reminding Jang Hyun that their agreement is now in play. Sion clenches his fist, testing the strength that surged through him earlier, surprised by the unfamiliar power. Before he can process what happened, the sound of rapid footsteps echoes down the hallway. Eugene bursts out from a nearby classroom, panic evident on his face. Breathless, he tries to explain, shouting about a major problem but struggling to get the words out. Dead mansion, the director, are all he can manage as his voice cracks with urgency. Sion, distracted, glances down the now empty corridor, his mind racing. Eugene notices Sion's distant expression and asks what's going on. In a frantic motion, Sion rushes to the window, scanning outside as though searching for someone. He blurts out a question, demanding to know where Jang Hyun went, his voice growing more desperate. Confused, Eugene asks who Sion is talking about, clearly not understanding the situation. Sion spins around angrily, his frustration boiling over as he snaps that Jang Hyun is the man's name. Eugene looks even more bewildered, asking again, "Who is Jang Hyun?" Suddenly, Sion's eyes widen, his entire body freezing in place. Without warning, he collapses, his body slamming to the ground with a heavy thud, face first. Eugene's heart races as he rushes over, calling Sion's name in a panicked shout, trying to shake him awake. As Sion slips into unconsciousness, he barely manages to mutter something, his voice faint and weak. "I need to find Jang Hyun. He knows something." These final words escape his lips before he falls into complete darkness, his body going limp. Eugene frantically shakes Sion, his voice rising in desperation. He shouts for Sion to snap out of it, to get a hold of himself, but there's no response. With Sion unresponsive in his arms, Eugene can only feel the weight of the urgency pressing down on them both, unsure of what to do next. As autumn leaves gently drift down from the clear blue sky, a month has passed since the chaotic events at the high school. The crisp air carries the sound of leaves rustling as they land on the empty path, while a solitary figure in gray sweats approaches the now closed school. It's Sion, his hood pulled up, eyes fixed on the deserted grounds. The once bustling high school now stands eerily quiet, its green gates locked, forbidding entry to students and teachers. Rumors suggest that personnel from Baiko handled the aftermath, leading to the temporary closure of the school. Sion's gaze shifts to a nearby tree shedding its vibrant orange leaves, each one a silent reminder of the time that has passed. His mind drifts to a recent news article flashing across a screen, a report detailing that the man responsible for the incident was Joseph's father. The image of Joseph's father, hunched in his wheelchair, surrounded by bodyguards, shooing away eager reporters, flashes through his thoughts. The media claimed he held a grudge against the school, angry that his son had been labeled a bully, fueling his desire for revenge. Turning away from the school, Sion finds himself standing on a crowded train, his thoughts heavy with the weight of the past month. The train rumbles forward, carrying him through a city that feels different now. His mind briefly lingers on Hyunho's snack bar, a place once full of life, now closed. A small handwritten note taped to the shutter reads, "Temporarily closed." Sion knows it will be a while before he can visit again. He pauses in front of the shuttered storefront, the familiar warmth of the place replaced by a sense of desolation. He stands in silence, absorbing the quiet emptiness around him, knowing that everything has changed. Sion crouches down, lifting the shutters of the store, intending to slip inside. His breath catches as the cold metal of a gun barrel presses against his forehead. A voice, deep and commanding, asks if he plans to keep him waiting much longer. It's Dmitri, clad in a tight compression top that outlines his massive, intimidating physique. Dmitri pulls the gun back, casually, as if this is all routine, and tells Sion it was inevitable he'd show up, given the current situation. As Sion squeezes through the opening, he remarks that he's surprised Dmitri actually came, but Dmitri simply shrugs and tells him to hurry. It turns out Sion is the last to arrive. Inside, the atmosphere is tense. A mix of dead mansion and barefoot members occupy the dimly lit room. Eugene slouches in a chair, Rachel stands nearby, her face obscured by her hair, and Mari sits with her eyes shadowed behind her glasses, her hands cuffed together in front of her. Gopnik crouches on a desk, a baseball bat slung across his shoulders, his expression unreadable. Sion takes in the scene with a touch of sarcasm, noting how just a month ago, they had all been ready to tear each other apart. The metallic clink of Mari's handcuffs cuts through the room as she lifts her bound wrists, visibly irritated. Dmitri interrupts the moment, casually lifting a knife from a nearby chopping board, his voice sharp with frustration. He reminds everyone that Barefoot's payment is missing, their clients having vanished. And worse, their brother Igor had been taken down. His tone turns venomous as he approaches Mari, knife in hand, anger simmering beneath his calm exterior. He leans in, his face shadowed with fury, and demands that if Mari knows anything about Noel's involvement, she'd better speak now. His words hang heavy in the air, the knife slamming down on the table near her, emphasizing the unspoken threat. Rachel steps in from the side, her black crop top peeking out from beneath a leather jacket, her voice cool but firm. She points out that Noel has also kidnapped their director, and without Barefoot's interference, Dead Mansion wouldn't have crumbled so easily. She casts a glance at Gopnik, acknowledging the messy alliances at play. Gopnik, irritated, pushes the barrel of his bat against Mari's head, his voice dripping with annoyance as he insists Dead Mansion is at fault for starting everything, having thrown the first punch. He mutters that if they really want to fix things, Mari should be dealt with first. Annoyed but calm, Mari fires back, calling him simple-minded, her gaze filled with disdain behind her glasses. Gopnik, seething, warns her to stop talking, or else he'll teach her a lesson. As the room fills with rising tension and sharp words, Sion remains quiet in the corner, observing the uneasy alliance between these three factions, waiting for the next move. Eugene finally breaks the tense silence, hopping off his chair and urging everyone to calm down. He points out that they've all been played by Noel, the real mastermind behind their current predicament. Walking towards Dmitri, he suggests that they approach the situation methodically, solving it one step at a time. Dmitri, nodding in agreement, turns to Mari and demands that she spill whatever she knows about Noel. Sion, still cloaked under his hood, finally speaks. His voice cuts through the tension with a single word: "We." Eugene listens carefully while Marie averts her gaze in shame. Sion continues, summarizing their dire situation. The head of Dead Mansion has been kidnapped, and most of the orphanage's forces have been obliterated. Shifting his gaze to the Barefoot members, he adds that their leader is missing and should be presumed dead. As the crew stares at him in silence, Sion removes his hood, his expression hard and serious, eyes narrowed with simmering anger. He states bluntly that they all know who their common enemy is. Dmitri, intrigued, asks Sion what the plan is. Sion proposes they form a temporary alliance. Rachel, arms folded, questions him about the idea of an alliance. Sion responds, explaining that since they share a common enemy, they should unite into a crew. Gopnik, unconvinced, asks why they should even bother teaming up. Dmitri, however, smirks at the suggestion, finding the idea of a crew amusing. He asks Sion what they should call themselves. Sion, looking slightly awkward, admits that he hasn't thought of a name yet. As he turns to leave, Dmitri playfully scolds him, saying that a name is essential to unify the group. Sion glances back and, after a moment's thought, suggests they call themselves BAD, taking the first letters from Barefoot and Dead Mansion. Perhaps, he muses, they should be known as the Bad Kids. As Sion lifts the shutters fully, sunlight pours into the snack bar. A voice from behind suggests another name: Bad Child. Sion smiles as the sunlight catches his face, and he utters a single word with finality: Noel. Their mission is clear: to crush that man. As Sion fully raises the shutters, sunlight floods into the snack bar, casting an intense glow over the space. Standing in the warm light, Sion announces the single aim of their crew: Bad Kids. His face brightens with a confident smile, his crew members standing behind him with a hardened look, united as Sion utters a single word with finality: Noel. Their goal is unmistakable: to bring down that man. Dmitri chuckles at the Bad Kids acronym, pleased that Barefoot claims the first position in it. His amusement turns to curiosity as Gopnik exclaims in surprise, asking Dmitri if he truly intends to join the crew. Dmitri places a reassuring hand on Gopnik's shoulder, admitting his fondness for the crew's name. Lowering his voice, he notes the one strange factor: Sion himself. Dmitri's gaze shifts to Sion, who stands motionless in the sunlight, hands tucked in his hoodie pocket, lost in thought. Reflecting on the past month since the incident, Dimitri realizes just how much Sion has changed. He turns to Rachel, her expression obscured by the long fringe over her eyes as she leans on a table, arms folded. Dimitri asks her what happened to bring about such a shift in Sion. Rachel's gaze remains fixed on Sion, her face unreadable but shadowed by a quiet sadness. A month earlier, right after the incident, Rachel stands by a hospital bed, dressed in jeans and a white crop top layered under an unbuttoned shirt. A voice over the phone inquiries about Sion's condition, who lies unconscious in the bed, hooked up to an IV. Rachel responds, noting Sion's recovery, remarking that he likely overexerted himself. Relieved, Vincent, on the other end of the line, reassures her that retrieving Sion will be manageable. Behind Vincent, children from Dead Mansion clean and organize the room. One child, arms full of books, approaches Vincent, asking where to place them. Recognizing one of the books, Vincent requests that particular one, directing the rest to the VIP room bookshelf. As he glances at the book, Rachel asks about the current state of things at Dead Mansion. Vincent explains that they returned immediately after Sophia's warning, though the director had already vanished. Hearing this, Rachel mutters a curse under her breath, but Vincent interjects with more news. Nearby, an open bookcase lies half-filled, with books scattered around it as Dead Mansion children sort them. Vincent mentions that Noel has taken the ledger containing the names of the good children. Rachel's face darkens with fury as she realizes the implications, whispering that if Noel has taken the ledger. Vincent confirms her fear, stating that the worst-case scenario the director had anticipated has indeed come to pass. Noel intends to personally retrieve all the good children who were sold. A blood-streaked katana lies against the tatami mats, with scattered autumn leaves drifting across the room in the muted afternoon light. Noel stands over a man's lifeless body, his gaze shifting to a child in a delicate pink kimono who kneels nearby. She glances at Noel with trepidation. With a calm yet deceptive smile and crimson glint in his eyes, Noel assures the girl of his intentions, suggesting she has nothing to fear from him. His hand extends toward her, an invitation to join him under the guise of rescue. The room is deathly silent, the air thick with an unsettling calm, revealing the floor littered with the bodies of men Noel has dispatched. Only Noel and the child remain untouched amidst the aftermath, the sinister promise of his words hanging in the quiet. On the phone with Rachel, Vincent explains that they are currently verifying the locations and personal information of the buyers listed in a secondary ledger. However, he confesses, his worry evident, that they simply lack the personnel to handle everything. As Sasha and Vincent's guards study a large book, Vincent informs Rachel that he's borrowing additional manpower from Barefoot to cover the shortfall, suspecting that this scarcity may be yet another aspect of Noel's strategy. Concern tightens Rachel's expression as she notes that even if they eliminated the buyers, control of the good children wouldn't automatically shift to Noel. Vincent replies that ordinarily she'd be correct, but Mari had assured him this wasn't the case. Rachel recalls her tense exchange with Mari, the moment when Mari defiantly threw a cross to the ground, claiming they had discovered a way to bypass the three principles. Rachel considers the possibility that Noel may indeed have found a method to break those foundational rules. Memories of conversations with the director come back to her. She recalls his anxious manner, nervously biting his finger while arguing over the phone, his worry clear about children who disregarded Dead Mansion's principles. Rachel glances at the unconscious Sion, reminding Vincent that this was why they had checked Sion's adherence to the three principles when they went to find him. Vincent confirms, noting that it was especially critical for Sion. With concern creasing his brow, Vincent wonders aloud if Sion has yet realized the situation. Rachel assures him that for now, he remains unaware. Watching over Sion, Rachel listens as Vincent adds that he believes Noel's side may attempt to contact Sion first. To prevent any chance of a meeting between Noel and Sion, he insists, Dead Mansion must retrieve Sion as soon as possible. Sion lies unconscious in the hospital bed, his face twitching in discomfort as painful memories resurface. Meanwhile, at Dead Mansion headquarters, a storm rages under a bleak, cloud-filled sky, rain pouring down relentlessly. a woman in an expensive suit, stands with rigid pride, sheltered by an umbrella held by her guard. Her shrill commands pierce the storm as she yells at someone in the car behind her to come forward. She repeats herself more sharply as the director approaches calmly, questioning her purpose here at such a late hour. The woman confirms with the director if this is indeed the right place, her tone full of impatience. The director, slightly perplexed, asks for clarification, but she offers none as she drags a small, blonde-haired child out of the car, shouting that she wants this child raised here. Wearing only shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, the child stands exposed to the downpour, soaked and visibly downcast. The director explains that Dead Mansion is a place for orphans, and he cannot take in a child whose mother stands before him. Ignoring his words, the woman screams furiously, throwing the child, young Sion, to the ground, indifferent as he lands face first in a puddle. Sion gets up, expression blank, his sadness profound as he stares at the ground, showing no resistance against his mother's cruelty. She yells she has no concern for his fate, whether they raise or sell him, indifferent to his future. Abruptly, Sion awakens in the hospital, bolting upright, shaken from the nightmare that has haunted him. Sion's eyes dart around the room, recognizing the sterile walls of a hospital, confusion flooding him as he wonders why he's there. Fragments of memory flash through his mind, his tense encounters with Mari and Jang Yun. His expression twists in frustration as he recalls Jang Yun's chilling, shadowed face, empty eyes fixed on him with a voice over the phone commanding Jang Yun to find Sion's parent and kill her. Anger surging, Sion rips the IV from his arm and without a second thought rushes out into the street, still in hospital gowns, shouting for Hyunho's mother. He reaches the apartment building where Hyunho lives and anxiously presses the elevator button, only to realize it's broken. Cursing his bad luck, he begins the painful climb up the stairs, his injuries making him struggle for breath. When he arrives at Hyunho's floor, he notices a katana lodged into the elevator door, its elegant golden guard patterned intricately. Sion stares at the weapon, wondering who could have left it there, unaware that behind him, Noel reclines casually on the stairs. With a glint of mirth, Noel greets him, sitting up slowly and propping his head on his hand as he says he's been waiting. Surprised, Sion turns, no recognition in his gaze, and asks who Noel is. Noel, taken aback, stands, his curiosity piqued. He reaches for Sion's hands with a smoothness that catches Sion off guard, revealing a crossed-out tattoo on his own hand as he notes with a sad humor that it's troubling Sion has forgotten him. Noel says he's missed Sion, that he's come a long way just to see him. Sion's thoughts race, his shock clear as he realizes Noel's movement was nearly instantaneous, leaving him no time to react, while Noel asks once again how Sion could forget him so completely. Noel's gaze sharpens, a glint in his eye showing he's certain he gave the order to Jang Yun clearly, to go and kill that woman. Sion, driven by fury, throws a left hook at Noel, but Noel dodges with ease. Sion shouts, accusing Noel of being the voice on the phone with Jang Yun, to which Noel laughs, openly confirming it. Sion launches a kick, only for Noel to block it effortlessly, his face calm as he stops each of Sion's attempts. Noel remarks mockingly that Sion has a problem, pretending to be a good child while selecting people to act as parents. As Noel shoves Sion back, Sion stumbles, struggling to regain his footing. Noel pulls something from his pocket, continuing to taunt that Sion is going around handpicking parental figures. Confusion and anger cloud Sion's face as he demands to know what Noel means by choosing parents. Noel moves to his katana, sighing as he notes that, as expected, Sion remembers nothing. Pulling the blade from the elevator door, Noel turns to Sion, remarking that he's forgotten what kind of person he once was. Sion's gaze shifts to the katana, worry flickering in his eyes. In an instant, Noel strikes with a quick slash, which Sion narrowly dodges by leaning backward. Disappointment colors Noel's calm tone as he observes that Sion was never truly like the others. Bringing the katana down inches from Sion's face, Noel's expression darkens with sudden menace, the blade embedded in the floor beside Sion's head. Sion, stunned and fixated on Noel's words, wonders aloud, shock filling his voice. Was he truly never a good child? Sion's thoughts drift to the painful memory of being thrown into a puddle as his mother abandoned him in the rain on the steps of Dead Mansion. He recalls the director's attempt to intervene, telling his mother that the orphanage must be misunderstood. As the director tries to reason with her, Sion interrupts, questioning whether he'd done something wrong. His voice is calm yet cold as he remarks that, although his mother had been loud and irritating, her fussing would finally end. Kneeling in the rain with a faint smirk, he admits he feels sorry for the dog he liked, the one that always wagged its tail at him. Turning to the director, Sion notes that the dog won't be able to bark anymore and asks if he did a good job. The director, expressionless, wraps an arm around him as Sion's mother stumbles backward, clearly rattled. Reluctantly, the director agrees, assuring her that he'll take care of Sion from now on. A spark of hope rises in Sion's eyes, longing for a place to finally belong. Walking alongside the director, he comments that he'd tried to be a good child who listened to his mother. As they pass, Sion, still dirtied from the rain, catches the eye of a boy behind him, hands clasped in silent prayer. The boy with long white hair tied in a ponytail opens his red eyes, casting a dark look at Sion. In the present, Noel leans over him, katana in hand, marveling at the paradox. Sion was never taught obedience to parents the way Dead Mansion children were. So why was he pretending to be a good child? Sion, stunned, stammers as he realizes he may not be a good child after all. Noel laughs, confirming this, his tone dripping with sadism, and warns that if Sion insists on choosing parents and acting like a good child, he'll continue taking those parents from Sion again and again until he gives up. Noel's expression is unmistakably cruel, relishing Sion's anguish as reality sinks in. Sion stares at his reflection in Noel's blade, recalling his mother's fearful eyes when she left him at Dead Mansion. Steeling himself, he grips the katana tightly, careful not to cut himself further, and drives his elbow into the blade, shattering it into fragments. The tip hurtles toward Noel's eye, but Noel dodges with flawless timing, laughing in dark delight at Sion's fury. Blood drips from Sion's hand, cut by the blade's edge, as Noel seizes his arm and meets his gaze, telling him he could never be a good child. Sion's face darkens with a murderous calm, his eyes filled with lethal intent, fully prepared to confront Noel as he embraces the part of himself he's long suppressed. Clouds drift across the dark, overcast sky as the lights in several rooms of Dead Mansion flicker against the night. The quiet, shadowed corridors echo with the faint rustling sounds coming from one of the illuminated rooms. Beluga, with a sly grin that reveals his sharp teeth and cheeks flushed, appears delighted by his discovery of something cleverly hidden. He kneels in the wine cellar, where bottles line the walls, and a storage unit, now thoroughly searched by him, holds even more treasures. Triumphant, he holds up a vintage bottle, remarking on the refined tastes of the mansion's inhabitants, despite their eerie existence. Vincent, standing with his arms crossed, breaks into Beluga's reverie, questioning him with a mixture of sarcasm and exasperation. He pointedly suggests that perhaps stealing has become part of Beluga's skill set. Clearly annoyed, Vincent mutters that this is why you don't invite strangers into your home. But Beluga, undeterred, laughs and suggests they give him a proper welcome since he's already here. Vincent's gaze drifts to some documents scattered on a nearby desk. Curious, he inquires about them, and Beluga nonchalantly explains their security personnel placement records for Dead Mansion's clients. This piques Vincent's curiosity further, and he asks about the involvement of security. Holding several bottles under his arm, Beluga responds that Noel has set his sights on the mansion's clients, and a mere handful of guards won't suffice. Outside, barefoot mercenaries now stand vigilant before the mansion, ready to escort clients and challenge any who dare threaten them. As an elderly man with a cigar watches over a child who tries to peek out the window, Beluga reveals that the wealthiest and most important VIP clients are under the highest protection. Vincent watches Beluga with new awareness, recognizing that his title as the strategic planner for Barefoot is well earned, his calculated moves reflecting a mastery in safeguarding Dead Mansion's interests. With a casual flick of his pocket knife, Beluga pries open a bottle of wine and makes light of Vincent's concerns, brushing off the notion that a few bottles could be cause for annoyance, especially given Dead Mansion's favorable end of the deal. Vincent, still skeptical, questions if Beluga truly understands the value of the wine, warning that the director won't be pleased if he finds out. Beluga waves off the worry, emphasizing this is precisely why he's seizing the moment, while the director is away. He raises a bottle toward Vincent, tempting him by saying it's his only chance to taste it. As Vincent's eyes linger on the bottle, Beluga slyly offers to pour him a glass. Moments later, the table bears the evidence of indulgence: scattered corks and red splashes of wine staining the wood. Vincent, now nursing his head, listens as Beluga, amused and flushed, remarks on the exquisite taste of the wines, playfully suggesting that Vincent may now be an accomplice in his little heist. Vincent lifts his gaze, the effects of the alcohol showing faintly in his cheeks, while Beluga, equally affected by the drink, shifts the conversation, probing a lingering curiosity. He questions Vincent about the children of Dead Mansion, the three principals, and hints at a fascination with how they've been conditioned, or perhaps even brainwashed, to obey so completely. As Vincent's expression grows guarded, Beluga chuckles, suggesting the idea of adopting one of the children, though his tone remains half in jest. Catching Vincent's wary look, Beluga laughs it off, insisting it was just idle curiosity, though a trace of genuine interest lingers in his gaze. In a low, contemplative tone, Vincent muses on the notion of brainwashing. He gazes into his wineglass, watching his reflection ripple as he continues, reflecting on how most children who arrive at Dead Mansion are those forsaken by their families. These children, burdened with an acute sense of inadequacy, become ideal subjects for Dead Mansion's methods. His thoughts drift to the director, a memory surfacing of him gently patting a young girl's head, his words chillingly tender as he tells her she was abandoned because she was imperfect. And so, to find acceptance, she must become the epitome of a good child. Vincent recalls the classes held for the children, rows of small faces staring intently at a television screen as they absorb the three principals, with young Eugene sitting front and center, eyes fixed with intense concentration on the image on the screen. Vincent's mind lingers on another memory, a softer scene, where Mari's cheeks were pinched gently, a small smile lighting up her face. The director's voice echoes in his memory, explaining that a good child must strive to excel, to rise above the others. Then, he recalls the director's face darkening, a stern reminder of the final tenet. Those who achieve this ideal of the good child may become part of a true family. Those who fail, however, will be cast aside once again, abandoned by their newfound family at Dead Mansion. Beluga scoffs, questioning with a hint of disbelief if that's truly all it takes to control the children. Vincent, slumped over the desk, murmurs that the weight of inadequacy binds deeply and powerfully. Beluga, swirling his glass and pointing it at Vincent, remarks with distaste on Dead Mansion's cruel methods, wondering aloud if the director devised this strategy alone. Vincent, visibly intoxicated, his face flushed, replies that the concept originated from someone else. Staring into his wineglass, Vincent speaks of the boy who first conceived this idea, a boy who, though not good himself, yearned to be. He recalls that this boy would go to any lengths to win his parents' approval. And as the memory surfaces, Vincent envisions Sion's twisted smile at the thought of another abandoned child joining Dead Mansion. He goes on to explain that it was this child's desperate desire for goodness that inspired the director's creation of the three principles, rules rooted in a relentless pursuit of acceptance. Sion lunges with the shattered tip of his katana, striking at Noel, who dodges effortlessly, a mocking laugh escaping him as he claims this is Sion's true nature. Tauntingly, Noel declares that Sion will never embody the ideal of a good child. Fueled by rage, Sion pivots and delivers a powerful kick aimed at Noel's face, the impact resounding through the empty stairwell as it lands against Noel's blocking arm, leaving a dusty shoe print on his jacket. Noel smirks, noting that the kick hurt, an indication that Sion's strength has fully returned. Struggling to stay upright, Sion questions himself, wondering aloud if he truly can't become a good child. Memories flood his mind, his mother abandoning him in fear, the final painful encounter with Hyunho's mother who had slapped him, anger in her eyes as she forbade him from calling her mother ever again. As he stands, blood trickles from his grip on the katana's jagged edge, and with a low, bitter grunt, Sion concedes that perhaps Noel is right. Maybe he doesn't believe he's a good child. Seizing on this admission, Noel begins to celebrate, but Sion cuts him off with a murderous glare. His voice, a venomous whisper, holds a dark resolve as he suggests that killing the one responsible for his mother's death might somehow redeem him, might make him a good child once more. Noel, amused, scratches his head with the katana's hilt, questioning if Sion's desire for approval runs so deep. But then his expression turns grim, voice darkening as he remarks that this desperation is Sion's downfall. Sion crouches low, poised to strike, and as he lunges at Noel with deadly intent, Noel continues, deflecting the attack with ease. He reveals that it was Sion's actions that drove Dead Mansion to create the three absolute principles, to impose control over the other children. Each of Sion's attempts is thwarted as Noel, still unshaken, lays bare the truth that Sion's own rebellion had forged the rigid discipline now binding Dead Mansion's children. Noel deflects another stab from Sion, his expression calm despite the fierce pace of the fight. Blood drips from Sion's hand, where he grips the broken blade, spattering into Noel's eye, momentarily forcing him to shut it. Seizing the advantage, Sion lunges forward. Noel, unimpressed, mutters that Sion's desperation is pathetic as he prepares to retaliate. With a swift upward slash, Noel disarms Sion, sending the blade's tip flying into the ceiling above. Pulling back his sword for another strike, Noel sees Sion crouch defensively. Noel sweeps a horizontal slash that cuts through the air, but Sion leaps high, evading the attack and grabbing hold of the blade tip lodged in the ceiling. Yanking it free, he brings it down in a counterattack. Noel dodges back, but the blade still grazes his jacket lapels, slicing through them. Noel glances at the torn fabric with a smirk, amused at the minor damage. Before Noel can react further, Sion grabs a small coffee cup from the floor and hurls it at him. Noel slashes at it, sending coffee splattering everywhere, clouding the air between them. Through the haze, Sion makes a swift move, aiming the blade tip at Noel. Caught off guard, Noel barely manages to deflect the attack, disarming Sion once more. But Sion doesn't relent. He grabs Noel's arm, his face resolute, announcing that he finally has Noel cornered. With a fierce punch, he strikes Noel in the face, jolting his head back and forcing him to release his grip on the katana. Noel, now holding his weapon in his other hand, retaliates with a slash, which Sion narrowly avoids by leaping back. Sion, a dark glint in his eyes, mutters his frustration with the weapon, its presence a constant obstacle. He braces himself to punch again, veins standing out on his hand as Noel readies another swing, eyes gleaming red with excitement. As Noel's blade slices toward him, Sion crouches and delivers an upward punch, shattering the katana blade from its handle. Noel's eyes light up with a twisted admiration, impressed by Sion's ability to break the sword with his bare fist. Just as Sion prepares another punch, Noel counters with a powerful knee to Sion's face, snapping his head back as he coolly remarks that Sion isn't as impressive as he'd hoped. Reeling but undeterred, Sion's gaze remains sharp, fixed on Noel. He lands a forceful kick at Noel, who blocks the strike. In the tension of the moment, Noel subtly retrieves a small knife from his belt, preparing for a sudden, lethal move. Beluga yawns, showing little interest as he asks Vincent about the child who inspired the director to establish the three principles. Vincent, eyes fixed on the documents before him, confirms that it was Sion, the very boy whom Barefoot recently attempted to kill in the high school incident. Flipping through the paperwork, Vincent casually inquires whether any Barefoot guards had been assigned to protect Sion. Beluga replies with equal nonchalance, explaining that they didn't allocate anyone separately. Just as Vincent begins to express the importance of Sion, Beluga cuts him off, asserting there was no need for special assignments. As Sion and Noel battle in the stairwell, a hand reaches to open the door. Beluga turns to Vincent, revealing that she personally went to Korea to ensure Sion's protection. The door swings open, and Sophia Alexander steps into the hallway, her towering frame and bulging muscles casting an imposing shadow. She surveys the scene with a calm intensity, then asks if they're playing house. Noel, recognizing her, smiles with a mix of amusement and unease. Sophia, hands clasped behind her back, addresses Noel with a steady gaze, noting his recent cocky behavior and the trouble he's been causing. Sion glances back at her, the sheer presence of Sophia's figure looming over him. With a warm greeting, Sophia acknowledges that it's been a while since they last saw each other, her gaze softening briefly as she takes in Sion's hunched posture and shadowed expression. Noticing the darkness clouding his eyes, she pats his head with an almost maternal familiarity and promises to catch up with him later. Her attention shifts to Noel, and her mere glance freezes him in place, stifled by the force of her presence. Then, without warning, Sophia's fist shoots forward with startling speed, burying itself in Noel's stomach. The impact is so forceful that the ground beneath her cracks, and the surrounding windows shatter from the explosive force. Noel is sent hurtling backward, soaring several meters through the air. Sophia, watching his flight with detached amusement, remarks that he is still just a child, too lightweight to stand against her. Sion stares in shock, processing how effortlessly Sophia has dealt with Noel. But Sophia's eyes widen with mild surprise as she spots the wreckage of a broken wheelchair and a smear of blood on the ground where Noel landed. Following the trail, she sees a bloody smear on the windowsill, indicating that Noel managed to escape, slipping out the window in his retreat. She calmly announces she won't pursue him, stating that capturing Noel isn't her responsibility. Turning back to Sion, Sophia addresses him directly, calling him her disciple. She places a firm hand on his shoulder, towering over him as she examines his weakened state. Her eyes darken, and with an ominous tone, she questions how he has grown so weak during her absence. Fixing him with a thunderous look, she declares that adjustments will be necessary. Sion meets her gaze, his own expression a mixture of determination and a flicker of fear, bracing himself for whatever adjustments she has in mind. Sophia's gaze bore down on Sion, her expression thunderous as she declared that certain adjustments were necessary. Sion met her eyes, his face steeling with determination, though a hint of fear betrayed his resolve. Before he could react, Sophia hoisted him over her shoulder effortlessly, ignoring his loud protests as she stated they had to leave. As they descended the stairs, Sophia explained calmly that Hyunho and his mother had already moved out of the apartment Sion had been frantically trying to reach. She continued with a stern calmness, informing Sion that Noel was targeting every good child from Dead Mansion, and Sion was among those in Noel's sights. Maintaining her unreadable expression, Sophia swore by her family name, Alexander, to protect Sion's parent. Sion's expression softened slightly in contemplation as she assured him that, while they were chosen parents, she would defend them, so he needn't worry. As they continued down the steps, Sophia shifted focus, announcing it was time to concentrate on training, casually suggesting they restart the dreaded dead squat. The mention of this grueling exercise made Sion's stomach turn, memories of the painful training still fresh in his mind. Catching the fearful look in his eyes, Sophia glanced at him with a hint of amusement and remarked that it seemed he still remembered the dead squat and the ominous rule that failure meant death. A month after his intensive training, Sion rides along with Dmitri in a rugged modified Jeep outfitted with massive off-road tires, reminiscing with Dmitri about his experiences under Sophia's fierce guidance. As he describes the brutal dead squats performed with TNT strapped to his lower body, his voice wavers. With a haunted expression, Sion explains to Dmitri that relaxing even slightly during the exercise would have been fatal. Dmitri, wearing sunglasses as he drives, smirks, admitting he thought those stories were exaggerated, but realizing Sophia truly took her training to another level. Chuckling, he remarks that the Alexander family operates in an entirely different league, sending Sion into a mild panic. Grabbing his head, Sion groans, pleading for Dmitri not to mention that name again. With an uncharacteristic shift in tone, Dmitri asks Sion, quietly but intently, about his progress over the past month. The sudden seriousness catches Sion off guard, and Dmitri glances sideways with a sly smile, pressing further about Sion's skills since training directly under Sophia. Sion leans back with a grin, teasing Dmitri by asking if he's curious enough to put himself to the test. Dmitri's only response is a smirk, signaling he's more than up for the challenge, though he keeps his eyes on the road, taking Sion's remark lightly. As they approach a parked car, Sion points ahead, asking Dmitri to stop. The Jeep halts abruptly on the roadside, and Sion prepares to exit, but Dmitri calls out, removing his sunglasses to look Sion directly in the eyes. Dmitri asks him, with uncharacteristic concern, if he's sure he wants to return to school, hinting at the danger of Noel's intentions and warning that school could expose him to unnecessary risks. Clutching his bag tightly, Sion feigns disgust, brushing off Dmitri's concern as unnecessary, though the teasing only irritates Dmitri further. Dmitri, now visibly annoyed, raises his voice, insisting that Sion report any strange occurrences and not try to handle things on his own. Sion meets Dmitri's eyes with a serious look, recognizing the sincerity behind his words. But when Dmitri continues with more advice, Sion cuts him off, shutting the Jeep door and declaring that he's had enough wisdom for one day. The exchange catches the attention of nearby students, who begin to murmur. They speculate in hushed tones about whether Sion is the infamous Sion Park who once ran with Joseph's gang, noting his aloofness and whispering about his apparent wealth and striking looks. Sion, hearing them, is briefly amused as he glances back toward Dmitri slumped over the steering wheel, exasperated by Sion's flippant response to his concern. As the Jeep pulls away, Sion stands alone, watching it disappear down the road, feeling a lingering sense of camaraderie and protection despite their banter. In the vast, dimly lit expanse of a warehouse, a handful of studio lights dangle from the ceiling, casting narrow beams across a grimy interior. Dust hangs thick in the air, carpeting every surface. A neglected white van, smudged with dirt and debris, sits to one side, untouched for what seems like ages. Strewn around the warehouse are an odd assortment of objects: a battered punching bag, worn-out boxes, and stray furniture, all coated in a layer of grime. On a filthy mattress tossed carelessly on the ground, Jang Hyun lies, clad in a black vest and red shorts. He extends a hand, wrapped in rough, soiled fabric, reaching toward the studio lights as if trying to grasp something beyond his reach. The silence is broken by a voice commenting on the state of the place, noting the suffocating dust. Noel strides in, his figure cutting through the dusty air, and remarks on the unhealthy conditions of Jang Hyun's hideout. Jang Hyun, jolted from his thoughts, scrambles up, his gaze alight with a mix of anticipation and relief as he rushes toward Noel. His words pour out, a flood of pent-up questions, his tone teetering between eagerness and frustration as he presses Noel about his delayed arrival. Noel's reply is calm, explaining his recent busyness as he takes in the cluttered space, eyes lingering on a well-used punching bag. He casually wonders if Jang Hyun has made any additions to his domain since the last visit. Jang Hyun, retrieving a pair of scissors from the floor, nods, sharing that he's spruced things up a bit. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and with the scissors in hand, he declares he should serve Noel a drink to be a proper host. Noel watches as Jang Yoon unexpectedly lunges, dodging instinctively, only to realize Jang Yoon's target is a vending machine. The scissors pierce the metal with a jarring clang as Jang Yoon pries a drink free for his guest. Handing Noel the drink, Jang Yoon guides him to a pair of flimsy plastic garden chairs. Enthusiastically, he touts them as magical chairs meant to elicit nothing but truth. They settle into the chairs, Jang Yoon's gaze fixed on Noel with an intensity that belies his casual hosting. He announces his intention to ask a series of questions, insisting on Noel's honest answers. Noel, noticing Jang Yoon's unusually animated demeanor, observes that he seems in high spirits. But Jang Yoon's face drops into a stoic, almost vulnerable expression as he clarifies he's far from happy. He looks directly at Noel, his voice dropping to a level of pleading sincerity as he reminds Noel of a promise to find that person who clearly occupies a central place in Jang Yoon's mind. The request hangs heavy between them, casting a shadow over the scattered debris and dusty warehouse walls. Jang Yoon, leaning in with an edge of impatience, presses Noel about whether he's truly searching for that person and why it's taking so long. Noel, with his usual calm smile, reassures him that he's been diligent in his search. Yet, he adds that there's another task they must tackle first, something that can't be overlooked. They need to retrieve Sion. Noel explains that once Sion is with them, his promise to Jang Yoon can be kept. This plan doesn't seem to satisfy Jang Yoon, who frowns, slumping further into the creaky plastic chair. He mutters that Sion's involvement seems irrelevant to finding that person. Noel observes Jang Yoon's sudden seriousness as he reminds him that these are chairs of truth. If Noel isn't being honest, Jang Yoon wouldn't hesitate to kill him. Noel meets his gaze, leaning forward with a look of sincerity, assuring Jang Yoon of his honesty. But as he leans back, offering his usual smile and requesting Jang Yoon's trust, Noel's mind races. He had underestimated Jang Yoon, initially seeing him as nothing more than an eccentric with excellent fighting skills, someone easy to manipulate. But now he realizes Jang Yoon's intuition runs deeper than expected, a potential threat if not handled carefully. With a silent flick, Noel slightly unsheathes his blade, considering his next move carefully to avoid disrupting his plans. But before he can act, Jang Yoon, slouched and gripping his scissors tightly, mutters that if Noel intends to draw his sword, he should just go ahead and do it. Noel breaks the tension with a laugh, slapping Jang Yoon's shoulder in a playful gesture, teasing him for acting so serious. He promises, with feigned lightheartedness, to put more effort into finding that person. Jang Yoon looks back, unimpressed, as Noel stands, stretching slightly. Still laughing, Noel shifts the conversation, revealing that he actually came to the warehouse for a different purpose. He asks Jang Yoon if he wants to visit a fun place with him, his tone brimming with mischievous energy. Intrigued and momentarily distracted from his frustration, Jang Yoon perks up, curiosity sparking in his eyes as he eagerly asks Noel about this so-called fun place. As Sion slides open the door to his classroom, the usual hum of student chatter fills the air, but his presence draws a hushed wave of whispers. He strides in with his bag slung over one shoulder, eyes on his seat. The students murmur among themselves, astonished to see him back, as rumors swirl about his supposed suspension. Some speculate that the evidence against Sion, which initially got him suspended, had been faked, perhaps even concocted by Sion himself to avoid a loss of face. With a sigh, Sion settles at his desk, dismissing their words, irritated by the lingering suspicion. His thoughts drift back to his recent conversation with Marie, where she had informed him that she'd withdrawn the incriminating photos against him. She'd explained that removing the images would pressure the school to reverse his suspension. Holding up an unexpected image for her to see, Sion had asked if using this against the principal would suffice to clear his name. The photo, which disgusted him even to glance at, showed the principal posing awkwardly in a maid costume, attempting a sultry look. He'd grimaced, wondering aloud why Mari would have doctored it to look so distasteful. Mari, unfazed, had remarked that the picture was entirely unaltered. It was real. Even now, sitting at his desk, Sion cringes at the memory, clutching his head as if to shake off the lingering image that haunts him. His disturbed reverie breaks as a voice greets him, remarking that it's been a while. Sion looks up to find himself face to face with the three muscular bullies he used to hang around with, their smirks barely hiding a bitter sarcasm. They toss a mocking greeting his way, dripping with false camaraderie. Sion sighs, already sensing their intent. He knows they only feigned friendship, eager to ally with him when they believed he was the bully in those photos. One of them, the tallest and most intimidating of the group, puts on a menacing scowl, demanding Sion follow without a word. Outside in the parking lot, their voices echo as they confront him, the taunt obvious. They want to know if he's really not a bully. Their eyes narrow as they accuse him of trying to make a joke of them with those faked photos. Sion says nothing, glancing around and noting the area's solitude as if to confirm no one's watching. His indifference seems to goad the leader, who lunges towards Sion with a clenched fist. In a calm, effortless motion, Sion flicks the bully's chin with a mere finger. The strike lands with a thunderous impact, the sound resonating off the parking lot's walls, and the brute drops to his knees, stunned by the unexpected force. The other two bullies freeze, their faces draining of confidence as they witness their friend felled by a simple flick. Sion, maintaining a calm but cool expression, holds his hand poised in the flicking gesture, reminding them that they were once in the same crew, so he'll go easy on them. For a moment, Sion recalls his brutal training under Sophia. Standing before him in a dark tank top, arms crossed, Sophia had scrutinized him, her words blunt and unforgiving. She told him his problem was his obsessive fixation on his restrictions, the three principles. Sion, bent over, breathing heavily, had been surrounded by weights and barbells, clad in a black training shirt, military fatigues, and combat boots. Sophia, dressed in a black vest and matching fatigues, approached him with a look of tough resolve. Though Sion acknowledged her advice mentally, his body still resisted. Seeing his struggle, Sophia had sighed, clearly prepared for a harsher method to make her point. She'd explained her next step. If he could only use a fraction of his power because of the principles, she would simply push his total power beyond his previous limits. Back in the present, Sion's gaze steadies on the remaining two bullies, his eyes filled with new confidence, his hand still in that poised flicking motion as he readies to test Sophia's hard-won lessons. The second bully crashes to the ground with a heavy thud, knocked out cold. The last bully, eyes wide with shock, takes in the scene, hardly able to believe how quickly his friends were defeated. He stumbles back, fear in his gaze, before gripping the handle of a worn wooden mop with both hands, wielding it like a makeshift spear. Desperation seeps into his voice as he shouts at Sion, daring him to come closer. Sion, unfazed, surges forward in one swift motion. The bully swings the mop, but Sion leaps high, his leg slicing downwards with a force that shatters the mop's handle into splinters, scattering wood fragments like dust. The final bully stares, frozen, as Sion lands smoothly before him, back turned, calm and unaffected. Sion's expression shifts, serious and composed, as he states coolly that the bell has rung and it's time to return to class. Walking ahead, he leaves the last bully to his humiliation, knees buckling in defeat, while the other two lay unconscious behind him, having felt the sting of Sion's wrath. As Sion makes his way down the empty hallway, he returns to his desk in class and subtly pumps his fist, admiring the quiet surge of strength coursing through him. Thoughts flash back to his training with Sophia, the agony, the persistence, and the skill it demanded, and he realizes it was all worth it. He recalls the moment he flicked the first bully, marveling at the unexpected force, realizing that while he's yet to fully master his new power, even partial control now yields astonishing results. A student in a brown cardigan vest over his crisp white shirt strolls toward the classroom, spotting another boy near the door. Pausing only briefly, he confirms he's found the right class, 2-1, before brushing past the other student with a cheerfully intense gaze fixed on his target, Sion. Inside, Sion sits at his desk, fist still clenched from his earlier fight, his thoughts racing. If only he could harness his full strength, he muses, both Noel and Jang Hyun would fall to him. Sion's thoughts halt abruptly as he senses movement. A boot hovers mere centimeters from his head, then connects with astonishing force. Sion flies back, his body skidding several feet across the classroom floor before he catches himself. Although he managed to block the kick, his jacket bears a dark stain from the impact against his arm, the fabric crumpled where it took the brunt. He looks up, eyes narrowed, as the cardigan-wearing boy stands, one leg still raised from the attack, a gleam of amusement flickering in his gaze. The boy, Jang Hyun, grins, assessing Sion with a chillingly casual air. He notes aloud how Sion has changed since their last encounter, acknowledging the improvement in Sion's skills. His grin deepens, his expression freezing the room with a menace that causes the onlookers to inch back in silence, tension thickening the air. Jang Hyun's words carry an eerie taunt, questioning whether Sion has finally moved on from being a good child. His smile holds a sharpness, eyes glinting in a way that drains warmth from the room. Sion's smile, dark and unyielding, mirrors the coldness of his opponent's, understanding all too well the threat beneath Jang Hyun's cheery exterior. Sion scratched his head, a gesture of distraction as he declared himself the bait. Behind him, Rachel carefully applied makeup, her movements precise. She stood poised in a crisp white blouse tucked neatly into a pencil skirt, her legs covered in sleek black tights. As Sion reasoned that Noel's goal was to capture him, he suggested that making himself an easy target was the quickest way to lure Noel in. Glancing at Rachel from the corner of his eye, he noticed her attire and asked where she was heading and why she was dressed so formally. Rachel, uncapping a tube of vivid red lipstick, replied without looking at him. As she applied the bold color, she explained that she couldn't just sit idly by while he acted as bait. Her tone was sharp but resolute. Sion was an asset to Dead Mansion, and she intended to ensure every possible resource would be used to protect him. She finished applying the lipstick and met Sion's gaze in the mirror, asking him what his true objective was in the operation. Sion, caught off guard, hesitated before responding that the goal was to capture Noel. Rachel turned to face him directly, her voice cool, and even as she corrected him. She reminded Sion of a truth he already knew. He was no longer like the other children controlled by the three principals. No one gave him orders or dictated his actions anymore. Her words struck a chord, and Sion's expression shifted to one of serious contemplation as she pressed him again, asking why he truly wanted to fight Noel. Finishing with her lipstick, Rachel stepped away from the mirror, her gaze steady as she questioned whether Sion still clung to the illusion that Hyunho's mother was his parent. The question visibly unsettled him. He clutched his sports bag tightly, muttering that he didn't know. Rachel's persistence grew sharper, urging him not to dismiss the subject so lightly. But Sion slung the bag over his shoulder and turned, his voice tinged with sadness as he admitted he truly didn't know. His thoughts drifted back to the memory of being abandoned by his real mother, a blurry recollection he couldn't fully grasp. He confessed to Rachel that he could barely recall the details of his fight with Noel, even though it hadn't been long ago. His head and body ached just thinking about it. He remembered grabbing the jagged edge of a broken katana with his bare hand, the pain vivid, but his memory clouded. Rachel studied him closely, her skepticism sharpening. If he truly couldn't remember, it meant he hadn't been consciously using his powers during the fight, a fact that surprised even her. As he began walking away, Sion admitted that even though the three principles were no longer imprinted on him, he still hadn't mastered his power. Rachel's frustration bubbled over, her voice exasperated as she argued that this was all the more reason to avoid unnecessary risks. She demanded to know why he was so insistent on being the bait. Sion paused, his gaze distant as memories of Hyunho on crutches flashed in his mind. Apologizing to him in the past resurfaced vividly. Though they weren't family, and not even true friends, he made it clear that if he could choose freely, with no rules or principles binding him, his choice would remain steadfast. Anyone who dared to harm Hyunho's family would pay the price. Standing tall, his eyes filled with unshakable determination, Sion looked back at Rachel. He made it clear this decision wasn't born of obligation or external influence. It was his choice, and his alone. Rachel narrowed her eyes, her expression unreadable, but her silence spoke volumes as Sion's unwavering resolve hung heavy in the air between them. Jang-Yun's boot hovered mere centimeters from Sion's face, the air humming with tension as Sion's thoughts crystallized. If Noel wanted bait, he would provide it willingly. The kick landed with devastating force, sending Sion hurtling backward. His body skidded across the polished classroom floor, the impact reverberating through the room. With a controlled twist, Sion halted himself mid-slide, his shoes squeaking as they gripped the floor. Jang-Yun stood poised, one leg still raised, his gaze gleaming with a mix of amusement and challenge. Sion straightened, brushing off the dust as his lips curved into a smile that matched Jang-Yun's icy expression. Beneath the facade, a mutual understanding passed between them. This was no mere scuffle. It was a test of strength and a dance of intent. Sion's mind sharpened, daring them to take the bait. He was no prey. He was the hunter. Outside the classroom, the three bullies Sion had dispatched earlier trudged toward the scene. Two leaned heavily on each other, their injuries slowing their steps, while the leader rubbed his reddened jaw, muttering curses under his breath. Their arrival was abruptly interrupted by the classroom door exploding off its hinges, slamming into the lead bully with bone-rattling force. He crumpled to the floor beneath the door's weight, coughing in pain. The cause of the chaos became clear as Jang-Yun's kick launched Sion through the doorway, sending him crashing into the hallway. Yet, the force of the kick wasn't enough to overpower Sion. With one hand gripping Jang-Yun's boot, he had absorbed the attack and retaliated in a single motion. Sion's other hand clamped around Jang-Yun's calf like a vice, and with a roar of effort, he hurled Jang-Yun toward the classroom's window. Glass shattered as Jang-Yun collided with the frame. His reflexes saved him from plummeting outside. He grasped the jagged window ledge at the last second, his body half dangling as shards of glass sparkled in the sunlight. Jang-Yun hoisted himself back into the room with feline agility, landing in a crouch. His grin widened, unshaken by the violence of the throw. There was admiration laced with menace in his voice as he acknowledged Sion's improvement. Without hesitation, Jang-Yun vaulted toward the hallway, sliding into the nearby bathroom with calculated speed. A metallic click echoed through the tiled walls, drawing Jang-Yun's attention. Sion stood by the door, locking it with deliberate finality. His voice carried a quiet conviction as he observed that Jang-Yun had walked straight into a trap. While Sion had anticipated an ambush, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly, on their very first day back. The hallway buzzed with murmurs as students gathered to witness the aftermath of the clash. They watched with wide eyes as the two remaining bullies struggled to lift the door off their unconscious leader. The crowd speculated in hushed tones, some remarking they had passed by only minutes earlier and missed the battle. The tension grew as more onlookers gathered, whispers intensifying with every retelling of the fight. Their chatter was interrupted by the sharp voice of an authoritative figure. Rachel, clad in a pristine white lab coat and posing as a teacher, strode purposefully into the hallway. Her presence immediately silenced the students as she demanded to know the source of the commotion. One brave student explained, pointing toward the bathroom, that Sion and another boy had been fighting and had run off together. Rachel's sharp gaze flicked to the closed bathroom door. Masking her concern, she dismissed the students with a wave, instructing them to return to their classrooms. The crowd reluctantly dispersed, casting lingering glances at the scene as Rachel approached the bathroom with measured steps. Behind the locked door, the sound of confrontation stirred, and Rachel prepared herself for what lay beyond. Jang-Yun lunged at Sion with fluid precision, his wry smile betraying his amusement. His knee rose with startling speed, slamming into Sion's face with enough force to send a shockwave through the room. Sion reeled back, but recovered almost instantly, retorting with a powerful punch to Jang-Yun's gut. The impact sent a resounding crack through the air, Yet Zhang Yun merely grinned, his words dripping with mockery. Sion seized Zhang Yun by the collar of his shirt and with a feral growl swung him into the row of sinks. The porcelain shattered on impact, shards scattering across the tiles as Zhang Yun landed upside down, debris surrounding him. Sion loomed over him, his tone cutting as he demanded to know Noel's whereabouts. Zhang Yun, undeterred, lashed out with an upkick, his boot connecting sharply with Sion's chin. The force snapped Sion's head back, leaving a dusty shoe print behind. Yet, despite the hit, Sion steadied himself, his glare unwavering as he questioned whether Zhang Yun still wanted to fight. Zhang Yun launched himself off the ground with an almost predatory grace, his body coiled and ready to strike. Sion braced himself, his fists raised, but Zhang Yun deftly slipped past Sion's punch, grabbing his outstretched arm. Sliding across the floor with practiced momentum, Zhang Yun planted both feet into Sion's chest with a powerful drop kick. The impact was thunderous, sending Sion flying backward through a toilet stall. Wood splintered and tiles cracked as Sion crashed into the space, his body momentarily stunned. Zhang Yun followed, stepping into the wrecked stall with a dark chuckle. His voice carried a sinister amusement as he remarked on Noel's order to keep Sion alive, though he hinted that such restraint might not last if Sion continued to resist. But as he leaned closer, mid-sentence, a sharp whistle cut through the air. An object grazed his cheek, leaving a deep cut that began to bleed immediately. Sion crouched in the wreckage, gripping a broken mop handle. The wooden shaft, capped with a jagged metal end, gleamed under the flickering bathroom light. His expression had darkened, his eyes alight with an unsettling malice. Zhang Yun blinked, momentarily taken aback. This wasn't the same Sion he had been toying with moments ago. Sion lunged, the mop handle slicing through the air with a whistle of lethal intent. Zhang Yun dodged the first strike, his movements agile as he pushed the weapon aside and leapt backward. Sion didn't relent. With a primal shout, he swung the handle downward in a crushing arc, the force so immense that the impact shattered several floor tiles. Zhang Yun barely avoided the blow, retreating further as Sion pressed the assault, his strikes relentless and precise. Bracing one foot against the wall, Zhang Yun propelled himself forward, his fist aimed to end the fight with a single blow. The punch landed squarely against Sion's side, eliciting a grunt of pain. Yet, Sion barely faltered, his expression veiled by a dark shadow, his eyes gleaming with malice as he raised the mop handle again. Their clash was interrupted by a sharp voice echoing from outside the bathroom, demanding the door be opened immediately. Zhang Yun's demeanor shifted in an instant, the malice in his expression replaced with a light-hearted smirk. He remarked casually about the noise, suggesting they postpone their fight. Sion, however, was far from done. Swinging again, he growled that Zhang Yun wouldn't escape. Zhang Yun ducked under the strike, his movements almost playful as he grabbed Sion's head and arm in a firm grip. Zhang Yun's gaze darted to the bathroom window. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he vaulted through the shattered pane, dragging Sion with him. Glass shards rained down as they plummeted from the second floor. The wind whipped around them, the ground rushing closer. Zhang Yun glanced at Sion mid-fall, his tone mocking as he questioned whether the landing would hurt. Sion, his expression calm despite the peril, replied flatly that it would hurt. A lot. Tightening his grip on the mop handle, Sion twisted mid-air. With a mighty swing, he drove the metal-capped end into the side of the building. The sharp screech of metal against concrete echoed as the handle embedded itself into the wall, dragging along the building's surface to slow their momentum. Sparks flew as the improvised brake fought against gravity, and Sion clenched his teeth, determined to control the descent. The impact sent both boys crashing to the ground, creating a large dust cloud as debris scattered in all directions. Their bodies struggled to rise amidst the wreckage, but it was Sion who stood first. His figure emerged from the haze, his clothes dusty and torn, and the shattered remains of the wooden mop handle dangled loosely in his grip. His expression was dark, his gaze sharp with murderous intent. Zhang Yun remained on the ground, his thigh pierced by the embedded handle of the broken mop. Blood seeped through the fabric of his pants, pooling beneath him. Despite the pain, laughter escaped him, his amusement evident even as he clutched the injury. The wound was inspected briefly by Zhang Yun himself, his demeanor almost taunting as though daring the conflict to escalate further. The moment was interrupted by a sharp voice that called out to them, cutting through the dust and tension. The attention of both boys was drawn to Rachel, who approached with an air of authority. Disguised as a teacher, she strode toward the scene, her stern tone commanding their focus. As the distance closed, her demeanor shifted, concern feigned as her eyes darted between the injured boys and the destruction around them. Sion's hand moved to his head, frustration evident in the way his fingers pressed against his scalp. His body, once again driven by uncontrollable instinct, had acted without deliberate thought, a realization that visibly angered him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yun had begun brushing off the dust from his clothes, his movements hurried and futile, as though trying to mask the disheveled state he was in. As Rachel drew closer, the wound in Zhang Yun's thigh was noticed. A request was made for him to hold still, her tone laced with false concern as the injury was examined. The offer of help was met with reluctant acceptance as Zhang Yun extended his hand for support. A syringe was slipped from her pocket unnoticed, and the needle was swiftly injected into his arm. The injection was felt briefly by Zhang Yun, but its significance wasn't realized until the pinprick was examined, confusion crossing his face as the substance took effect. An explanation about its purpose, a supposed anesthetic, was offered, but it was heard faintly as his consciousness faded. His body slackened, and before he could collapse entirely, he was caught by Rachel's steady hands. The concern in Rachel's expression disappeared as her true emotions surfaced. The gleam in her eyes turned predatory, and her smile stretched wide, grotesque in its intensity. The unconscious Zhang Yun was regarded with satisfaction as she muttered something quietly, her words filled with mockery and triumph. His body was shifted slightly in her grip as plans for interrogation were contemplated, her excitement at the capture barely contained. Zhang Yun's unconscious form appeared almost peaceful, a stark contrast to the sinister atmosphere that now surrounded him. The sound of Rachel's laughter filled the air, her victorious tone underlining the conclusion of the confrontation. The scene was left behind as she prepared to act on the opportunity presented by Zhang Yun's subdued state. The director stood before the vast nave of his church, his gaze sweeping across the empty rows of benches. The quiet expanse seemed to echo his thoughts, heavy with a grim understanding. Across the world, abandoned and neglected children existed in every corner, their lives discarded as though they were nothing more than debris. A bitter truth settled within him. These children were resources, raw materials to be molded into ultimate weapons. His hands clasped together in mock prayer, but the opulence of his bejeweled teeth glinted in the dim light, betraying his satisfaction. The smile that curled his lips reflected no reverence, only ambition. He reflected on the facade of benevolence they presented to the world. Through the Dead Mansion's so-called Good Children project, they placed those children into adoption with wealthy, desperate parents who needed them for appearances or fulfillment. The process was simple, clean, and profoundly manipulative. The image of those children floated in his mind, hollow-eyed, their bodies lean and rigid from the rigorous training they endured. Many sat in tattered vests, their spirits stripped bare to become what they were demanded to be. He acknowledged, almost detachedly, that Dead Mansion hadn't invented this idea. It was an old, unoriginal concept. Wherever one looked in the world, material was abundant. Unwanted children, taken in and forged into emotional monstrosities, brutalized until they were weapons in the hands of their masters. As he savored the thought, a man stepped forward from the shadows, his presence commanding. A heavy red coat hung over his shoulders, the color stark against the muted tones of the nave. Behind him, row upon row of children stood silently, their postures disciplined, their faces void of innocence. The sight was haunting, a silent army of lives stolen, reshaped into instruments of control. The director's smile widened as the weight of their potential settled heavily in the sacred air. Rachel, still clad in her teacher's disguise, leaned back on the infirmary chair with a casual air, her sharp eyes resting on Sion. She speculated aloud, suggesting that Jang Yun might hail from Korea's version of Dead Mansion. Sion, leaning against a nearby desk, glanced over to where Jang Yun lay unconscious on the infirmary bed. The thought clearly troubled him, his brow furrowing as he mused on the possibility. If that were true, it would make Jang Yun one of them. Rachel, standing now, affirmed his suspicion with a nod and brushed the matter aside as her domain, urging Sion to leave the rest to her. Her tone carried an air of finality, and she reminded Sion of his decision to return to school. She ushered him out into the hallway with a firm but gentle push, dismissing his protests as she assured him she would handle things. As the sliding door clicked shut behind him, locking with an audible snap, Sion hesitated, his mind turning back to Jang Yun. He pleaded softly for Rachel not to be too harsh with him before finally walking away, his steps echoing in the empty hall. Inside the infirmary, the atmosphere shifted. Jang Hyun's eyelids fluttered open faintly, the haze of unconsciousness lifting just enough for him to perceive his surroundings. The sound of scissors snipping broke the silence, crisp and rhythmic. Strands of hair fell in slow arcs to the floor, gathering in a small circle near a sturdy boot. The memory bled into his mind. That sound, the cold, detached rhythm, the metallic glint of the scissors. A younger Jang Yun sat rigid on a worn stool in a dimly lit room. Before him stood a man wearing a combat bomber jacket, his dreadlocks framing a face that shifted between kindness and something darker. The man, known as Carpenter, worked methodically, trimming Jang Yun's hair with practiced precision. His voice, light-hearted yet edged with underlying menace, broke through the snipping. He teased Jang Yun about staying still, warning in jest that a slip could leave scars on his head. The man's tone was disarming, even as his words carried a weight that pressed heavily on Jang Yun's small shoulders. Carpenter's demeanor shifted as Jang Yun, his young face lighting up with admiration, asked if he could have the same haircut as him. Jang Yun's wide-eyed enthusiasm was met with a laugh, Carpenter declaring that Jang Yun had a sense for aesthetics. He added with an unsettling cheer that such an artistic touch might even raise Jang Yun's value, a line he would personally note on the boy's adoption certificate. Yet, when Jang Yun pressed further, insisting that a cooler haircut would fetch a better price, Carpenter's smile faltered. His large hands rested on Jang Yun's thin shoulders, and his tone shifted from playful to something colder, sharper. Carpenter leaned in close, his gaze locking onto Jang Yun's. His words fell heavy, instructing the boy that he wasn't Carpenter, he was Jang Yun. Everything about him, from his appearance to his strength, must be uniquely his. The intensity in Carpenter's voice grew, every word biting deeper as he declared that family was a weakness, a shackle that would only make him fragile. Jang Yun, young and impressionable, looked up at the man with wide, innocent eyes. Carpenter's expression twisted, his tongue flicking out in an almost feral display as his face hovered closer. His voice turned hard, venomous, demanding if Jang Yun truly understood what was being said. Jang Yun's breath hitched, the overwhelming presence of the man searing the words into his mind. The memory dissolved as quickly as it had surfaced, the room spinning back into focus. On the infirmary bed, his hands clenched instinctively, his body reacting to the lingering echo of Carpenter's voice, even as the scissors continued their haunting rhythm. Jang Yun jolted awake, his movements sharp and startled as he sat upright on the infirmary bed. Across the room, Rachel turned her gaze toward him, her posture calm and composed. Her expression carried a hint of warmth as she acknowledged his awakening. Jang Yun's wide-eyed surprise was quickly replaced by a grimace as he became aware of the pain radiating from his earlier wound. His eyes dropped to his bandaged thigh, confusion flashing across his face as he processed the sight. The realization dawned on him, and he asked if Rachel had been the one to treat him. She confirmed, explaining that she had administered basic first aid and swapped his shredded clothing for Sion's gym attire. Her tone was gentle, almost nurturing, yet calculated. Jang Yun, struggling to his feet, questioned her motives, his voice edged with suspicion. Rachel pulled a chair closer to him, her movements deliberate and poised, brushing off his harshness with an air of understanding. Her expression softened as she leaned slightly forward, her eyes glimmering with a tender look. She suggested that if he were willing to cooperate, there would be no need for hostility between them. Rachel crossed her legs elegantly, the faintest trace of a smile playing on her lips as she studied him. Inwardly, her thoughts veered toward her true intent. She had told Sion this would be an interrogation, but she knew better. Children like Jang Yun, those who had grown up devoid of love or kindness, responded far more effectively to warmth than force. Her smile deepened as she moved closer to the bed, her tone light and disarming, as she asked if Jang Yun would be willing to answer a few questions. Meanwhile, from a distant vantage point, a figure observed the scene through a monocular. His voice carried a thick Spanish accent, tinged with amusement, as he muttered to himself about Rachel's tactics. He remarked on her deliberate use of her beauty, noting with a mix of mockery and fascination that she knew exactly how to wield it. He laughed softly, predicting that Noel would not be pleased with Jang Yun for falling into her trap. Seated comfortably, the man adjusted his monocular, his black bomber jacket shifting slightly as he leaned forward. Black gloves covered his hands, and his attire, from his combat trousers to the sunglasses perched in his slicked-back black hair, exuded precision and authority. Around his neck hung a simple leather necklace with a square pendant that swayed slightly as he chuckled. Admiring Rachel's dark-haired disguise, he mused aloud that she looked stunning, his tone laced with playful intrigue. With a sly grin, he declared his intent to see her up close, calling out to her under his breath in a flirtatious tone, promising to meet her soon. In the sprawling school gymnasium, a cavernous space with its warehouse-like architecture, Jang Yun sat on the wooden benches, cheerfully biting into a pastry. His carefree expression masked the weight of his words as he mentioned that he couldn't reveal anything. Beside him, Rachel lounged casually, her demeanor calm yet calculating. Jang Yun continued, stating firmly that no matter how kind she was, his silence was non-negotiable. Rachel's response, cool and detached, probed deeper. Her casual question about his allegiance to Noel hung in the air, subtly pressuring him. Jang Yun hesitated, stammering slightly as he explained that he wasn't aligned with anyone, reiterating a deeply ingrained belief that he must always stand alone. Rachel, appearing disinterested, countered his statement, questioning his neutrality given his earlier fight with Sion. Her pointed remarks visibly unsettled Jang Yun, who looked away uncomfortably. He admitted that his cooperation with Noel stemmed from a shared goal. Noel had the information Jang Yun needed to find someone. Rachel's lips curled into a skeptical smile, her voice dripping with derision as she expressed doubt. She questioned whether Noel, a boy of the same age as Jang Yun, could truly possess such crucial information. With a mocking tone, she suggested that Jang Yun might be getting deceived. Jang Yun immediately rejected the idea, his conviction unwavering. He spoke passionately about Noel's vast network of eyes and ears, recounting how Noel had found him during his escape from someone he referred to as the real Uncle Carpenter. Rachel's interest piqued as she leaned in, her voice feigning curiosity as she pressed him to elaborate on the real Carpenter and why he had run. Internally, she mused at how easily children would spill their secrets when their pride was challenged. Jang Yun, undeterred, launched into his story, describing the rigorous training Carpenter had put him through and the hardships he endured before escaping. His vivid account included being relentlessly chased by a bespectacled figure until Noel discovered him during his time as a homeless runaway. Rachel offered him a drink, her gestures smooth and disarming, inwardly congratulating herself on her approach. She noted how seamlessly Jang Yun continued, oblivious to her calculated tactics. His words flowed freely as he explained that Noel had approached him with a proposition, a shared mission to liberate the good children of Dead Mansion who had been sold across the globe. Jang Hyun spoke earnestly about Noel's dream of creating a family from these liberated children. But as Jang Hyun's explanation reached its peak, Rachel's calm facade faltered. A spark of fury ignited in her eyes, her expression betraying her barely contained rage. Before she could respond, a smooth voice, laced with a Spanish accent, broke the tension from directly behind them. The interruption, sudden and precise, carried a mocking edge as the man chuckled, commenting on how much the little kid was talking. Rachel leapt backward, startled by the man's abrupt appearance. He exuded a casual confidence, sipping from the drink he had effortlessly taken from Jang Hyun. His black bomber jacket and sleek, pulled-back hair completed his striking presence, his face framed by a thin mustache and stubble at the base of his chin. With a teasing smirk, he addressed Rachel, calling her señorita and remarking that it was their first meeting face-to-face. Lifting his sunglasses to reveal sharp, charismatic eyes, he introduced himself with a flourish. His name was Miguel. Miguel ascended the same row of benches with an effortless grace, his arm draping casually around Jang Hyun's shoulders. His presence was disarming, his laughter light, as though they were old friends reunited. His words carried an air of ease, reassuring Jang Hyun that there was no need for tension. They were allies, and he had come on Noel's orders to escort him. Rachel, however, froze, her expression betraying a rare shock. She stammered out a question, piecing together the possibility that this man could be that Miguel. The name alone carried weight, a near mythical status among mercenaries. Miguel turned his gaze to her, his movements fluid and deliberate, and replied with an almost dismissive nonchalance, acknowledging her recognition with a hint of amusement. He radiated a quiet confidence, the kind born from countless battles. Rachel's mind raced as she recalled the chilling legend whispered among mercenaries, a tale that blurred the line between man and myth. The saying resurfaced in her memory. If you see the matador waving his red capote, do not foolishly stomp and charge. The image was vivid. She remembered an incident, an account that had spread like wildfire through the underground. A gangster, armed and brash, leveling a gun at a shadowy figure cloaked in an air of inevitability. The figure held not a firearm, but a saber, its blade gleaming in the dim light. In her mind's eye, the scene played out. The matador flicked his red capote in a fluid motion, the fabric a stark warning. The gangster, undeterred, opened fire, but the shots rang futile. The matador had vanished, reappearing with inhuman speed behind the gangster. His movements were impossibly swift, the saber driving cleanly into his prey's back before the gangster could react. Blood erupted into the air like a grotesque plume as the matador stood triumphant, his posture poised and unshaken. With a flourish, he waved the capote again, its vibrant red now smeared with the spatter of his prey. The tale's ominous refrain echoed in Rachel's mind. The matador is always behind the prey. This ruthless specter of death was Antonio Miguel, known to the world as the Black Matador. Her vision of the tale ended with the gangster crumpling to the ground, his lifeblood pooling beneath him, while Miguel, proud and unhurried, claimed the stage. The legend was not exaggerated. Miguel's presence alone was a testament to its brutal truth. Miguel's casual demeanor betrayed nothing of his brutal nature as he dismissed Rachel's inquiry about his connection with Noel. He made a show of disdain for his nickname, claiming his love for animals and pointing out that bullfighting was now outlawed. Crossing his arms theatrically, he declared he had never been one to kill bulls anyway. But his tone shifted, chilling and sharp, as he cut through the air with his next words. Without warning, he vanished, reappearing behind Rachel with terrifying speed, a long spike in his hand, his voice a sinister whisper as he finished. The only thing he hunted now was humans. Rachel barely had time to react, her instincts pushing her forward just as Miguel's spike lashed out. The strike grazed her back, leaving a deep cut that burned as she skidded to a halt, now facing him. Miguel's cold amusement radiated from his calm smile as he observed her. She had dodged him, a rarity, one he found almost entertaining. Holding a small cylindrical device in his hand, he twisted it, and with a metallic snap, The device extended into a lethal spike. His grin widened, a predator savoring the moment before the kill. Jang Yun moved between them, spreading his arms in a desperate attempt to shield Rachel. His voice shook as he demanded answers from Miguel, questioning why he was even here. Miguel's reaction was dismissive, a mix of condescension and mockery. With a patronizing touch, he patted Jang Yun on the shoulder, his words almost soothing, promising the boy a future filled with beautiful women. Then, with a sudden, vicious movement, Miguel plunged the spike straight through Jang Yun's stomach. Jang Yun gasped, clutching at Miguel's hand in disbelief, blood pooling around the wound. He choked out a question, his voice ragged, but Miguel leaned in close, whispering a response laced with malice. Noel, he revealed, had sent a message. If Jang Yun showed even the slightest hint of betrayal, Miguel was to kill him. Miguel's grin widened, his words dripping with cruelty as he twisted the emotional knife, claiming that Noel found Jang Yun unsettling and untrustworthy. With a sickening sound, Miguel wrenched the spike free, letting Jang Yun collapse to the ground. Miguel offered a mocking bow, his voice light with false camaraderie as he bid farewell. But before he could savor his twisted victory, the sound of a gun cocking interrupted him. Rachel's voice cut through the air, her tone razor-sharp as she greeted him in turn. She pulled the trigger, the shot aimed to end him. But Miguel's reflexes were monstrous. He moved faster than the bullet, the shot grazing past him harmlessly. Before Rachel could fire again, Miguel hurled the spike with incredible precision, shattering her gun and disarming her in a single brutal move. The force sent fragments flying as Rachel leapt back, her posture defensive. Miguel yanked the spike from the ground, his movements fluid yet predatory, the weapon gleaming as he swung it with murderous intent. Each strike was a calculated blur, driving Rachel further back as she dodged, every motion reminding her of the impossibility of matching his relentless brutality. Miguel's spike grazed Rachel, tearing through her shirt to reveal a tightly laced black corset beneath, with a pistol strapped securely to her stomach. Rachel's lips curved into a smile as she seized the pistol, swiftly drawing it and firing several rounds at Miguel. Each shot, however, was met with inhuman agility as Miguel twisted and ducked, evading every bullet with ease. His laughter echoed in the gymnasium, carrying a tone of exhilaration as if the fight had finally reached its peak. Rachel's smile faltered as her pistol jammed, the failure to eject an empty casing leaving her momentarily vulnerable. The frustration and tension were clear in her eyes. Miguel seized the opportunity, discarding one of his spikes without hesitation. With a feral leap, he closed the distance between them in an instant, his grin twisted as he mocked her misfortune. His attack narrowly missed, tearing her wig free instead. Holding the strands of hair in his hand, Miguel's smile widened, his voice dripping with satisfaction as he admired the fight she had put up so far. He lunged again, attempting to drive the remaining spike into her, but Rachel caught the weapon, gripping it tightly with both hands. Her growl of defiance met Miguel's taunting inquiry, his words daring her to end this struggle once and for all. As their locked bodies struggled, a subtle shift occurred behind them. Jang Yun, crumpled and seemingly lifeless, began to stir. Memories flooded his mind, a hazy recollection of Carpenter's lessons. As a child, Jang Yun had once asked Carpenter what he needed to become stronger. Carpenter, with a wicked grin, had patted Jang Yun's head, cryptically explaining that there was a skill only the real Carpenter could teach him. That lesson now burned in Jang Yun's mind as he rose unsteadily to his feet. Miguel's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Jang Yun standing, let alone moving. Bloodied and battered, Jang Yun's sheer vitality defied logic. Miguel's smirk vanished as Jang Yun disappeared from sight, his speed unlike anything Miguel had expected. Miguel, shocked, wondered aloud where Jang Yun could have disappeared. Jang Yun emerged from the shadows behind Miguel, his movements feral, his body a blur. With an animalistic snarl, he lunged at Miguel from behind. His arm, drawn back like the swipe of an animal, raked across Miguel's back in a devastating arc. The sheer force and precision of the attack tore through flesh, sending a spray of blood cascading into the air. Jang Yun's appearance was terrifying. His eyes glowed a lifeless white, devoid of humanity, while his face was obscured by dark, predatory shadows. Miguel stumbled forward, blood dripping from his mouth as he gasped in shock. The wound throbbed, and his mind raced to comprehend the strike that had bypassed his defenses. Jang Yun crouched low, his posture primal, the energy around him raw and unrestrained. This was the embodiment of the wild instinct, an untamed ferocity that radiated from every fiber of his being. Miguel, for the first time, realized he was no longer the predator. In the shadowy outskirts of the school, a dilapidated Russian waste van sat ominously in a quiet, secluded area. The van's exterior was a patchwork of rust and dents, its paint peeling and windows clouded with grime, giving it an air of neglect and disrepair. Inside the dimly lit back of the van, a group of rough-looking thugs sat huddled together, their expressions hardened and their postures tense. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, as if they were waiting for something, or someone. Among them, a burly man with a muscular frame and a builder's uniform stood out. His arms were adorned with intricate tattoos. He glanced down at his phone as it buzzed with a new message, his eyes narrowing as he read the contents. Turning to his companions, he relayed the orders in a low, gravelly voice. It was Noel's command. The man's tone was cold and deliberate as he added that if the boy, Jang Hyun, dared to interfere with Noel's plan, he was to be eliminated swiftly and without hesitation. With the exception of one, the group listened carefully, their faces displaying a mixture of grim determination and focus. One person sat a little apart from the others, his head turned away, the brim of a cap pulled low over his eyes, hiding his face. No one seemed to notice him much, but his detachment and silence distinguished him from the others. The quiet that had settled over the group was suddenly shattered by the sharp metallic sound of a gun being cocked. One of the thugs, a wiry man with a scowl etched across his face, broke the silence. He remarked that if they only needed to kill one brat, then Miguel should be able to handle the mission on his own. Another teammate, a bulky man with a skeptical expression, chimed in, his tone laced with doubt. He questioned whether Miguel was really that good, pointing out that all he had seen him do was flirt with women every chance he got. It didn't exactly scream professionalism, he added. As this was going on, the dark-haired man seated struggled with his own weapon, attempting and failing to cock it with trembling hands. His face was flushed with frustration and disappointment, but the others ignored him, concentrating on the topic of conversation. Another voice joined the conversation, this one belonging to a lean man with a thick accent. He mentioned that Miguel was quite famous in Spain, adding a hint of admiration to his tone. He wondered if Miguel was a matador, or at least the kind of guy who tormented bulls for a living. The question lingered, adding an air of mystery to the enigmatic figure they were discussing. Amid the tense discussions, one teammate remained unbothered, his focus entirely on the dark-haired man struggling with his malfunctioning gun. With a calm yet commanding demeanor, he reached out and gestured for the weapon, his voice steady as he told the man to hand it over so he could inspect it. The dark-haired man hesitated for a moment, his eyes widening in surprise, before reluctantly passing the gun to his companion. The man took the weapon with practiced ease, his fingers moving deftly as he examined it. With a single, fluid motion, he cocked the gun, the sharp metallic click echoing through the van. His expression darkened as he turned to the owner of the weapon, his voice laced with a mix of frustration and disdain. He pointed out that the gun's maintenance was a complete mess, his tone sharp and unforgiving. A gun, he added, shouldn't be breaking down so easily, especially not in the hands of someone who relied on it. The tension in the van grew thicker as another teammate, a lean man with a sharp gaze, interjected. His eyes narrowed as he studied the man who had fixed the gun, his voice cold and probing. He asked which organization the man worked for, his tone dripping with suspicion. He added that the face before him wasn't familiar. and as he spoke, he casually pulled out a short knife. The man in question, who had been sitting quietly with his cap pulled low, finally reacted. Slowly, deliberately, he reached up and removed his cap, revealing a face that was calm but carried an air of quiet menace. His lips curled into a faint, knowing smile as he locked eyes with the lean man. The question made sense, he admitted, his voice smooth and measured, because he wasn't actually on their side. It was Sion. His blue eyes bore into the lean man's, unflinching and intense, as a shadow of a smile crept across his face. Back in the schoolyard, the air was thick with tension as Jang Hyun, his humanity seemingly stripped away, raised his hands like claws, his fingers curled and poised to strike. His eyes burned with a feral intensity as he lunged forward, aiming to swipe down at Miguel with a force that was both brutal and unrelenting. The two men were suspended in midair for a fleeting moment, the world around them a blur as Jang Hyun slashed at Miguel once more, his movements swift and predatory. Miguel, caught off balance, struggled to maintain his grip on his weapons, one of his spikes slipping from his hand and clattering to the ground below. Both men landed heavily, their feet planting firmly on the ground as they regained their footing. Jang Hyun crouched low, his body coiled like a spring, his face shadowed and dark, his expression unreadable but radiating menace. His posture was unmistakably offensive, every muscle in his body primed for another attack. Miguel, breathing heavily, steadied himself and quickly assessed the situation. He couldn't help but notice how drastically Jang Hyun had changed since the beginning of their fight. The boy before him was no longer the same opponent he had faced earlier. There was something wild, something untamed about him now. As these thoughts raced through Miguel's mind, Jang Hyun surged forward again, his claws slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Miguel barely managed to dodge the attack, his reflexes kicking in just in time to evade the deadly strike. The movement was so fast, so unnatural, that it sent a shiver down Miguel's spine. He told himself, almost in disbelief, that the kid's movements were no longer those of a human being. They were something else entirely, something primal, something beastly. The realization settled over him like a heavy weight, and he knew that he was no longer fighting a man, but a creature driven by instinct and rage. Despite the dire situation, Miguel remained calm, his composure unshaken. Slowly, he slipped his left hand into the inside pocket of his jacket, retrieving a red flag he referred to as the Red Capote. Holding it aloft, he fixed his gaze on Jang Hyun, his voice steady and resolute as he declared that his side would never lose the fight. His confidence was unwavering, even as the tension in the air thickened. Standing nearby on an elevated platform with a view of the altercation, Rachel's eyes widened in shock upon seeing the Red Capote. Miguel looked up at her, speaking to her in a firm but strangely courteous tone. He called out, "Señorita Rachel," telling her to keep quiet and stay put, although he acknowledged, somewhat embarrassed, that it felt awkward to say that to her. As she struggled to comprehend the scene before her, Rachel's mind raced, and she was rendered speechless. Miguel's attention returned to Jang Hyun as he raised the Red Capote high, its vibrant fabric fluttering in the air. He spoke again, his voice carrying a weight of solemnity as he explained to Rachel that the fight she was witnessing was not just a physical clash, it was a battle between the pride of man and the savagery of a beast. His words hung in the air, charged with meaning, as he held the capote before Jang Hyun, almost like a challenge. Jang Hyun, his body coiled and ready, prepared to strike, his eyes locked on Miguel with a feral intensity. But Miguel, undeterred, met his gaze with a confident smile, his expression calm and taunting. He beckoned Jang Hyun closer, his demeanor daring and unyielding, as if inviting the beast to test its strength against the pride of man. The tension between them was palpable, a silent standoff that seemed to stretch time itself. Jang Hyun lunged at Miguel with a ferocious leap, his clawed hands slicing through the air like blades. Miguel, calm and composed, waved his red capote in front of Jang Hyun, the vibrant fabric fluttering as if taunting him. But Jang Hyun's claws tore through the capote, ripping a hole in the once pristine fabric. However, Miguel was no longer there. He had vanished in the blink of an eye. Before Jang Hyun could react, Miguel reappeared behind him, his hand landing firmly on Jang Hyun's shoulder. Balancing effortlessly mid-air, Miguel flashed a confident smile, his other hand gripping a sharp spike. In one fluid motion, he soared over Jang Hyun, leaving the younger man momentarily stunned and speechless. With a powerful swing, Miguel slammed the spike across Jang Hyun's back, the force of the blow sending him crashing to the ground. The spike narrowly missed Jang Hyun's head, embedding itself into the floor beside him. As Jang Hyun lay there, dazed and struggling to recover, he suddenly lashed out with a powerful kick, striking Miguel squarely in the stomach and sending him stumbling backward. Miguel, though winded, reassured himself that the fight was unfolding exactly as it should. He quickly regained his footing, his movements sharp and deliberate. With a swift motion, he opened his jacket, revealing the inside lined with rows of small capsules, 50 in total. Jang Hyun, who had been poised to attack, paused momentarily, his body freezing as he looked up at Miguel. His expression shifted, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his face as he took in the sight of the capsules and the unwavering intensity in Miguel's eyes. Miguel lunged at Jang Hyun with explosive speed, his hand darting to one of the capsules inside his jacket. In one fluid motion, he hurled it toward Jang Hyun. The capsule soared through the air, transforming mid-flight into a sharp, metallic spike that slammed into the ground with a resounding crash, right where Jang Hyun had stood just seconds earlier. Dust and debris scattered as the spike embedded itself deeply into the earth. Jang Hyun, his reflexes razor-sharp, had already leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. His body moved with almost inhuman agility. However, Miguel didn't stop. His momentum unbroken, he charged relentlessly at Jang Hyun, more capsules now tightly gripped between his fingers. With a sharp, commanding shout, he called out, "Banderillo!" and hurled the capsules toward his opponent. Mid-air, the capsules transformed into sharp, gleaming spikes, their trajectories precise and calculated. The spikes shot forward like guided missiles, fanning out to surround Jang Hyun in a pincer formation, cutting off his escape routes and leaving him with little room to maneuver. Rachel, standing at a distance, watched the unfolding battle with wide eyes, utterly astonished by Miguel's fighting prowess. Until now, she had no idea just how skilled he truly was. Her heart raced as she took in the intensity of the clash, her mind struggling to keep up with the rapid exchange of blows. Miguel, however, remained entirely focused on the fight. As he leaped into the air once more, his movements fluid and precise, he called out to Jang Hyun, his voice steady, but laced with intensity. "I'm a bullfighter, kid," he declared, as if the statement alone carried the weight of his resolve. In mid-air, he pulled out another weapon, a sharp, gleaming blade, and thrust it toward Jang Hyun with deadly accuracy. But Jang Hyun, ever alert and fueled by a feral instinct, noticed the attack just in time. With reflexes that seemed almost inhuman, he twisted his body and delivered a powerful kick to Miguel's face. The impact was brutal, the force of the blow causing Miguel's neck to snap back with a sickening crack. Staggered, Miguel stumbled, his mind reeling as he tried to make sense of the situation. He couldn't understand why this beast, this relentless, untamed force, was attacking him with such unbridled passion. Yet Miguel, displaying remarkable resilience, absorbed the force of the kick and retaliated with a devastating blow of his own. His strike landed with crushing impact, sending Jang Hyun reeling backward until his back slammed against the spiked walls that now surrounded them. The spikes dug into the space around him, limiting his movements and trapping him in a precarious position. Jang Hyun turned his head slightly, his eyes flickering to the menacing spikes that hemmed him in. When he shifted his gaze back to Miguel, he saw him charging forward, a spike gripped tightly in his hand like a spear, his expression fierce and unyielding. Closing the distance between them in an instant, Miguel thrust the spike forward with a forceful cry, "Adios, amigo!" The sharp tip aimed directly at Jang Hyun, poised to pierce him. But just before the spike could make contact, Jang Hyun, with lightning-fast reflexes, gripped the embedded spikes on either side of him with both hands. Using them as leverage, he pushed himself upward, his body lifting off the ground in a display of agility that left Miguel momentarily stunned. Jang Hyun swung his body mid-air, his leg rising high as he locked eyes with Miguel. With a brutal, calculated swing, he delivered a powerful kick squarely to Miguel's chin. The impact was immense, snapping Miguel's head backward and sending a spray of blood bursting from his mouth. The force of the blow sent Miguel flying backward, his body crashing to the ground with a heavy thud as he landed flat on his back. Jang Hyun, meanwhile, landed gracefully on his feet, his movements fluid and controlled. His breathing was heavy, but his stance remained steady, his eyes fixed on Miguel with unrelenting focus. Miguel, groaning in pain, shifted his body, his face now pressed against the ground. Blood dripped from his mouth as he pushed himself up slightly, his voice low but defiant. He wasn't done yet. Miguel's mind flashed back to a vivid memory, standing in the center of a bull ring, the sun blazing overhead. In one hand, he held his capote, the red fabric fluttering in the breeze, and in the other, a sharp spike. He had faced countless beasts in that arena, each one tamed by his skill and precision. He had always been the one to deliver the final blow. But the creature before him now, Jang Hyun, was unlike anything he had ever encountered. This wasn't a beast that could be tamed by human hands. No, this was something far worse, a monster. Jang Hyun crouched low, his body coiled like a predator ready to strike. His posture was unmistakably offensive, his movements fluid and deliberate, like a tiger preparing to devour its prey. Miguel, despite the pain coursing through his body, forced himself back to his feet. He began to walk toward Jang Hyun, his steps measured and deliberate. This time, he told himself, he wouldn't act out of pride or arrogance. This time, he would be smarter. Suddenly, Miguel's gaze shifted away from Jang Hyun, landing on something in the distance. In a swift, calculated motion, he hurled his weapon toward a fire extinguisher. The impact caused the extinguisher to burst, releasing a thick cloud of foam that quickly filled the air. Rachel, watching from a distance, gasped as Miguel's figure disappeared into the hazy mist. She couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and disbelief at what she could only interpret as a cowardly act. Miguel, seizing the opportunity, turned and bolted from the school's gymnasium. His mind raced as he ran, his thoughts a chaotic whirl. He couldn't believe he had encountered such a monster here, of all places, in Korea. If he couldn't defeat it, he told himself, he would have to find another way to hunt it down. Nearby, the shadowy figure of an observer watched silently as Miguel fled in fear, his once confident demeanor shattered. Breathless and panicked, Miguel hurried to the van where his teammates were waiting. His voice urgent as he announced that there had been a change of plans. Jang Hyun, he explained, was a total monster, far beyond anything they had anticipated. They would need to use explosives to blow the entire area away. But as the door slid open, Miguel froze. Sitting inside the van, his shoulders slightly hunched and his arms resting on his knees, was Sion. His expression was stern, his eyes locked on Miguel with an intensity that sent a chill down his spine. Miguel, caught off guard, hesitated. Before he could react, Sion's hand shot out, gripping Miguel's hair with a force that made him wince. Sion's voice was low, but filled with anger as he demanded to know who Miguel thought he was. Without waiting for an answer, Sion slammed Miguel's face into the floor of the van, the impact reverberating through the vehicle. Sion's words were sharp and cutting. He berated Miguel for talking about blowing up the school, a place filled with innocent students. His tone was laced with disgust as he continued, saying he was glad to have caught Miguel now so he could question him further. Miguel gritted his teeth in frustration, the weight of Sion's hand pressing his face into the floor, making it nearly impossible to move. As his eyes adjusted to the dim light inside the van, he noticed his teammates slumped unconscious in the back. Sion's voice cut through the tension once more. He explained that Miguel's teammates didn't know much about Noel's plan, but he was hoping Miguel would be more informed. Without another word, Sion yanked Miguel fully into the van, the door sliding shut behind them. The air inside was thick with tension, and Miguel knew there was no escaping what was to come. Back in the school gymnasium, Jang Hyun bent down to pick up his dirt-streaked cloth from the ground. Nuna had been right about Noel. He clenched his jaw at the thought. Rachel, dressed in her usual lab coat, walked toward him casually. Jang Hyun didn't lift his head as he began wrapping the filthy cloth around his injured hand. The truth had finally settled in. Noel had deceived him. Yet the brutal fight with Miguel had drained him, his body finally giving in. His vision blurred, his knees buckled. Rachel caught him just in time, steadying him in her arms. "You're really pushing yourself too hard," she said softly, concern lacing her voice. "That wound Miguel gave you must hurt like hell." She adjusted her grip, supporting his weight as they made their way out of the gym. Then, with a teasing lilt, she added, "You know, there's something called appreciation for the person treating your wounds." A small smirk played on her lips. "Guess I'll have to patch you up again." Jang Hyun exhaled, shaking his head. "It's fine," he muttered. But deep down, he knew. He was alone in this. Not far away, a man clad in a black tank top spoke into his phone, his voice devoid of emotion. The response from the other end was brief but clear. "Eliminate them both." The man watched as Rachel and Jang Hyun left the gym. Eden stepped forward, silent, precise. He raised his nail gun and leveled it at Rachel's temple. She didn't notice, too focused on keeping Jang Hyun upright. A sharp, mechanical hiss filled the air. The shot rang out. Rachel's blonde hair whipped from the force of the close-range impact. Jang Hyun's breath caught in his throat as he watched, frozen in place, helpless. Blood sprayed across the floor, painting the gymnasium in crimson. Rachel's body slumped. Eden, still holding the phone to his ear, barely spared her a glance. His gaze remained cold, indifferent, as she collapsed.